Oh, hello, good morning. Oh, we can hear it on yours, Lauren.
Just go to audio settings.
Good morning. This is El Paso County. Can you hear us okay?
Oh, good morning. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes. Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and turn
Okay.
our camera off and mute ourselves for the
Great,
time
same.
being. Thank you.
Okay. One more test for echo in our room. No echo. Okay, great.
Good morning. We're now on the record. It's 9 a.m. on February 5th, 2026. This is an evidentiary hearing in proceeding number 25A-0355E, Public Service Company of Colorado's application for an order authorizing the company to begin construction of segment 5 of its Colorado Power Pathway transmission project along the proposed route for the project within El Paso County, Colorado. I'm Eric Blank, the chair of the commission. Can my colleagues introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Commissioner Tom Plant.
Good morning, Commissioner Megan Gilman.
Let's go through the entries of appearance, starting with the company.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Caitlin Shields from the law firm Wilkinson Barker Nauer on behalf of Public Service Company of Colorado. With me today is in-house counsel Tyler Manschel, as well as co-counsel Lauren Caliendo from Wilkinson Barker Nauer.
Staff.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, commissioners. It's good to see you again. Brian Krakis from the AG's office on behalf of trial staff. With me is my co-counsel, Justin Larson.
Thank you. CEO.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Gabby Falcon from the AG's office on behalf of the Colorado Energy Office, and also with me today is my co-counsel, David Banis.
El Paso County.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear us?
We can.
That's a good start to the morning. Jim Martin from Neck for El Paso County. Today I'm joined by my colleague, Devin Bill, and from El Paso County Attorney's Office, Nate Whitney and Stephen Martin.
Welcome, Kosasea.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Ellen Howard-Kutzer appearing on behalf of, I think we're just COSA in this case, but happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Commission Counsel.
Good morning, Chair Lindsay Dundas of your Commission Counsel, joined by Assistant Attorney General Ruth Harper.
Thank you. Did I miss anyone? We're going to conduct this hearing using electronic exhibits. A spreadsheet marked as hearing exhibit 600 lists the latest versions of the pre-filed testimony and attachments. I know we did see the motion about one witness, so putting that aside for now, and realizing that this is just the exhibit listing the exhibits, not the actual exhibits. Is there any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 600? Ms. Shields, Ms. Crakes, Mr. Crakes, Mr. Martin?
No objection.
There was there were two issues that the company had identified, one of which commission advisors were very kind to reach out about, which was there were some markings that we were asked to redo. And so we have uploaded into our box.com folder revised slip sheets for hearing exhibit 105, attachment JLC 5, revision 1, attachment JLC 12, attachment JLC 13, and JLC 14.
Mr. Martin, do you have any objection to those exhibits, or is this new to you? Any concerns?
No objection, Mr. Chair Blank.
All right, so admitted.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, there was one other concern, which was that we noticed in the electronic spreadsheet, it does not appear that hearing exhibit 105, attachment JLC 5, revision 1, attachment JLC 12, attachment JLC 13, and attachment JLC 14 were listed in that spreadsheet. And we're not sure if that was because those are the same ones that we needed to provide the slip sheets for. Several of those files are quite large, and we had some issues uploading that, again, commission staff were very kind to help us with, but we wanted to confirm that those are in the record, that those are available. We do anticipate some questions today based on several of those exhibits. So just want to clarify that those are available, will be moved into the record, and again, that we will be able to pull those up today.
Mr. Martin? Oh, Mr. Crane?
Yeah, I can speak to that. I do have access to those exhibits. They are large files, so if you could give a heads up at maybe the beginning of your testimony, which ones that you will need to pull up. That would be helpful, but yes, I have those.
It's the lady behind the curtain.
Sorry. All right. Sounds like that's on track. So with that, hearing exhibit 600 is admitted. Again, putting aside the one dispute over Mr. Peterson, is there any objection to admitting all the exhibits associated with hearing exhibit 600 with the modifications mentioned by Ms. Shields? Ms. Shields?
Yes, and Mr. Chair, again, hearing exhibit 202, Mr. Peterson, I don't think we're not prepared to stipulate to that, as you've indicated. There were two additional exhibits that El Paso County filed, but they were not provided as attachments to testimony. We assume it's possible that they may have wanted to do cross, but at this stage, we do not admit to or agree to the admission of hearing exhibit 205 and hearing exhibit 206. That said, we're not going to launch any objections at this stage to them trying to move them into the record or use them. But again, they were just not filed with testimony. So, or not prepared to stipulate to those at this point.
And I guess, Mr. Martin, I assume you can just introduce those evidence when you cross-examine the company's witness. Would that be an acceptable way for you to get those exhibits in the evidence?
It is, Mr. Chair. We have no intention of moving exhibit 205. We'll get to 206 if the need arises.
Okay. With that, all the hearing exhibits on hearing exhibit 600 are admitted, subject to the exceptions we just discussed. I guess that's all on my list. Should we jump into the discussion on Mr. Peterson?
Mr.
Yeah, go ahead,
Excuse me.
Mr. Craigs.
Mr. Chairman, before we get to Mr. Peterson, there's just one preliminary from staff. We are in possession of two emails that I think came out during the public comment hearing. And I think you, Mr. Chairman, had expressed interest in those being placed into the record. They were given to us by Director White. And so we've placed them in our box.com folder and marked them as exhibits 601 and 602. We can give them to the commission so that you can review them. And then if you want to place them into the record, I think that's fine with us. But we wanted to provide them since you had expressed interest in them at the public comment hearing.
All right. Yeah, if you can make commission counsel aware of them, that'd be great.
Sure. They're in our box.com folder. They're marked as exhibits 601 and 602. And if commission counsel would like me to email them to her, she can, if you want, Ms. Dundas, just send me an email and I'll be happy to email them to you.
Thank you, Mr. Craigs. I see them in your box, and just to be clear, staff's not suggesting to, I see you label them as 600, so.
Yeah, staff is not moving these into evidence. I think we just wanted to provide them to the commission in case the commissioners wanted to move them into evidence. We just wanted to make sure they were available.
Okay, so this could also be uploaded as public comment administratively on our side as well.
I believe so. I think it's up to you guys. We just wanted to make sure that you had them since the chairman had expressed interest in them at the public comment hearing.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Craigs.
And excuse, Mr. Chair, I don't know that we're familiar with those documents. To the extent that perhaps Mr. Craigs could circulate them to counsel for parties, or at least to us, just so we could see what those are. It sounds like no one is moving them into the evidence.
I can send them out to counsel for parties. And
Thank
again,
you.
I mean, staff is not asking to move them into evidence. So I assume the commission would also let us see them before they go into the record here. But we'll send an email out and circulate them to the parties.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other preliminary matters other than the ones surrounding Mr. Peterson? All right, hearing none, I'd just say for me personally, I was not aware of this issue until recently. So we may need some time or break to talk to council and figure out what to do. But I don't know who wants to go first. Ms. Shields, Mr. Crakes.
I think I can speak to Mr. Peterson, Mr. Chairman. The summary of sort of the long and winding road that got us here is in the the joint filing that Public Service COSA and staff made yesterday. But essentially, Mr. Peterson is the former Fire Safety and Wildlife Mitigation Program Manager at the El Paso County Planning Department, former as of yesterday. He filed testimony in this proceeding, which is Hearing Exhibit 202, which was then withdrawn by the county with a sort of cryptic statement that they were withdrawing it because of the duty of candor, and there were reasons that fell under attorney-client privilege that they weren't disclosing. Mr. Peterson then filed a public comment on the commission's docket on February 1st, saying that he would like to explain to the commission what he was told to do and not to do with respect to this proceeding. Now, I contacted counsel for El Paso County on Monday. The comment was filed on Sunday. I contacted them on Monday to say, will you make Mr. Peterson available at the hearing? I was initially told that they would not. I followed up to ask whether Mr. Peterson was still employed by El Paso County, because if he's employed by a party, I can't contact him except through his counsel. I was told at the time that he was, but then yesterday, 3 days after filing this public comment, he was apparently terminated, and Mr. Martin was kind enough to provide me with that information. So upon learning that he was no longer represented by counsel, I reached out to him directly and had a very interesting conversation with him yesterday about some points that he would like to clarify with the commission. I would prefer not to repeat them here because I think it would be better to hear them directly from him rather than having me, potentially testify. But I can tell you they are extremely relevant and I think, salient to the issues that the commission needs to decide in this case. Mr. Peterson has told me that he is available this morning. I have not provided him with the Zoom link to this hearing. I did not want to do so without the commission's permission. But if the commission would like to hear his testimony, I can get him on the Zoom and we can hear from him.
And what's your proposal to the commission? Assume we're not going to make any motion on our own behalf. What's your proposal? Is there a motion that are you asking us to do something? What are you asking us to do?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think staff, COSA, and PSCO jointly, I think, would ask to have Mr. Peterson called as a witness. Staff believes it is important for the commission to get the full picture here and get the full record, and what Mr. Peterson has to say is certainly part of that. We would also ask that Mr. Peterson, if the commission is amenable to it, be called out of order and be called first so that we can follow up then with the county's other witnesses on things that Mr. Peterson says, and particularly if there are any objections to hearsay, that we can ask the county's witnesses directly whether they made the statements that Mr. Peterson may say that they made.
So 2 requests. And who's calling him? Is staff?
I suppose it would be staff, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
So he'd be appearing as a staff, a last-minute staff witness called today, and the ask is that he be called out of order first. So those are the 2 asks.
I suppose. I mean, the more important of the 2 would be that he be allowed to appear so that he can tell the commission what he has to say. I will tell you, I don't have questions for him other than, Mr. Peterson, could you please tell the commission what you told me yesterday? And then I think the commissioners, you could follow up if you have follow-up questions.
Mr. Martin, any reactions to requests?
Well, Mr. Chair, I have to say this is an awkward and unusual situation. When we withdrew Mr. Peterson's answer testimony, we did so very clearly because we believed we had a duty of candor to the tribunal pursuant to both the civil procedure and rules of professional conduct. We stand by that. Mr. Peterson is not our witness. He does not represent El Paso County, and we've been really clear about that. It's not clear to me what his testimony can provide in addition to what you'll hear from witnesses today and tomorrow. Mr. Peterson has, I suppose, every right to testify to the substance of the application and his view of that application. To the extent Mr. Peterson wants to testify to advice of counsel, that is clearly protected by attorney-client privilege, and we would insist upon an in-camera review of his testimony if we get to that. It's all tied up with Mr. Peterson's employment situation, which we have endeavored to be sensitive to. Apparently, we will have to be a little less sensitive if we go into this, Mr. Chairman, but we don't have an objection to him providing substantive comment. We will object, and strenuously so, to any attempt at delving into the attorney-client privilege, which is not his to waive, it's El Paso County's to waive, and El Paso County does not waive that attorney-client privilege.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may
Can I
respond.
just ask a clarifying question to Mr. Martin? So you're okay if Mr. Peterson testifies this morning? It sounds like you're okay even if he testifies first, but your concern is that there is attorney-client privilege between the county and Mr. Peterson, and you're not willing to waive it. So am I accurately summing up your position?
Mr. Chair, yes, the only final point is that we would insist upon the right of cross-examination if you do call Mr. Peterson.
Okay. I'm not calling him. Staff is calling him. Mr. Crakes?
Well, I just 2 points. One, staff would consent to cross-examination. I think due process requires it, and we would be fine with them cross-examining the witness, just like any other fact witness that would be called the day of a trial in a courtroom. Secondly, nothing Mr. Peterson told me was anything that was conveyed to him by counsel, either for the county or for or Mr. Martin or his colleagues. So I don't believe that attorney-client privilege is at play. I would be happy to give a brief summary of his testimony, but I don't want to do so without the chair's permission. And I think maybe we could do that either off the record or in a confidential session, because I don't want to do so. I don't want to speak for him publicly.
I don't think I want you speaking for him.
That is
either.
fair, Mr. Chairman.
I think attorney testimony is not a good idea. Mr. Martin, are you prepared to cross Mr. Peterson first, or do you want to bring him back? Or so it sounds like as long as the commission ensures that there's no breach of attorney of a privilege, it sounds like you're fine on due process grounds allowing this to move forward.
Mr. Chair, ideally, we'd hear from Mr. Krakis a sort of proffer of evidence that would allow us to determine whether or not we're prepared at the moment to do cross.
Okay. Mr. Crakes, with Mr. Martin's suggestion, you want to do that proffer?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. So the proffer would be as follows. Mr. Peterson told me there are two main salient points to his testimony. The first is that he alleges that he was told by Carrie Parsons, the county's main planning witness. He was told prior to reviewing the submittal by XL, so before he had reviewed anything, he was told that he should disapprove of the submittal because the county commissioners did not want it to go through. staff believes this is salient because it shows that the fix was in from the beginning and that the county's reasons for denying the application are pretextual. Secondly, Mr. Peterson told me that
You can stick to the facts and not.
well, no, I mean, I'm making a proffer. I'm trying to explain the relevance of the evidence. I apologize. Secondly, Mr. Peterson told me that when the wildfire mitigation plan was submitted, it was uploaded onto a county website, but was not added to the plan review software that he used as part of his job. And he was fairly new at that job and did not realize that the file could be added without being uploaded into the county software. So what he told me was that he was not aware of the wildfire mitigation plan and did not review it before the application was denied. I will refrain from explaining staff's view of the relevance of that, but I think the commission can, come to its own conclusion.
Mr. Martin?
Mr. Chair, I appreciate Mr. Krakis's proffer. None of it is particularly new, but we will have to confer with one or two employees at the county and probably prepare them to be added as witnesses to respond to Mr. Peterson's testimony. I don't feel capable of being a witness, don't want to be a witness, can't be a witness. But we have witnesses readily available who can respond to Mr. Peterson if you decide to let someone call him.
And Mr. Chairman, that is why staff is asking that Mr. Peterson be called out of order.
So I guess, Mr. Martin, are you objecting to Mr. Peterson being called first, to being called as a witness and being called first, if you could put on witnesses tomorrow to respond? So just help me understand what so as I understand it, staff is proposing that Mr. Peterson be called as a witness today, and being called out of order. So I'm just trying to see, I'm clear you objected to him violating attorney-client privilege. Do you have any other objection to that? And if so, what are the conditions you're looking for to withdraw that objection?
Chair, I think El Paso already replied to that.
I'm not clear, so if they could restate it, that'd be great.
Mr. Chair, we'll withdraw, if to the extent we've stated an objection, we'll withdraw that objection, but I'll remind the chair and commissioners that these relate to the reasons for the withdrawal of Mr. Peterson's testimony. We'll do it all over again. It's not my idea of a good time, but we'll provide some witnesses.
Ms. Dundas, so just let me, so there's, would you like to characterize where we're at here?
Sure, Chair. I think I'm hearing that staff is calling as a witness Mr. Peterson, and they'd like to start the day with that. Mr. Martin hasn't lodged an objection to Mr. Peterson appearing and giving testimony. Mr. El Paso will, of course, have the opportunity to cross after the direct testimony is provided. I believe Mr. Martin said that they don't know if they're prepared to cross until they hear the scope of direct, which makes sense. And then obviously if any question starts to delve in or requires an answer that would breach attorney-client privilege, then would be the chance to raise the objection to attorney-client privilege, and we'd handle it at that point.
And then it sounded like another condition was Mr. Martin asked for the opportunity to bring back in additional county witnesses, potentially depending on what Mr. Peterson said.
I think that's something that you would bring up to the parties if and when that occurs during the course of trial.
Mr. Martin, are you okay with that characterization of where we're at?
We'll proceed with that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Shields, does that work for you?
Yes, certainly to the extent that new witnesses were being added. I'm not comfortable right now stipulating to that, but happy to deal with that as that comes up.
Given the timing, I think we're gonna allow the county some flexibility to respond. So, Mr. Craigs,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
any objection to where we're at on all this?
No,
As
I
someone as
think all of that
done.
sounds quite reasonable.
Commissioner Plan, any concerns? Commissioner Gilman?
No concerns.
Ms. Dundas?
Just on a logistics perspective, staff, are you providing the link to Mr. Peterson, or is that something we'll need to do on our end?
Excuse me, I just muted myself accidentally. I will provide it right now if the commission has given its permission.
And just one question for Mr. Martin. Are you going to be prepared to cross-examine Mr. Peterson now, or do we need to somehow bring him back, or are you able to cross-examine him first thing, or does it depend on what he says?
Mr. Chair, may I defer answering that until we hear Mr. Peterson?
Of course. All right. Any other preliminary matters? All right. Mr. Craigs, if you want to bring forward Mr. Peterson.
So Mr. Peterson, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I just sent Mr. Peterson the Zoom link once I got your permission. I'm wondering if we can have a 5-minute recess so that I can call him and make sure that he jumps on the call.
Yeah, let's take a break till 9:35.
All right,
9:35.
You can take notes really fast.
Can you click that and make sure your audio's on?
Yeah, audio's coming through.
Now click it again if you don't mind. Just mute your
Mr. Crakes, are you out there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am here, and we are prepared to call Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson, can you turn on your camera, please? Can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Then put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes.
Mr. Crakes, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Peterson, were you the Fire Safety and Wildfire Mitigation Program Manager for the El Paso County Planning Department?
Yes, I was.
And have you since been terminated?
Yes, I have.
And that was yesterday, correct?
It was, I believe it was the 3rd, roughly 4:35 I received that email.
Okay, so that would be a couple days after you filed a public comment in this proceeding.
That's correct.
Can you, and in your public comment, I believe you said you wanted to say what you were told to do and not to do with respect to public services application, and that's at issue in this case, right?
Correct.
Can you please relay to the commission what you told me yesterday during our telephone conversation?
Prior to my review of the Excel Pathways application, I was told by Carrie Parsons outside my office one morning that I should disapprove the plan because the Board of County Commissioners did not want it to go through.
And was there anything else you told me about the wildfire mitigation plan specifically?
So on May 7th, the Xcel Energy State Wildfire Mitigation Plan was uploaded to the EDARP website, which for El Paso County, but it was not uploaded to the Bluebeam software, which I was instructed to review plans through. And so I did not see it until months later.
And can you explain what the effect of that was on the application?
The effect of that was I did not see any change in submittals, and I didn't review it. The plan submitted was for the entire state. It wasn't specific to the county, and it wasn't specific to the project even. It was a start in the right direction, but I don't think that it would have changed the approval, but it was a move in the right direction.
And to be clear, you just didn't review this plan before making your recommendations to the Board of Commissioners. Is that right?
Correct. The first time I saw this plan was at the July 24th hearing. I was not aware of its existence prior to that.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell us today, Mr. Peterson, before I turn you over to the commissioners and county council for cross-examination?
Not at this time, no.
Mr. Peterson, I just want to thank you for being here today. I may get a chance to talk to you again on redirect, but I appreciate you coming in today. Mr. Chairman, he's available for commissioner questioning.
No, I'm gonna, Mr. Martin, do you want to cross Mr. Peterson now, or are you prepared, or would you like to have that done in a later time?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I have a few questions for Mr. Peterson now, if that's all right.
No, now would be appropriate.
Mr. Peterson, can you hear and see me?
Yes, sir, I can.
My name is Jim Martin. If I need to reintroduce myself, and I'm outside counsel to El Paso County, I'm going to ask you a few questions about your testimony, and then we can move on. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. Mr. Peterson, when did you first learn that you'd failed to review the final plan filed by Excel on May 7th?
I don't remember the exact date. I believe it was in I believe it was in the month of November.
In November? Not December?
I don't remember if it was November or December. I do
All right.
remember that it was.
Okay. Do you remember when the county placed you on administrative leave?
Yes, I was placed on administrative leave December 19th.
Okay. Did the county provide you with some initial notice of intent to terminate your employment on January 27?
I believe that I was provided that on January 29th.
Close enough. Did you file public comment on February 1st, Mr. Peterson?
I believe it was.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so January 29th, I was made aware of a hearing, a dismissal hearing. February 1st is, I believe, when I made the comment to the public utilities on this case.
So around February 1st, is that right, Mr. Peterson?
That's correct.
Thank you. And you were terminated on February 3rd, is that right?
That's correct.
All righty. Did you tell the attorney who introduced you this morning, Mr. Peterson, that the county gave you notice of their intent to terminate your employment on January 27th?
I don't recall what I told the attorney about when the county intended to have the pre-dismissal meeting, as the letter stated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Chair, that's all the questions I have at this moment.
Okay. Commissioner Plank, questions for Mr. Peterson?
Good morning, Mr. Peterson. Yeah, just a couple to clarify. So you mentioned that the wildfire mitigation plan was uploaded to the EDARP and not to the software that you use for your review. Who's responsible for uploading that to each of those things?
The applicant is responsible for uploading the plans to EDARP, and then the project manager, who's also the planner, is responsible for uploading things submitted from EDARP into Bluebeam for review.
Okay, so the county planner, it was their responsibility to put it from EDARP into the software that you use for review, and that wasn't done.
Correct.
So we had heard you mentioned that you were told by someone to disprove the plan because the county didn't want it to go through. Do you usually approve or disapprove the plans? One of the things that we saw in testimony was staff had indicated that they don't recommend approval or disapproval. They leave that to the commission. But does your role as the fire chief, if that's your title, I'm sorry, do you approve or disapprove, or do you just present to your findings to the county?
It's just presenting my findings to the county. It was my role was when I was the fire safety and wildfire mitigation program manager, and I recommended disapproval due to lack of information provided.
And would that recommendation have changed had you seen the plan? I think you mentioned that it was moving in the right direction, but it wasn't entirely where you thought it needed to be. What would have changed had you seen that earlier?
The plan submitted provided much greater detail on how things would proceed in a wildfire, as well as mitigation around the power lines. It also referenced the public safety power shutoff. And while it wouldn't have been approvable in my eyes, it was certainly an attempt to do the right thing and submit the correct materials.
Do you feel like, and this may be a little bit of sort of guesswork just because it didn't happen, but had you received that initial plan, do you feel like you would have had not that far to get Excel to move, and there might have been a greater chance of trying to achieve the kinds of things that you thought were necessary? Whereas without getting any plan, which is sort of what you thought had happened, they were pretty far off. Is that?
Yes, I believe that had I reviewed that plan in a timely manner prior to the Board of County Commissioners meeting, I could have furthered the conversation with Excel through review comments to get them to an acceptable position with their documents.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any further questions.
Commissioner Gellman.
Hi, Mr. Peterson. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just have a couple questions. So I want to make sure I'm tracking appropriate. So it sounds like you were not aware that there was a county specific or more localized wildfire response plan. I have that right when you conducted your review.
Correct.
Okay. I think in your review to the county, then you identified that fact that it was either overly general or not specific to the site or the county. I have that correct also?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm curious, did anyone else at the county, to your knowledge, identify that this document or this additional information that you were seeking, in fact, did exist in this other database?
I had no indication that anyone else was aware of it at the time of the hearing. I only became aware of it later.
Okay, what's like the relative time frame of the hearing? Just so I understand.
So the document was submitted on May 7th, 2025, I believe.
Okay.
And the hearing was July 24th, 2025. I became aware of it sometime in November, December of 2025.
Okay. Thank you, appreciate it. Those are my only questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I do not have any additional questions. Mr. Craig's given this witness. I'd request you keep redirect brief, but go ahead.
Redirect will be very brief, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Peterson, do you remember being asked by El Paso County's attorneys whether you were placed on administrative leave on December 19th, 2025?
I did not speak with any attorneys on
No, I mean today.
Oh,
today during your cross-exam. Were you placed on leave on December 19th, 2025?
Yes, I was.
Did you send me an email yesterday that you had sent to yourself on December 18th, 2025?
Yes, I did.
That has been marked as hearing exhibit 403 in staffsbox.com folder. Could we see that email? No, not from you, Mr. Peterson. I'm sorry. That Ms. Federico or whoever is running the Zoom will be able to pull that up. So if you could just scroll down a little bit. Mr. Peterson, this is an email from you to yourself, I believe the day before you were placed on administrative leave, essentially restating what you said today about Carrie Parsons telling you that the county commissioners wanted this disapproved. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So is it fair to say that your story was the same before you were placed on administrative leave and terminated as it is today?
That's correct.
I have no further questions. Mr. Peterson, again, I thank you for your time for coming in today. I appreciate it, particularly
Hold
given your
on.
employment situation.
Hold on, Mr. Peterson, stay here. Just stay available, please. Mr. Martin, any objection if we excuse Mr. Peterson? You can take down this exhibit.
Not for the moment, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
And
Peterson?
Oh, I
you got
apologize.
Mr. Griggs.
I would just move to admit that email, hearing exhibit 403.
I would object, Mr. Chair. We haven't had a chance to review it. It just became available. Its relevancy is unclear. We'd object for the moment.
Yeah, that objection is sustained. Mr. Peterson, are you available for the rest of today if we need to call you back, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and are you available tomorrow if we need to call you tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. With that, Mr. Peterson is temporarily excused. The exhibit is not admitted, but may be admitted later. And for now, you can be excused, Mr. Peterson. So thank you.
Thank you.
I guess should we proceed with Mr. Lunar? Is that where we're at, Miss Shields?
Yes, I believe the company is prepared to move forward with Mr. Lunar.
Mr. Lunar, can you hold up your right hand, sir? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes.
Back to you, Ms. Shields.
Good morning, Mr. Lunar. Are you the same witness who submitted supplemental direct and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
I believe that all of Mr. Lunar's testimonies and attachments have been admitted into the record. And so with that, I'd like to make Mr. Lunar available for cross-examination.
Mr. Martin, cross-examination of Mr. Lunar.
Good morning, Mr. Lunar. How are you today?
Morning. Doing well. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. My name is Jim Martin. You probably have already discerned that, but I'm counsel for El Paso County, and I have actually more than a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Don't hesitate to tell me if you don't understand a question, and we can call up a hearing exhibit at any time if you have any questions about what I'm about to ask you.
Yes.
Great, thank you. So your direct testimony, exhibit 101, Mr. Lumen, you claim the county had, and I'm quoting here, other motives, close quote, for denying the permit applications. Can you tell us what you think those other motives were?
Would you please bring up that testimony so I can review that and comment on it?
Absolutely. I don't know behind, there we go. Could we go to page 29, please? Is it possible to blow that up a little bit? Thank you very much. Line 1, you see the reference to other motives, Mr. Lunar?
Yes.
Take a second to review that, and then I can ask you the question again if you'd like.
Yeah.
When you referred to the county's, quote, other motives for denying the siting permit, what were you referring to, Mr. Lunar?
I'm referring to exactly the statements from the county commissioners or from Commissioner Nelson specifically that is listed in my testimony.
So you're referring to the comments of a single commissioner, is that right, Mr. Lunar?
Yes, I am.
All righty. So is it fair to say you believe the commission had unstated reasons to deny the 1041 permit application?
Yes, that is the position that I expressed in my testimony.
So lines 3 and 4 of this exhibit on this page, Mr. Lunar, here you argued that the members of the Board of County Commissioners, and I'm quoting now, had a strong belief that the pathway project should not be located in the county. What's your basis for making that claim?
My basis is explained on the very next line, where Commissioner Nelson states that he's trying to grasp what the benefit is to the area because currently there is none. That indicates that Commissioner Nelson viewed that this line is not serving El Paso County and therefore should not be located in El Paso County.
So you've inferred from that, Mr. Lunar, if I'm understanding you correctly, that the comment of Mr. Nelson signifies that the county didn't want the route passing through El Paso County, is that right?
That is the position that I took in this testimony, yes.
All right. So no references to other commissioners in your reasoning, Mr. Lunar?
Not that I provided here, however, the entire transcript is also provided in the proceeding here.
Yes, you're right, it is. Did the written resolution of the Board of County Commissioners, which adverted to more than that reason, did that enter into your calculations, Mr. Lunar?
It did. And I noted that the board passed a resolution explaining their reasons for rejecting it. As I am indicating here, the company is taking the position that there are unstated reasons beyond those explained in the board resolution.
The company's taking that position, Mr. Lunar?
Yes.
What's your position?
My position is the same.
All righty. So the board's resolution didn't actually say that. You're inferring, Mr. Lunar?
Yes, I am stating that there are reasons that the county sought to deny this permit that it did not enumerate in its resolution.
So did any of the county's filings state that clearly, Mr. Lunar?
Did any of the county's filings? No, I believe the county has stood behind its resolution.
I think you're right. Did the answer testimony of the chair of the Board of County Commissioners say that, Mr. Chair, Mr. Lunar, rather?
Not that I recall, but again, the company's position here is that the county had reasons that it was not willing to state on the record.
And you attribute that entirely to the fact that they have an unstated desire to disapprove the application, is that right? Am I fairly summarizing you?
Yes.
All righty. So did you review the criteria for approval of a 1041 permit application before preparing your testimony?
I did not review it in detail, but I consulted extensively with Ms. Chester. And if you want to discuss 1041 approval criteria, I suggest you discuss that with Ms. Chester.
Yes, I intend to do that. Were you aware that benefit to the local community is one of the criteria?
Yes, I am aware.
So you wouldn't classify Mr. Nelson's testimony as falling into that criterion?
No, because I think the company put forward extensive information about the benefit to the county in its application that, again, I suggest you discuss that at more length with Ms. Chester. However, my view is that this is dismissing the information that the company brought forward in its application and explaining that they did not see a reason that this needed to be located in El Paso County.
So changing subjects slightly, Mr. Lunar, you also cite to several public comments that could fairly be said to be critical of the application. Do you think the commissioners simply vote the way some members of the public express themselves?
No.
Then why did you quote those comments, Mr. Lunar?
Because I believe they illustrate the public input that the commissioners had received when they were considering the company's application.
Do you remember, Mr. Lunar, whether the commission took comment from supporters of the project?
Yes, there was one individual who spoke in support of the project. All others spoke in opposition.
Those are just those who appeared before the county commissioners, is that right?
Yes.
Alrighty. We could go to page 30 of this testimony, please. So page 30 here, you make the comment, I believe, scroll down a little bit. That Elbert County rejected the permit application that had been filed there. And then you state that it was error on Elbert County's part to do so. Do you think that, well, is that a fair summary, Mr. Lunar?
Could you please scroll down?
Do you see it there, Mr. Lunar?
Sorry, let me read this. I don't know that I agree with your characterization that I said here that the company believed Elbert County's denial to be an error.
Do you believe, is your testimony that you believe that the company had the right to seek an application for reversal of Elbert County's decision?
Yes, I did state that.
That's fair. Should the county commissioners in El Paso County have assumed that the PUC would overrule the Elbert County decision?
The company never asked them to assume that. The county questioned the viability of the project given Elbert's denial. And as I explained here, and as the company explained to the county commission in that hearing, there are avenues for the company to seek relief. And the conclusion that the county reached that Elbert's denial was final was not supported by the facts.
So what, Mr. Loomer, would you have advised the county commission in El Paso County to do with the rejection by Elbert County?
I don't know that I can comment on what specifically I would tell them to do. It's simply one data point. It's not one that is conclusive.
All right. Is it true, Mr. Lunar, that at least currently segment 5 is scheduled to be in operation by roughly 2027?
That is the company's planned in service date as the pathway project was planned.
Great. Could we go to page 32 of this exhibit, please? Mr. Luna, there's a discussion on this page. If we could scroll down just a bit. There's a discussion that a delay in constructing the project could have adverse reliability implications. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would that be in the out years, Mr. Lunar, since it's not planned to go into operation until 2027?
I think that question misconstrues construction versus in operation. Having segment 5 in operation in 2027 requires that construction begin this year.
Fair enough. Is it possible, Mr. Lunar, that the Public Utilities Commission could order some remedy to the county's claims that would allow segment 5 to be constructed? Or is this a binary or yes or no decision?
I'm not sure I follow.
That's fair.
Is your question that does this commission have the ability to adopt conditions in their approval?
Yes, how about that?
I think that's within the prerogative of the commission when they issue their decision.
So denial or approval are not the only two options?
No, I don't believe that to be the commission's only two options in any application that the company files.
Thank you. Same page, you state that the company had no reasonable path to amicably resolve these issues with the county. You see that, Mr. Lunar?
Yes,
How do you know that?
because the company's siting permit was denied by the county after multiple years of process. The company was not clear from that denial what it could have changed to gain approval, which meant that the entire permitting process would have started from scratch and taken multiple years to have the potential for approval. So when the company says reasonable path, we mean a reasonable path that does not substantially jeopardize the completion of this project.
So to your knowledge, Mr. Lunar, did anyone at Excel have a conversation with the county about whether there was an alternative path forward?
I can't speak to that.
Alrighty. Did you attend the Board of County Commissioners hearing in July of 2025, Mr. Lunar?
No, I did not attend.
All right. Did you review the transcript or the video?
I have at times. I can't say that I am intimately familiar with it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lunar, I didn't hear the last part.
I have reviewed it. I can't say that I'm intimately familiar with it.
Fair enough. Do you remember members of the commission asking the company to commit to installing additional Pano AI cameras along the route?
I don't recall the specific conversations, but I am aware that conversations about Pano AI cameras were had at that hearing.
Do you remember hearing commissioners express some concerns about reliance upon volunteer fire district capacities?
I do.
Thank you. Do you remember them saying they might have reached a different result if the company had agreed to install cameras?
I don't recall that specifically. If you want to pull up the transcript, we could look at that.
Could we pull up Exhibit 103, please? And go to, oops. It's a large document, Mr. Lunar. I apologize for the delay. So if you go to page 214, please. No, I'm sorry.
This appears to be my supplemental direct testimony rather than the attachment.
So we're looking for attachment JML4.
Thank you.
1 second.
And again, we're going to page 214. And to whomever's running this, if we could blow it up just a little bit, my poor eyesight is at fault. I apologize. And could we find Ms. Williams' testimony on that page? Up again, I apologize. Maybe near the top. You see lines, oops, 2 through 4, Mr. Lunar?
Yes, I do. And just if we could scroll up another page just so I can confirm that I'm looking at, okay, this is Vice Chair Williams' statement.
All righty, thank you. If we could return to Exhibit 101, Mr. Lunar's direct testimony. Mr. Lunar, on this page, if we could scroll down just a little bit, you suggest here, I think, let me know if I'm not being fair here, but that the proposed facility is consistent with El Paso County's land use ordinances and master plans?
That is the company's position. If you want to discuss that position in more detail, I suggest you speak with Ms. Chester.
Thank you. Did you do your own analysis of the land use code, Mr. Lunar?
I did not. The company has other siting and permitting experts who reached that conclusion.
Did you review the master plan in any kind of detail?
I have reviewed it in the course of this proceeding. Again, I am not the company's independent source of this assertion. I suggest you discuss that at more length with Ms. Chester.
So you were relying in that statement on testimony from Ms. Chester. Is that a fair statement?
In part, yes.
Do you think, Mr. Chester, that the Board of County Commissioners might have more expertise in reviewing its own plans and codes than, say, you or I?
I don't know that I necessarily agree with that statement. I don't think there is anything unique or inaccessible about the county's codes or master plan that don't allow other individuals to develop that expertise.
All right. Is it your argument, Mr. Lunar, or the company's argument that wildfire risk is not a significant natural hazard in eastern El Paso County?
The company's position is not about the level of risk of wildfire. It is about the impact that segment 5 will have. The company certainly recognizes that wildfire risk is something that meaningfully needs to be addressed. The question in this proceeding is whether the company has adequately done so, and the company strongly believes that it has.
So is it the company's position, Mr. Lunar, that transmission lines are rarely responsible for ignitions, or that they're never responsible for ignitions?
The company's position is that it follows applicable industry and engineering standards to appropriately minimize the risk of wildfire associated with transmission facilities. And that further, it has a commission-approved wildfire mitigation plan that layers other, layers of defense into our practices and procedures. And that together, the following of standards and the wildfire mitigation plan are appropriate risk mitigations for the risks that may exist.
Given that, Mr. Lunar, do you think that it's rare but not impossible that transmission lines can be responsible for ignitions?
I don't think it's impossible, but the company also operates transmission lines in El Paso County today in areas of higher risk than locations where the pathway project will be constructed.
Right, we do recognize that, but we're trying to focus in on the proposed pathway project in eastern El Paso County.
Yes.
Mr. Lunar, do you remember that you provided some guidance on the meaning of the appeal statute that calls for striking a balance between local government action and statewide interests?
Could you please pull that reference up directly?
I think I'll pass on that, Mr. Lunar, and we'll go to the next question if that's all right.
Okay.
Could we go to Exhibit 104, please? Mr. Lunar, in your rebuttal testimony, you cited extensively to staff's and the Colorado Energy Office's answer testimony. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you communicate in any way with representatives of PUC staff or Colorado Energy Office in crafting their answer testimony?
I communicated with employees of staff and the Colorado Energy Office prior to their filing of answer testimony about the company's application and the company's position. The company did not make any statements about what positions it sought staff or CEO to take in their testimony.
With whom did you correspond or speak, Mr. Lunar?
I spoke with the witnesses that are testifying in this proceeding for both staff and CEO.
So is it my understanding that, is it correct that you conveyed to them the positions that the county or that the company was planning to take in its testimony?
The company spoke after it had already filed its direct case. And this is an admittedly dense record. Both staff and CEO had questions from us about what evidence and information we had that supported our assertions. We met with staff and CEO to help clarify and point them to the information that they sought.
So this was for answer testimony, is that right?
Yes.
So at that point, they hadn't seen the answer testimony to be provided by the county, had they?
No, they had not.
All right. So we go to page 10 of the answer test of the hearing exhibit 104, please. Could we scroll down just a little bit to the discussion of fire, please? So, Mr. Lunar, I gather from your statement of qualifications that you have extensive experience as a regulatory policy analyst. Is that right?
Yes, I have well over a decade of experience working in utility regulation.
That would be extensive. What's your background in wildfire mitigation, Mr. Lunar?
I do not have any background in wildfire mitigation. My statements in this are summarizing the company's position, and you can discuss this at more length with Mr. Koretich.
I'm going to digress for a moment, Mr. Lunar. You can save me some embarrassment by helping me understand how to pronounce your colleague's name.
Yes, Mr. Koretich.
Thank you. So you were basically reinforcing his testimony?
Yes, I'm through my rebuttal testimony, I am offering somewhat of a roadmap of the company's rebuttal position.
Alrighty. On the same page, Mr. Lunar, you suggest the county's claims are vague at best, if I can use your words.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do you think the county's repeated requests for information on wildfire and emergency responses were vague?
No, and the company was responsive to each of those requests. And as we heard this morning, it appears that the county's experts were not provided the extensive information that the company had filed with the county.
Yes, we heard from a former employee of the county who didn't testify to the value of your site-specific analysis, but you're right otherwise. Have you heard of the 117 fire, Mr. Lunar?
The name sounds vaguely familiar. I don't know that I could recite any information about that fire.
Do you think that people who live along the pathway route might sincerely worry about fire, Mr. Lunar?
Yes, I believe that they do sincerely worry about fire. I think what we heard in the BOCC's hearing and in the public comment hearing held by this commission, people are significantly concerned about emergency preparedness in their community and their ability to, protect themselves in the event of a fire.
Do you think they might justifiably worry about the capacity of volunteer fire districts to respond in a timely way?
Yes, I think we've heard extensive public comment that the emergency services in Eastern El Paso County are a major concern for the residents.
Thank you. We go to page 13 of this document, please. Mr. Lunar, a little bit, scroll down a little bit. You refer in your testimony here, I believe that, and this is not an exact quote, but I believe you suggest the company remains willing to continue working with the county on reasonable project-specific mitigation measures?
Absolutely. The company has a history of working with communities, working with local governments, working with emergency services to ensure public safety. It's a core tenet of our business.
So what do you think a reasonable project-specific mitigation measure might be, Mr. Lunar?
I suggest you discuss that at more length with Mr. Koretich, but as I've discussed, the company, constructs these projects based on engineering standards that are industry specific. The company has a wildfire mitigation plan. There are opportunities within that plan for greater coordination between the county and the company on things such as information sharing, access to the Paso AI camera network. The company remains willing to engage with the county and with any jurisdiction in this state on how we can promote public safety.
So online safety programs, training, that sort of thing?
Among many others, I'm sure. I'm not an expert in how the company goes about those things, but I can state with confidence that the company is willing to be a partner in public safety with the county.
How about establishing permit programs for hot work on windy days? Is that something that you think the company would consider?
I think you'd have to speak with Ms. Chester specifically about it. I do know that that is something that our construction contractors work extensively with local emergency services about.
Do you think hot work on a windy day is a risk, Mr. Lunar?
I don't have any specific expertise to be able to comment on that, other than to say, I think that's something that the appropriate experts are certainly able to work out what the appropriate measures are.
When would they work that out, Mr. Lunar?
Prior to the start of construction.
Is something that could occur at the site development planning stage, Mr. Lunar?
I don't have enough specifics to be able to comment yes or no on that. I'm simply not aware.
All right. Do you know what a site development plan is, Mr. Lunar?
I have a vague familiarity with it. I'm not comfortable commenting on it here, though.
Do you believe that if the commission were to grant the company's appeal, that would void the requirement to prepare a site development plan?
You would need to discuss that with Ms. Chester. However, I will state, the company has every reason to avoid being the source of a wildfire. We have every reason to act responsibly and to be a good partner to the communities that we operate in. Whether the commission grants this application as the company has requested or with conditions, the company is going to engage in the same practices around safety and coordination with emergency services that it normally would. Ms. Chester can speak to that in more detail.
Going to page 30, I've lost track of what page we're on. On page 30, I'm not sure we can see it here, but my eyesight's getting in our way again. You say that ratepayers would bear the cost of any additional mitigation. Do you remember that, Mr. Lunar?
Yes, the company recovers all costs that it reasonably and prudently incurs and the rates that it charges to customers.
So is it the company's position, to the extent you can speak for the company, that requiring the expenditure of even $1 would be legally unacceptable?
No, that's not the position that the company has taken here.
What about $1 million, Mr. Lunar?
I can't speak to it with any specificity. Could you please scroll up a little bit on my testimony here? I think what I'm commenting on here, and this is echoing testimony that staff filed, so you can certainly speak with staff's witnesses about this as well. This is about additional mitigation impacts and about the balance between the cost of those impacts and the benefits that they may have to the community.
So who decides, Mr. Lunar? The company or the commission? Somebody else? Who decides what that balance is?
I believe ultimately at the end of the day, it would be this commission. The company has an obligation to incur costs that are prudent. And if we incur costs that are not prudent, there is a risk that this commission would disallow their recovery. And in determining whether those were prudent, the company would have to demonstrate that the costs bear a meaningful relationship to the benefits that they generate.
So do you, just as a hypothetical, Mr. Lunar, do you think that it's prudent in an area where there are no fire hydrants, perhaps to require installation of cisterns?
I can't comment to whether or not that would be prudent. I think that's a discussion for Mr. Karadich.
How about providing additional funds for a new ambulance? Is that a prudent expenditure, Mr. Lunar?
I can't comment in the abstract.
So your testimony is that the expenditure of $1 would be legally acceptable, but we can't put any upper bounds on it?
Again, it doesn't go to the quantity of cost. It goes to what those costs are incurred for.
All right, Mr. Lunar. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Martin. I see that's it for Mr. Lunar from the parties. Commissioner Plant, questions for Mr. Lunar?
Yeah, thank you. And maybe this sort of built off of what Mr. Martin was asking. Good morning, Mr. Lunar.
Morning.
So I just had one question. In your rebuttal testimony, you somewhat rejected the concept of the community benefits agreement that was raised by staff, and you say the company is somewhat concerned about the concept of a formalized community benefits agreement outside of or adjacent to ordinary permitting processes with respect to transmission projects. And then you went on to maintain that there's already benefits and that the county has the ability to make code changes. But would you accept that the specific programs might, or specific projects might present specific challenges that are not broadly experienced throughout a code, and that those specific instances might suggest specific mitigation measures that could be addressed within a community benefits agreement?
That's a good question. And I think, again, my concern with it is that it's about the boundaries of where that is appropriate, of where that starts to become some sort of additional process required adjacent to a 1041 permit versus a county's ability to, in their 1041 code, give them flexibility and give themselves tools to mitigate project-specific risks or concerns. So the company's position here is not that there is no room for collaboration and work with counties. it's more just expressing this concern that you are creating a process adjacent to permitting that has the potential to influence permitting and the risks to fairness that could introduce. You now have an ad hoc process without advance notice that utilities throughout Colorado are going to have to try to guess beyond what's stated in a county's 1041 code, what other things a county may expect in the granting of a permit.
But would you say, to your point around collaboration, and I know that you've done this in a variety of different counties just on this project, that collaboration or the components of that collaboration might be memorialized within something like what was suggested, a community benefits agreement?
You would need to speak with Ms. Chester specifically about, other counties for the pathway project. I can't comment. I'm not aware of community benefit agreements. I can't definitively say that there aren't any. I'm not aware of them though.
But I'm just saying you've obviously collaborated with those counties and you come up with agreements.
We have received permits from every county that the pathway project passes through, except for Elbert and El Paso, which have denied those permits, and Arapahoe, in which that permit is still pending.
And the permits that were granted in those cases, in some cases, I'm imagining there were some agreements by the company to do certain things that the county asked as a part of that process.
The county or the company complied with county permitting requirements. You would need to speak to Ms. Chester about those details. I know she'd be able to discuss that at length.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Gutman.
Hi, yeah, thanks. Good morning, Mr. Lunar.
Morning, Commissioner.
Just a few questions for you. The first is with regard to undergrounding, and if I'm better talking with Ms. Chester about these details, feel free to refer me. You indicated in your rebuttal that the company evaluated undergrounding, but essentially rejected it, and this is around page 25 of your rebuttal, based on well-established, this is your quote, well-established engineering, reliability, cost, and constructability considerations. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
I want to just better understand those considerations in a little more detail. Maybe you could start with the engineering and constructability to provide me with any more specifics on what that evaluation included and why those factors specifically led to you excluding that as a opportunity.
Yeah, and to take a step back further even than that, one thing I would point you to is the Commission's decision approving the pathway project and the settlement agreement that was reached among a group of parties in that proceeding. There is a settlement term specifically within that agreement that's reflected in the Commission's decision as well, finding that undergrounding is not appropriate for the pathway project. So that was kind of one of those foundational points that we operated on when thinking about undergrounding on this project. I think to move then to the next question that you had asked, the engineering and constructability of an underground 345 kV transmission line introduces significant complexity into this project. The company does not own or operate in Colorado any 345 kV underground line. So this would be a new asset class that the company is seeking to engineer, construct, own, and operate. That right there is one of the primary factors that we considered. And I'm not an expert in this, but my understanding is this is a double circuit transmission line. So it's got two circuits on it. The construction that would be required to build an underground transmission line of this nature is significant. This isn't about simply, trenching and burying a wire. This would be, building very substantially sized, significant underground duct banks that the cost multiple on for a project of this nature would be significant.
Thanks. You read my mind. The next item on that list, or one of them, was cost. And just curious for any additional detail as to scale or understanding of kind of the alternatives analysis or the company's understanding of cost comparison.
You might be able to discuss this at more length with Ms. Chester. I have some kind of mental benchmarks that I typically think of. That underground lines at a minimum are about 8 times as expensive as an overhead line. It can go up from there, depending on voltage class and complexity. So again, we're not talking about, minor additional charges. You're talking about multiple times of the comparable cost for an overhead line.
Okay. And just one more area of elaborating on the detail on that statement. Following that initial statement, you mentioned negative impacts on reliability, which I think is kind of contrary to the natural inclination that due to protection from storms and whatever, that underground would inherently likely be more reliable. So I just wanted to better understand that statement and upon what that is based to view the underground as a threat to reliability more than an enabler.
It's underground lines can be a bit of a double-edged sword in that they are less exposed to environmental conditions or events such as a storm. However, the repair of a fault on an underground line takes substantially longer and is substantially more expensive and difficult to do. So what I'm trying to caution there is that undergrounding a line is not this silver bullet for reliability. It brings benefits and drawbacks at the same time, and we have to balance both of those.
Okay. A question on outreach. I know the company has provided some significant information about its outreach, mostly particular to the county itself, it seems to me, in terms of identifying the instances and kind of main topic areas. I don't think we have perfect insight into everything that was said or went on, but we have a broad idea. I think what we have less insight into is your or the company and the company's contractors negotiations and outreach with the community more generally, rather than just the county commissioners, especially individual landowners you're negotiating with. I know companies probably aware. We've heard some significant criticisms in the public comment hearings, especially of individual landowners feeling that outreach was presumptuous, perhaps overly aggressive. So I just wanted to better understand if you could help me understand and characterize how the company views, especially your outreach more with individuals and landowners rather than Board of County Commissioners, which I think we've heard quite a bit about in testimony.
Yeah, I think that's a point of discussion that Ms. Chester would be able to address because it's her area of responsibility.
Got it. I'll move that to her. And then just wanted to follow up on something that you had said, I think, in response to Mr. Martin with regard to if the commission is faced here with a binary choice or, approval, denial, or can place conditions. You had indicated that you believe that the commission can apply individual conditions potentially. And I was curious upon what that presumption on your part is based about the commission's ability to not just approve or deny, but as a third option, perhaps modify or condition.
I mean, I would point to the commission's rules and practices governing applications generally. This is an application to the commission and is governed by those rules.
Thanks, Mr. Lunar. Those are my only questions, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 105, attachment JLC-26, which is a company document entitled Pathway Benefits to El Paso County. As I read this document, the company makes a series of commitments. For example, on page 2, the company agrees to repair any damaged roads through a defined process. Can we go down? Keep going down. Yeah, there you go. Do you see that, Mr. Lunar?
Are you looking at benefits during pre-construction or during construction? I'm just trying to
say during pre-construction.
Okay, is it the second bullet point there?
You say the first one.
Okay.
And then just keep reading through the second and third.
Yeah.
All right. So the question is, given that the 1041 permit application was denied, are any of these commitments still binding on the commission, on the company, if we were to grant the application? And if so, what's the legal basis? For example, what's the remedy if the company fails to adequately comply with road repair, given that there'd be no breach of the 1041 application?
So this is actually, this first bullet point here is referring to a development agreement that the company had already entered into with the county at the time of our permit hearing and permit denial. So this was an agreement that the company had already signed.
And is that a self-enforcing agreement, or is it a condition of the 1041 permit? That's probably a question for Ms. Chester, I'm guessing, but
yeah, that's a question that Ms. Chester is going to be more able to address.
All right. You already answered this a little bit with Commissioner Gilman, but I'll just ask it again. In your conversation with Mr. Martin, he asked you if this commission has the ability to adopt conditions in their approval. I believe you answered that you think that is within the prerogative of the commission, and I think you echoed that with Commissioner Gilman. Did I hear that right?
Yes, the company's application in this proceeding has requested that the commission simply grant us the ability to move forward as the statute and commission rules allow. However, again, this is an application and is subject to all the same conditions and rules that any application to the commission is subject to.
Okay, I appreciate that. So if the commission asked you to stand by all the commitments made in this document, that would be consistent with your view of our authority here, for example.
I think that would be within the commission's authority to adopt conditions as part of their approval.
And would the company have any concerns if we asked you to stand by all these conditions independent of the 1041 permit denial?
I think that's something that you'll need to discuss a little bit with Ms. Chester. I will say a concern that the company has is, given the county's rejection of this permit, there is a risk that further approvals by the county through this process could create additional delay. Does that mean the company shouldn't abide by commitments and requirements? No, it does not. It's simply a caution that I give this commission in considering how it may shape any conditions it's considering.
Can you give us more detail on that? I didn't follow. I don't understand.
You know, for example, if we're required to obtain another agreement with the county.
I do understand. But if it's just asking you to live by what you already said you would agree to, that in a way that doesn't delay the project, I assume that would be okay.
I believe so. You know, if that's something that Ms. Chester might have comments on any specifics, I can't think of anything that we wouldn't. I just offer the caution of I don't think I'm authorized to sit here and commit that we will abide by every single thing in this without having, you know, a little bit of opportunity to clarify that through either Ms. Chester or even SOP.
All right. And there is something in here about state assessed taxes for El Paso County. That's a Ms. Chester question, right?
It is a little bit. You know, the company already pays state assessed property taxes to El Paso County, and I believe that number is in the record here of it's over $800,000 annually. That will go up with the Pathway project. Ms. Chester can comment more specifically about by how much.
Okay, so to know how much, that's a Ms.
Yeah.
Chester.
And I think there's a calculation process that would have to be undertaken before those are assessed. I believe the company has done estimates. I don't think we can give you a precise number.
All right. If Ms. Chester can be prepared to walk us through the general thinking, I mean, I think it's just, you know, plan investment times something like 25% times the mill value. But if she can just give us a general quantification of that,
yeah,
I'd like to ask her.
Yeah, and I will say the distinction on that is this project, I believe, will pass through different taxing districts. So it's not a consistent mill levy through the entire length of the county. And that's what introduces some of the squishiness in the numbers.
Okay. You can take this down. I think Commissioner Plant asked you about this, but it sounds like in the normal course of permit filing, negotiation, approvals, such as those in other counties that it did approve the permit application, I assume the company occasionally agreed to provide additional benefits to those communities over and above those that might be contained in the original permit application. Is that a fair characterization of the sort of give and take in an approval process?
You'd have to discuss that at more length with Ms. Chester. She'd be able to speak to that with much more specificity. I am not familiar with anything beyond the company abiding by permit requirements spelled out in county codes. I'm not aware of it. Ms. Chester is much closer to that than I am.
All right. And after reading the testimony and listening to the public comments, is it fair to say that the county at least believes that there are some potentially adverse local impacts involving emergency services and wildfire risk and other things? Is that a fair characterization of the county?
What I took away from those public comments, and I listened to the commission's entire public comment hearing, is the residents of Eastern El Paso County feel that today their situation is that they are inadequately protected, that they have inadequate emergency services. And their concern is about anything happening in their community at all with any potential to change the position that they're already in. That is really what I took away from a lot of those comments.
Again, you talked about this with Commissioner Plant, but in Mr. Fiedler's answer testimony, he argued that a legally binding community benefit agreement is a best practice for addressing these types of local impacts and providing tangible community benefit. Has the company considered, or would the company be willing to consider a community benefit agreement to help deal with some of those potential impacts, such as emergency services or wildfire mitigation?
You know, is the company staunchly opposed? I don't think I can say so, but again, we have concerns about this. This is now introducing something that's adjacent to a permit process, and permitting processes are quasi-judicial in nature. And this is now introducing the potential that, you know, different applicants to a county will be held to a different standard, and that certain expectations might be had of a utility that doesn't provide service in a county versus those that do. And the purpose of county permitting in general is to create an even playing field so everyone is treated fairly. And that, I think, is our biggest concern about this. It's that the county has the opportunity to address project impacts through its code. And we have just kind of some basic fairness concerns with viewing that as the appropriate response to community opposition. Again, none of that is to discount and say we don't believe that local concerns aren't valid or should be ignored. There's just already an avenue through which communities can do that.
And it seems like in this case, and maybe Albert, that avenue broke down. It seems like in the normal course of business, there's some negotiation, some supplemental benefit to get these things through.
I would say that the company has concerns with that view, and I understand where that's coming from. But I think that introduces risk not for this project, but for every future transmission project in the state of Colorado. And this is a proceeding that's being watched by local governments and counties across the state. The question here is, if you are dissatisfied with the outcome of the application of your county code, does this commission provide an opportunity to get more for your community from a project? And I think that is a policy concept that the commission needs to very carefully weigh when balancing community interest and community opposition with the broader statewide interest that this project serves.
Do you have any advice about how to structure something like this in a way that's sensitive to the concern you're outlined in terms of the duration, amount, or structure of something like this?
Again, I think my best advice there is that counties have the ability to assess impact fees through the 1041 process. And that is the appropriate avenue for concerns to be met.
And I guess what for the CPP as a whole, there's 13 counties or something.
That sounds about right.
And do you know how many of those counties had impact fees?
You'd have to ask Ms. Chester.
And any thoughts about trying to standardize instead of like having each county like have a race to the bottom on impact fees? Shouldn't some, I mean, I know on assessed value, there was state legislation that put a consistent approach on property taxes across the state. Shouldn't, I mean, it just seems crazy to let each county race forward on impact fees. Shouldn't we just have a standard approach so everybody knows what they get? It just seems like the existing status quo doesn't work.
Chairman Blank, I think that's a question for the legislature.
Well, is it? I mean, it seems like it's front and center in this case. Can you give me, and maybe again, this is a question for Ms. Chester. What's the standard value of an impact fee, or what's the range of those impact fees?
The only one that I personally am aware of is the roughly $2 million fee from Elbert County, and it was based on a percentage of the cost of construction of the facilities in that county. My understanding is that it's typically is based on that percentage of construction cost. I wouldn't be able to speculate as to what those levels are set at or what sort of range that we've seen across the project. Ms. Chester should know in more detail.
Okay. Well, Well, I appreciate the conversation, and if Ms. Chester could be prepared to help us understand what those impact fees look like and whether they're consistent across counties, that would be helpful helpful to me. So thank you. Ms. Shields, redirect, or would you like us to take a 5-minute break?
I do have some redirect. I see some ants in the pants. It may be helpful if we could get a brief comfort break, and reconvene.
Who are you referring to?
Nothing to see here.
Let's take a 9-minute break till 11:05. We'll come back at 11:05 and continue with Mr. Moore.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Shields, are you there?
We're just getting back in.
Okay. Well, this may be some evidence about who the antsy one was.
Apologies, we just need 10 more seconds.
Yep. There you are. Ms. Shields, before you do redirect, I want to ask Mr. Lerner one more question, if that'd be all right. Mr. Lerner, are you generally aware that this commission has imposed a performance incentive mechanism, a PIM, in its original approval of the CPP that involves cost sharing between the company and the customers and provides probably a pretty strong incentive for the company to manage down expenses? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am very familiar with the PIM and implemented for the Pathway project.
My condolences. If the commission was interested in exploring, well, assume for the purposes of this question that we relax the PIM and any additional costs associated with something like a community benefit agreement or modification, trying to harmonize impact fees was outside the PIM. Any thoughts about trying to just take a look at the impact fees county by county and see if we can come up with something that's a little fairer for counties that may not have been proactive enough? I mean, I'm really sympathetic about creating perverse incentives, but it's really tough to go out into these communities and hear stories about not being able to, get basic services, why this line is, next to their house. So, any thoughts about seeing if the company can help us put together something that doesn't create perverse incentives, but acknowledges that county by county impact fees are not the best way of maybe doing this? And I get there's limits to what we can do in this docket, but we can certainly open up the CPP and, do it there. I mean, the amount of money that seems at stake here is relatively small compared to the cost of this line. And you go out in these communities and it just does seem like the allocation of benefits could be allocated perhaps in a more equitable way. So
I'll start with the PIM piece and then go to some broader thoughts on that concept. And for the PIM itself, my view is that that's not a significant driver of the company's concern with it. As you mentioned, in the scale of the project, this is not a significant sum. And I think if that were to be the tipping point, this commission's already created a process by which the company could seek relief. And this commission emphasized, I'll give one example, and this is something specifically spelled out in the PIM. It was kind of that environmental carve out of this commission has already signaled to us through that PIM that it was not seeking to incentivize the company to do wrong by the communities and the lands through which we pass with this project. So I don't view the PIM itself as being an animating driver behind the company's concerns here, to be fully honest on it.
Right.
And that brings it back to that larger area of concern is, one, we're talking a lot about impact fees and that there is not one in El Paso County. As I mentioned, there are state assessed property taxes that the company will pay that are already substantial and will increase as a result of this. And the company or the county will have additional funding every year that it can dedicate to whatever it chooses as a result of this project. And Ms. Chester will be able to speak more to what that quantity is. But again, you know, to your broader thoughts of how do we standardize or harmonize this, my concern becomes, does every county that the company has to construct a power line through then have to become brought before this commission and adjudicated through a Rule 3700 proceeding in order to achieve that standardization? And that's a significant concern, where in addition to the disruption that creates for transmission development more broadly, it's the commission now wading in and setting boundaries on the activities of home rule cities and counties in this state. And I understand and sympathize with where you're trying to go with this. I think my biggest caution is that it is a minefield with significant potential for unintended consequences.
I mean, I'm not suggesting we have 13 individual litigations. I can assure you that. I'm asking a different question, which is, is there, if the company could propose, you know, in this case, a way of, you know, based on its experience in these other 13 counties, an impact fee that's reasonable. And, you know, if we have to give existing counties a little bit more money, fine. I mean, I'm looking to you. I don't think the commission is anywhere close to being in a position to do this, but it does feel that certain counties, because of their pre-existing regulations, may not have been able to get to an equitable outcome that may be fixable at costs that can make a material difference in these people's lives.
Yeah.
And the risks they face without really in any way, as you suggest, moving the needle for ratepayers more broadly. So I think this commission has no ability to figure that out without unintended consequences. But I guess the ask to the company is, can you help us get to a reasonable place that treats all 13 counties fairly? And it may be too heavy a lift in this case. I know we can't solve it in this case, but I mean, it's easy enough to open up the CPP and try and get there. And sorry.
And I will say, you know, just from a purely calculation perspective, I think we can give you data points that would inform you about what has happened in other counties. But again, I think the company's concern here is not about the dollars. It's that you are creating a precedent under which counties can selectively choose projects for which they will seek an impact fee outside of their county code and permitting process, or they can decline to do so. And I think that can be done in a potentially a discriminatory manner that will burden public services customers, not just on this project, but on possibly any project going forward. So I understand and sympathize with the problem you are trying to solve for. As uncomfortable as I am with slippery slope arguments, I think this is a case where truly that needs to be front of mind, is what signal does that send to counties and municipalities about the fairness and consistency of the application of their code?
But it seems to me that's the status quo, right? Any county can raise any impact fee to any level they want. I'm suggesting we try and standardize it like now.
Again, I think there are other legal and even constitutional boundaries on impact fees that a county can't just, set it at whatever level they want. They have to show some nexus between the development's impact and the burden that places on the county. It's not unfettered reign to set that.
All right.
But again, I understand and sympathize with what you are looking for here. I am just throwing out extreme caution about what that means for this commission having to continue exercising its 3,700 authority, and also how that might infringe upon the rights and responsibilities that have been delegated to counties and municipalities through 1041.
I understand. If the company has any thoughts about how to address, the concerns we're feeling and heard, and I'm not expecting Ms. Chester to have it today, but if overnight you have any thoughts, maybe we could bring back Ms. Chester tomorrow.
And again, I think my concern is not that can we quantify this. I'm sure we can pull that together for you. The company just has bigger foundational concerns with that concept here.
And I guess the ask is if you have a way.
If there's a way to thread that needle.
Yeah, and I'd be open to providing additional payments to counties that have already approved it, if that's the way to thread it.
I think if that's a direction that the commission is considering here, again, as I mentioned, counties across this state are watching this proceeding to see how this commission exercises its authority in the instance where a permit is denied.
I hear you. We're not looking to create an incentive for counties to deny permits.
And that I think is just what needs to be kept front of mind is there a way that the commission can isolate the impact such that, and really I'm just thinking on the fly here, do you essentially say, we will do it for pathway, we will equalize it across pathway, but for every future 3,700 that comes through, no impact fee period.
Or a fixed impact fee based on these criteria.
Yeah, but again, I would say that gives counties discretion of if that impact.
Yeah, I'm not trying to create a race to the bottom, which I think is the status quo. I'm trying to formalize a way to create a consistent approach to impact fees that does not leave it in each county's discretion or does not create an incentive to appeal.
And again, I would have really significant concerns of conflict with 1041 regulations and the authorities of home rule jurisdictions. And I would also point out, I share your concerns about race to the bottom on this, but I believe there's adequate legal and even constitutional protections. Impact fees are a topic that have gone to the U.S. Supreme Court recently. Like this is not something unique even to Colorado. I don't think you need to be excessively concerned about a race to the bottom. I think the bigger concern is if a county chooses not to assess an impact fee, they may permit a power line for their own provider and do so at a lower cost, but then come to this commission seeking additional compensation for the out-of-town provider that just wants to pass through. That I think is the biggest risk that any construct we create here needs to keep that risk in mind.
I totally hear you. And if you have any ideas about how we can address what seems like, again, just having been in these communities, it does seem like there's a significant inequity that it can be addressed at relatively low cost to the regulated system.
And
I
would
don't
say
know how to
too,
do it, but
I think it's unfortunate that that's the situation we are in, but it is the prerogative of the county under its home rule authority. And the county did not avail itself of that. And I'll add here again, the county has not come forward in this proceeding and said there is a sum of money at which our opposition goes away. The county's position has been not here. And I think that that's something that this commission should keep in mind as it's considering the company's application and the evidentiary record.
fair enough. Ms. Shields, did I do your redirect for you?
You did better than my redirect.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
I was about to ask about paper, but we're gonna stay away from that. I think we've covered the ground we need to right now. But all right, Mr. Lunar, I just have a couple of questions for you. Let's see. One thing I want to brief hit on with Chairman Blank. He raised some questions about the performance incentive mechanism, the PIM.
Yes.
And I'm correct, aren't I? There is also a timing PIM established for the Pathway project. Is that right?
Yes, there are PIMs associated both with the cost of the project and the timely completion.
Okay, and so I think you had mentioned earlier during your exchange, perhaps with someone, just some of the potential concerns with delay and timing that the company is also working against.
Yes, I believe that was with Chairman Blank before the break.
Okay. Now you also had a little bit of dialogue with at least Chairman Blank as well as Commissioner Plant on the community benefit agreement. I don't have any substantive questions for you on that, but I wanted to reaffirm if Ms. Chester would be an appropriate witness to dig into kind of some of the puts and takes with something like that.
Yes, Ms. Chester has extensive experience working through engagement with communities and permitting processes and public outreach, and can comment extensively on the relationship between CBAs and permitting.
Okay. And then I have two documents I'd love to pull up on the screen. Commissioner Gilman had a couple of questions for you about undergrounding.
Yes.
And if he could pull up hearing exhibit 101, attachment JML2. While we're pulling this up, this is the commission's decision in the Pathway project, so it will probably look familiar to several people. And if we could go to page 55, paragraph 118. Yep. And Mr. Lunar, if you could just take a moment, recap the commission's decision related to undergrounding, and then just kind of expand a little bit upon your kind of your perception of how the county's resolution and specifically their reference to whether or not the company sufficiently evaluated undergrounding alternatives, how that may relate to paragraph 118 of the commission.
Yeah. So one of the county's stated reasons for denial was that they viewed the company's analysis of alternatives, specifically undergrounding, as inadequate. And, as I mentioned in my discussion with Commissioner Gilman, this paragraph kind of informed all of the company's thought process as a foundational issue when it came to undergrounding in the Pathway project. The commission was very clear here that as it states at the end of this paragraph, undergrounding is not in the best interest of customers.
Thank you. I am going to ask that we pull up one more exhibit that has been pre-marked as hearing exhibit 119. It's located in our box.com folder. And while that's being pulled up, I will represent, this is an excerpt from one of our very large filing documents, hearing exhibit 102, attachment JLC5 revision 1. So this is, again, an illustrative, excerpt from something that's already been admitted into evidence. To provide you with a little bit more context, Mr. Lunar, this is I believe, the total document, which was the company's 1041 permit application, was over 2,000 pages. And so, Mr. Lunar, let's see, I don't know if we have Ms. Federico driving or someone else, but if we could just scroll down, and if you could take a peek, let's see, 5.2017. Again, this is the company's 1041 permit application. And I think if we could scroll to the next page and take a moment or two to read it, Mr. Lunar. Do you have general familiarity with this document, with this excerpt from the company's 1041 application?
Yes. So my understanding is that this is where the company in that 1041 application discussed the alternatives and specifically undergrounding of the transmission line in the county.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move for admission of this document into the record, again, with the caveat that the broader document has already been admitted into the record.
Mr. Martin, any objection?
No objection, Mr. Chair.
So moved.
Okay, I think we can take this down. The next thing, I promise I don't have a lot of questions here, but if we could pull up hearing exhibit 103, attachment JML4. And while we are doing this, I'll represent the transcript from the July 24th Board of County Commissioners hearing on the company's 1041 permit application. And if we could scroll to page 214, and we'll stay at the top of the page. Mr. Lunar, you had several questions from Mr. Martin regarding installation of Paso AI cameras. And if I recall, he seemed to suggest that that perhaps commissioners would have voted to approve the application had the company agreed to install more Paso AI cameras. And so what I'm hoping you could do is if you could look back at this hearing transcript, particularly lines 2 through 7, and let us know if you have anything to add about your position and your statement as to whether or not Paso AI cameras alone may have influenced a different outcome on the county's permit.
Yeah, I do recall Mr. Martin asked me in this exchange about, whether the company had committed to this and was pointing out here that one of the commissioners in their deliberation had discussed the addition of Paso AI cameras as being influential on their position. I think the context here is really important. This is the totality of this commissioner's statement is that he had significant concerns about the project across a range of issues that he was expressing there. And he expressed maybe he could have gotten to yes, as I quote here, possibly gotten to a yes on the wildfire risks. So, in one respect, this commissioner was not indicating that additional cameras being placed in the county were the primary or even sole boundary between approval and disapproval. I think another important point to make here is the county has the ability to approve a permit with conditions to address their concerns. The county did not approve this project on the condition that the company provide those cameras. They denied the project.
Yeah, and along those lines, this is the hearing transcript from July 24th, 2025. And by your count, I mean, approximately how long had the company been engaging with the county on issues related to the permit and siting within El Paso County?
Yeah, I mean, Ms. Chester can recount that timeline in more detail because she was a part of all of it. But this goes back as far as 2021 when we sent our first letter to the county, prior to filing the CPCN. This has been a multi-year engagement with the county to try to hear and address concerns associated with our permit application.
And are you aware of anything that the company said at the July 24th hearing indicating that it was not willing to further engage on the potential for installing cameras or potential additional commitments?
No, I am not aware of any statements that the company said that it would not entertain additional engagement on this issue and would not consider it.
Great. And then the last area that I just wanted to ask a couple questions, you had a couple exchanges with Mr. Martin regarding the company's interactions with staff in the Colorado Energy Office throughout the course of this proceeding. First, is it common for the company to meet with interveners like staff in the Colorado Energy Office to discuss its application, supporting testimony, or really any sort of engagement related to commission proceedings?
Yes, the company will meet and speak with any intervener in any proceeding that it engages in.
And is it, I can't even believe I'm asking it, is it common that the company is often at odds with those parties?
Yes.
Okay. And so in this case, do you have any reason to believe that the views of either of those offices are not their independent views?
No.
Okay. Thank you. With that, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lerner. You may be excused.
Thank you, Chairman White.
Yes, and Your Honor, we are switching audio very briefly, so if we could have a brief moment.
Yep.
Do you mind if I run to the restroom?
Mr. Martin, you're unmuted, so there you go.
Oh, you're telling me you're unmuted.
Okay, testing if we have working audio now.
We can hear you. Is Miss Chester there? There you are.
I am.
Miss Chester, can you hold up your right hand?
Yes.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, they are not.
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Back to you, Ms. Cayendo.
Thank you. Ms. Chester, please state and spell your name for the record.
This is Jennifer Chester, Jennifer. It looks like an E is missing on screen in case anyone's using that. Chester, Chester.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Excel Energy Services that provides support to Public Service Company of Colorado, the Senior Manager of Siting and Land Rights.
Thank you. And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding Hearing Exhibit 102, Revision 1, which is your direct testimony, and Hearing Exhibit 105, which is your rebuttal testimony?
I did.
And if I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Martin, we're gonna want to take a break sometime between 12 and 12:30. So if you could help us find the break that's most appropriate for the flow of your cross, that'd be great. And now you're muted. Now I got you muted. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're free to interrupt me at any time. I think I can get us easily to 12:30, but not much later.
All right.
Great. Good morning, Ms. Chester. How are you?
Good morning. Still morning for a little bit.
For a little bit. We've never physically met. I'm Jim Martin. I'm representing El Paso County in this proceeding. And as you might guess, I have a few questions for you.
Yes. Feel
Great.
free.
So looking at your statement of qualifications, would it be fair to say your experience is in environmental and utility planning?
Yes, primarily utilities.
Great. And you've worked on a range of other projects, but not just transmission?
That's correct. Primarily energy projects, but yes, other types besides transmission.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask you again for a digression, trying to not embarrass myself or you. Could you once again help me pronounce your colleague's name, who's your next witness?
Oh, that is a good question. That's a tough one. Koretich.
Koretich, thank you.
And he'll let me know if I got that right later.
So is it fair to say your rebuttal testimony cited the testimony by Mr. Koretich?
It did.
Great. And PUC staff?
Also correct, yes.
All right. Were you testifying or repeating their testimony about wildfire risk?
In certain instances, yes.
All right. But you're not an expert in wildfire mitigation, are you?
I am not.
But you participated in lots of projects that require permitting, I'm gathering. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So this is maybe a dumb question, but foundational, there's always a permitting agency or almost always a permitting agency. Right?
Involved in
a permit application?
Sure, yeah. If we're applying for a permit application, that particular jurisdiction or agency would be involved, yes.
Great. I told you it was a dumb question. And they all have permitting requirements in general. Is that right, Ms. Jester?
Yes.
Great. Could we go to Exhibit 201, Attachment KP11, please? Thank you. Could we go to page 13, please? Oh, it's one of those complicated documents. We'll come back to this. I'll sort out the page number. There's page numbers for the document and then page numbers for the larger document. We'll come back to that. But typically, do agencies determine when their planning codes or standards are satisfied, Ms. Chester?
I think that question doesn't provide context around it. And I think that jurisdictions have familiarity and may not have familiarity with utility projects and how to evaluate those relative to certain permit requirements.
But at some point, they have to make a completeness determination, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And it'd be the agency doing that, right?
The agency would make a completeness determination in alignment with their permit requirements, yes.
Great. Let's try this again. Let's go to Exhibit 201, KP2, see if this works. KP2, I can't see. That's KP11, I'm afraid. I can't see that, but it's not KP2. There we go. Thank you very much. So this is a letter to the county from Excel, as you can see. Didn't the county state that it believed the application was complete in this attachment? Might need to scroll down, whoever's behind the curtain here. You need us to have it blown up, Ms. Chester?
No, I can see.
You're doing better than I am. Do you see that reference?
Yes.
And does the letter repeat the claim that the company believed the county code requirements had been met?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. And does it state that the company's position is that such responses in response to a couple of questions are not necessary for the county to deem completeness?
That's correct. Yes.
Alrighty. I'm assuming the county disagreed with your assessment. Is that right?
If we want to reference a response from the county, we could look at what they may have said.
All right. Just in general, the company responded to several rounds of comments from county staff and other agencies. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
All right. That included a second round of county staff comments and company responses, right?
Yes.
Excuse me. In your rebuttal testimony, Exhibit 105, if we could go there, please. And we're looking for page 17, I believe. Yes, page 17, lines 4 to 5. If you can see that, Ms. Chester, I'm going to ask you whether it states that the revisions addressed the revisions, I apologize, addressed items beyond those required by the county code.
Yes, that's what it states.
So was that your assessment that they were beyond the county code?
Yes, it was.
All righty. At line 2 of the same document, same page, you repeated your argument that the company believed the permit application was complete, right?
Yes.
Thank you. For whomever's running this system here, could we go please to Exhibit 105, attachment JLC 12, and that might be one of the large documents. In fact, it is. It's the company's initial application. It's a big document.
Yeah, so that just might take a minute to load, so just bear with me.
Can you see if that's JLC 12? I think it is. Could maybe start with page 8, please. Already, I have to put on different glasses. Just a second. Would you scroll down to subparagraph 4, please? There we go. I'm going to be switching glasses a lot here this morning. I apologize for that day, for that rather. But does that say that it's not subject? I'm summarizing here. You can correct me if you think I'm wrong, but that the project's not subject to significant risk of wildfire?
It doesn't state that directly. It states that it's not subject to significant risk from natural hazards, and then goes on to talk about natural hazards that are discussed elsewhere in the application and a reference to where those are discussed.
Right. It refers to wildfire, right?
As item 4D, wildfire hazard areas are listed, yes.
Yes. Could we go to page 100 if it works on this system? I know it's a big document. I apologize. Go to the bottom of page 100. Does it say on the right, Ms. Chester, no significant natural hazards have been identified?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Is it possible, Ms. Chester, that, say, a welder doing work, hot work in the field along the pathway, that a welder could start a fire even though it's not a natural hazard?
Do you mean like a landowner out on their property or something?
Or someone doing maintenance or construction for the pathway project?
I think that as a theoretical question, is it potentially possible? That would depend on whether the mitigation measures that we use during construction were sufficient to avoid that potential risk.
All right, fair enough. Isn't it true, Ms. Chester, that the power line or the power poles have to be constructed in the field? Assembled, perhaps?
They're assembled, yeah. They arrive in multiple pieces and are assembled in the field. That's correct.
And that requires welding, right?
Not necessarily, but much of the welding occurs in laydown yards for that work. And then our construction procedures for pathway that were provided to El Paso County describe how and where hot work would be anticipated to occur. Not necessarily expected to occur in El Paso County, but it does also describe what measures would be taken in the event we needed to conduct such work.
Are you familiar enough with the project in the area to concede that there's a laydown project in Lincoln County just across the border from El Paso County?
There's a laydown yard located in Lincoln County. That's correct.
Thank you. You're familiar with the company's transmission monitoring system, I'm guessing?
I am not the person who does that monitoring, but I'm familiar that we do remotely monitor our system. Yes.
Great. But that system wouldn't be aware of an ignition caused by welding, would it?
Not like our control center monitoring system. No.
Right. Thank you. If we could go to Exhibit 105, Attachment JLC 14, which is the second round of referral comments. And I apologize, this is another one of those mega documents. Once we bring that up, if we could go to page 146, please. The top left-hand, thank you. Do you see the comment in green there, Ms. Chester?
I did.
And is it fair to say it's a request by someone who's reviewing your document to identify the districts you notified and asking for copies of their correspondence?
Yes.
Thank you. Did the company have a back and forth conversation or correspondence with the one or two or three of the fire districts in the eastern El Paso County area?
As explained in the various attachments to my rebuttal testimony, where we responded to these types of comments, we explained what correspondence and communication we had with fire districts in the area, sending letters, attempting phone calls, but also responding to referral comments that any of them may have made and what those responses were.
Right, do you have copies of correspondence back from, say, Big Sandy?
We can look at the attachment where we provided that if we'd like to double check that.
I shall, thank you. Moving on to page 172, if you would, please. You see that comment in, so I'm colorblind, Ms. Chester. If I'm getting the colors wrong, please direct me. But do you see what looks like a comment in green?
Yes, I do.
Could you relate to us what it pretends to say?
It's over the header, but I believe the comment is referring to fire district coordination letters, unreadable, to general, not specific for, oh, maybe that's a plan, to general, not specific for rural districts, please draft for rural county and fire districts, should cover wind and fire emergencies. So I assume that's related to the plan, although I don't see that exactly in the words in green.
Thank you. Just to confirm, there's 3 fire districts through which the pathway project would traverse, is that right?
In El Paso County, I believe that's correct.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. Thank you for the clarification. So they don't have any paid personnel, is that right?
That's my understanding.
Great. Moving to page 202, please. I'm assuming it's still green. Another reference to the request for copies of correspondence between you, the company rather, and the fire districts. Is that right, Ms. Chester?
Yes, copies of which were provided in response to this request.
Can we go to page 203, please? Perhaps scroll down, please. You see, it's a comment in a box. It might be green. A request that the company update its emergency response plan and work with the districts. You see that, Ms. Chester?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. And on page 204, near the top, please. Another comment about fire districts. Is that right, Ms. Chester?
Yes.
Asking how they would respond to how a rural district is going to handle an emergency. Do they have the equipment? Do you see that, Ms. Chester?
I do. Again, a comment we provided a response to.
We're getting to that, Ms. Chester. If we could zoom down to page 263. Again, commentary or comments rather in a box. Is there any documentation that applicant worked with the fire districts? This is a letter sent to 3 districts. Also noting that the fire response plan is not specific to this project and that no emergency response roads are named and there are no distance to stations provided. You see that, Ms. Chester?
I do.
You understand why response times are important?
I do.
Thank you. How long do you think it takes on a weekday when everyone's at work for an employee or a volunteer firefighter to get from his job or her job in Colorado Springs to a fire district station in eastern El Paso County?
Objection, calls for speculation.
All right, 40 to 50 minutes, Ms. Chester. Would you believe that? All right.
Making sure that there's nobody's chiming in on the objection. I assume because you moved on, we're heading to the next question. So I don't have any reason to believe that the number is incorrect. I have not mapped it myself.
Thank you. How about zooming down to page 679, if you can believe it? This is the emergency action plan that the company submitted at that time. Do you see that, Ms. Chester?
Yes, I do.
Good. Again, to the person running our lives at this moment, could you scroll down to the list of hospitals, please? There we go. What's the hospital listed, Ms. Chester?
There are 2 hospitals or medical facilities listed there, Lincoln and Parkview.
One's in Pueblo, one's in Hugo, right?
That's correct.
Did you calculate the distance from the border of El Paso County to Hugo, Ms. Chester?
I did not personally know.
No. Would you believe it's 70 miles?
Objection, speculation.
Thank you.
Overruled.
If we could turn to page 743 of the attachment, please.
I didn't hear an answer.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Chester, did you
Sure.
answer his question? Okay.
No, he sounded like he was moving on.
Yeah.
Again, I haven't mapped it myself, but I have no reason to believe that 70 miles is an incorrect number.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I apologize. Could we go to 743 if we're not there already, please? If we go near the bottom, please. Somewhere in there, there's a statement that to the effect that the company doesn't believe section 2.405.4.d of the county code requires documentation between the company and fire districts. Do you see that, Ms. Chester?
I do.
Is that your interpretation of the county code?
As noted there, we did not see an express requirement in the code that we provide that documentation. However, we continued in that response to address that comment.
That it was your interpretation?
Well, county code states things, and it did not state that that was a requirement. So
all right,
that's what's repeated there.
We could move to the next page, please. Somewhere on that page, there's a sort of green comment, I believe. Maybe they switched colors on me. Or maybe I can't see it. Is it possible to blow it up at all? Is it Federico, whoever's doing this? Could we scroll down a little bit? There it is. That first box up, just tiny bit up. A tiny bit more. You see the statement, Ms. Chester, that Xcel Energy addresses wildfire mitigation at the state level and does not prepare county-specific wildfire mitigation plans?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Is that still the company position?
We prepared at El Paso County's request a specific wildfire plan that we submitted in May.
Great. And we'll focus on that in a little bit. Could we turn to page 751, please? Looking at the second box on the right, and I apologize, could you blow it up a little bit for the weak and meek among us, please? Thank you. You see where the attachment states that, or notes that section 5.2015C of the county's 1040 regulations require a description of the emergency procedures to be used in the event of fire or explosion?
I do.
Do you believe that Xcel Energy actually fulfilled that requirement?
As stated there, yes.
Alrighty. And on page 761 at the top, please. And again, for the weak and meek among us, could you, thank you. You see the statement that El Paso County 1041 regulations don't include specifications for many format requirements?
Yes,
That's again, the company's assessment of the regulations, is that right?
that is our review of the regulations. Yes, we did not find any that specified map requirements.
So does the county have the authority to request information beyond what's specifically limited or specifically listed in their regulations, Ms. Chester?
Objection to the extent that calls for a legal conclusion.
You've reviewed the regulations, haven't you, Ms. Chester?
Would you like for me to answer that question? Sorry.
Yeah,
An
yes,
objection
please.
out there.
No, Mr. Martin rephrased this question to deal with the objection. So if you could answer the question, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. I couldn't hear the objection if I'm assuming it was Ms. Shields? No.
Ms. Cayendo objected, suggesting it required a legal conclusion. So
thank you.
You rephrased the question to ask if she was familiar with the regulations. So,
Ms. Chester, did you familiarize yourself with the 1041 regulations?
Yes,
Do you remember a requirement or a provision rather that allows the director of the planning department to request additional information?
the director, yes.
Yes, thank you. Could we go to Exhibit 105, Attachment JLC 15, and I'll apologize at the outset, it's another large document. Thank you. Could we go to page 61, please? Document I can actually read. Thank you. Under resiliency, so there, scroll down a little bit, please. Thank you. Do you see a statement there, Ms. Chester, to the effect that fires along transmission lines are very rare?
Yes, I do.
So even if we were to concede the accuracy of that statement, Ms. Chester, at least for the purposes of argument, did you separately evaluate the risk from construction during maintenance, from parking a vehicle on dry grass? Those are all sources of fire, aren't they, Ms. Chester?
They can be.
Thank you. Did you assess them separately?
Those sorts of potential fire risks are accounted for in our construction planning and emergency response procedures associated with construction. Things that would be tied to the operation of the line and maintenance would be located in our commission-approved wildfire mitigation plan.
Ms. Chester, it's true, isn't it, that welding on a windy day or parking a truck with a hot manifold over dry grass could start a fire?
If those were not accounted for in our emergency plans, certainly.
So they could start a fire, Ms. Chester.
I think what you're looking for me to say is that we didn't consider those risks, and I don't agree. We considered those risks and they were addressed. So things like where we park vehicles relative to tall vegetation, how we conduct hot work and the fire suppression and extinguishing systems that we have in place, fire watch, and those sorts of things are all accounted for and described in our emergency response procedures and our county-specific plan.
A really simple question, Ms. Chester. Do you agree that wildfires are a risk in eastern El Paso County?
I think that wildfires are a risk in many parts of the state. Yes.
Including El Paso County?
Yes.
Great. Could we go to page 62, please? You see the statement at the top, Ms. Chester, that Xcel Energy recognizes that wildfires pose a significant threat to our customers?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you go to page 566, please? You scroll down, I think there'll probably be a comment somewhere on this page or the next page. I'm sorry, I misread my notes here, page 569. I apologize, that's my fault. Scroll down, please. Well, it appears my handwriting sucks. Excuse me. How about page 571? Stop right there. Do you see the box at the top, Ms. Chester?
Yes, I do.
You see that the slides for the fire prevention plan were prepared for onboarding for staff and not for the El Paso County Segment 5 wildfire mitigation plan?
Not exactly sure of your question. The words state that those slides are a component used in onboarding people to the Pathways project. That doesn't necessarily mean they aren't included in other documents like our emergency response procedures or the county-specific wildfire plan.
Fair to say it's an introductory set of slides, Ms. Chester?
I don't know if I would necessarily categorize it one way or another.
Okay. Let's go to page 604. Scroll down just a little bit. You see that the hospital located is still a hospital in Pueblo, Colorado at this round of comments and responses, Ms. Chester?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You know what the Falcon Center is?
The Falcon Medical Center? No, I do not know.
All right. It's not a hospital, is it?
That particular box indicates hospital or medical facility. So again, I'm not familiar with it, so I can't say that I know what it is.
All right. It's actually an urgent care center.
A medical facility, I imagine, is why it was put there, as noted in the box above.
Could we go to page 658, please? Could we scroll down a few of these pages, please? You see these letters, Ms. Chester? Are these the letters you sent to the 3 fire districts through which the Pathway project would traverse?
Yes, they appear to be, yes.
Did you get responses from all 3 of the fire districts through which the Pathway project would traverse?
I don't believe we did.
Thank you.
Again, we can double check the facts in the comment response document if we'd like.
Could we go to page 753, please? I think this is a copy of the letter you sent to the Big Sandy fire districts. Is that correct? Correct, rather?
Looks to be so based on the address, yes.
How about page 756 then? To the bottom of the page, please. One scroll up, please. And a little more, please. might need to shrink it a little bit, or else I'm seeing things. Could we go, there we go, down to the bottom? Can you blow it up so we can read that, please? If that's possible. You know why it's noted preliminary subject to change, Ms. Chester?
That note is to indicate primarily that it's not a construction level document. And so as such, it's just a map disclaimer that's pretty typical.
So this was sent to the fire district, the Big Sandy Fire District, to alert them to the possibility of a transmission line going through their district, right?
Yeah, as we were skipping around pages, I couldn't see if it was included as the attachment to the letter, but assuming that is the case, then yes.
That was the case, Ms. Chester. Thank you, though. How about, a little unbelievable, but how about page 1077, please? Scroll down just a little bit so we can see the title, please. So this is what the company, rather, not you, but the company described as their county-specific plan. Is that right, Mr. Chester? Ms. Chester?
Yes, that's right.
So could we go to page 1084? And do you see that you're offering online safety training materials, Ms. Chester?
I do.
Any reason why you wouldn't provide actual on-site training?
No, we provide on-site training as requested.
About page 1085, please. You see the notation that the company will comply with emergency action plan, the emergency action plan? You might need to scroll down a little bit. Can you see that, Ms. Chester? I can't, but can you?
I don't see it here on what I see on screen. I may have seen some language up towards the top, but
Yeah, I think that's right. How about page 1087, please? You were just repeating a statement that transmission fires are rare. Is that still the company's position, Ms. Chester?
yes.
Maybe go to page 1092. You see the section called fire suppression, Ms. Chester? You see K in the event of a fire, the following steps will be taken.
Yes.
You see that the first item noted is notify first responders.
I do.
You realize, Ms. Chester, that for much of the eastern plains of El Paso County, there is no 911 service?
Yes, our construction folks that this really applies to, I think here, if I'm looking at this section related to contractor, are very aware of the limits of service, the limits of an availability of 911, and as they approach construction, work and communicate very closely with first responders to understand how best to communicate and coordinate with them in the event of an emergency.
But in the event of fire, the first course of action is to notify first responders. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's generally correct.
So that'd be the volunteer fire districts along the path of the project, right?
Yes, in this instance, in El Paso County specifically.
Thank you. Can we scroll down to the bottom of that page, please? You see the statement, Ms. Chester, that the contractor, and this is a document prepared by a contractor for a contractor, will restrict or cease operations if at specific locations during the season at the direction of the appropriate land management agency?
To clarify, this page was not created by a contractor, but yes, I see the statement.
Who's the land management agency who'd actually be doing this, Ms. Chester, in eastern El Paso County?
It varies by jurisdiction. In some instances, for example, it is the sheriff's office that would make a fire ban or fire watch order or something like that. So it'll depend on the area, but if it's the sheriff or the fire district or other, that's the appropriate agency to refer to here.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. There's really no land management agency in eastern El Paso County, is there, Ms. Chester?
Well, in the sense of definition, depends on the definition, is not a defined term. The land management agency, if it is the sheriff or the fire district or any other agency that would put in place, for example, a fire restriction or a burn ban, that is the agency that we would be following.
So this document wasn't prepared for general use, including in areas in western Colorado where there are fire land management agencies?
I think if you're trying to equate land management agency to Bureau of Land Management or Forest Service, you're misreading the document.
Oh, really? Thank you. Do you remember, Ms. Chester, whether this document requires or includes a program for a mandatory permitting program for hot work and particularly windy days?
The contractor construction safety information does speak to hot work.
But it's not a permitting program, is it, Ms. Chester?
I'm not sure what you mean by a permitting program.
Do they have to submit and get a permit from the, say, the local sheriff, the local fire district? Or is this something they fill out for themselves?
Again, it depends on the area and the jurisdiction. Some do require hot work permits if hot work is happening, or they require hot work permits if a certain stage of fire restrictions are in place. But as noted, I think in our documentation here, we generally don't intend to conduct hot work in El Paso County as part of the project. But if we were, our plan describes what precautions would be taken.
You'd be doing hot work to assemble these poles at their locations, wouldn't you, Ms. Chester?
Not necessarily, no.
Possibly?
No, hot work is like welding is typically for things like anchor bolt cages that are assembled at the laydown yards.
Ms. Chester, you claim to have coordinated with 3 different volunteer fire departments, is that right?
What we provided here in our documentation is our communications and outreach with them. Also our plans, which are responsive, in the case of El Paso County, to 1 fire district that responded through referral comment. And in addition, an indication that we would work with those emergency responders as we approach construction and during construction to coordinate.
Did you collect any information, Ms. Chester, as part of that process on whether the fire districts actually had the capacity to respond to your to an emergency at your site?
Through referral comments, but from Tri-County, we saw indication and referral comment, for example, that they were okay with our application and needed a couple of edits to things. We saw through public comment some of those things come up. We didn't have any fire districts come to the hearing in July. And so I do understand and have heard that there are concerns about the volunteer fire districts that exist today and their ability to respond today.
But do you have any information? Did you collect any information on whether the fire districts have the capacity to respond?
Well, pathway is being placed in an area that is already within fire districts. So the fire districts today would respond to fires there, and that would not change with the installation of pathway.
So you don't have any commitment letters with any of the fire districts through which the pathway would traverse in El Paso County. Is that fair, Ms. Chester?
That's not part of the process in the county to get that, but
you don't have any commitment letters, is that right?
not in El Paso. Tri-County signed fire letters in Elbert County, for example, where that is a requirement.
So no, just to be clear, no commitments to serve from fire districts in El Paso County or the counties through which, or through the areas through which this pathway would traverse. Is that right?
No, it's not required.
All right. Did the company solicit information on response times and what actions to take until first responders arrive?
Again, in response to primarily Tri-County's referral comments, we saw discussion around that and addressed that in our subsequent submittals to the county.
Which submittals, Ms.? Go ahead, Ms. Chester. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, so submittals like our response to referral agency comments, we submitted a number of those over the course of the year. We worked with the county, we responded directly to each referral agency's comments, including Tri-County Fire in this instance. We outreach to fire districts, not only through the letters, but attempted to meet. Not all of them responded or were able to meet. But again, what we have indicated in our application is that we would continue to work with them as we approach construction. Pathway with several hundred miles already constructed or under construction is very familiar with working in areas where there are volunteer fire departments and limited resources, and our contractor has and will continue to do a great job in interfacing with them prior to construction.
So just to repeat, Ms. Chester, did the company solicit information on response times for first responders?
We didn't solicit it, but I believe it was provided in referral comments.
In which submittal, Ms. Chester?
We can pull up the response to comment documents and look. I know, for example, we addressed hot work in our response to third round of agency referral comments as one example.
Thank you. Let's go to page 1098 if we might. And this report purports to be the county-specific fire management plan. Is their mitigation plan? Is that fair, Ms. Chester?
This appears to be our company statewide commission-approved wildfire mitigation plan.
Right. This is the document that was submitted to the Public Utilities Commission for approval. Is that right?
That's correct. That's not a county-specific plan.
No, it's not. You're right.
Yep. Sorry,
And
I misunderstood you. I thought you asked if it was the county-specific plan.
I might have, in which case I apologize, Ms. Chester.
Mm-hmm.
So this document was orally approved by the Public Utilities Commission in June of 2025. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it was formally approved by the Public Utilities Commission on August 6, 2025?
I believe that date's correct. It was August, yes.
So one date before and one date after the Board of County Commissioners hearing?
Yes.
And the CPCN, just to get into the timeline, one of the questions that was asked of Mr. Lunar, I believe, timeline was that the CPCN for this project was filed in 2021. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And approved in 2022?
That's also correct, yes.
And the first application submitted by the company to El Paso County was June, I believe, of 2024?
Yes.
So roughly 2 years later.
Yes.
And it was approved July 25th, or denied rather, July 25th, 2025, right? So roughly a year later.
Yes, that's right.
All right. Mr. Chair, I have a round of questions for Ms. Chester that can be severed from this, and we could go back into them at lunch. And then I have a second round of questions for Ms. Chester on different subjects if you'd like to break for lunch at this hour.
That'd be great. Let's break for lunch and come back at 1:15. And how much more cross did you say you had of Ms. Chester or Mr. Martin?
Probably half an hour, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Let's reconvene at 1:15. 1:15. Mr. Martin, are you out there? There you are. The 1:15, let's keep going. Maybe 30 minutes more. Mr. Martin, back to you.
Ms. Chester with us? Looks like she is.
I am here, yes.
Great. Ms. Chester, I have some questions for you about the Board of County Commissioners hearing in July. You were present, as I recall?
I was,
You
yes.
were prominently present, as I recall.
I was there for sure.
Alrighty. If we could go to the exhibit 103, and I've forgotten the attachment number for the transcript. If
JML 4.
Thank you. If we could start at page 80, please. I know it's a large document, so. And if we could, again, for the meek and weak among us, blow that up a little bit. Thank you. I'm going to focus on lines 13 to 14. You don't see those yet. Do you see those now, Ms. Chester?
I do, yes.
Whew. Sorry, I had to run back from lunch. Do you remember saying the company will continue to evaluate the addition of new or additional AI cameras?
I do recall that, yes.
Great. Has the company made any decisions since that committee or the commission hearing about additional cameras along the pathway?
I will defer and have you discuss that with Mr. Kredich, with Patrick, regarding the wildfire plan for our state wildfire plan and Pano AI cameras. It's
Okay.
my understanding that we have not determined that we need to add any cameras along pathway in El Paso County consistent with that plan.
I will hold that question for Patrick, which is easier to say. You probably don't know whether the company's placed any cameras along transmission lines in Category 1 wildfire risk areas?
No, I can't speak to that.
Okay. Moving on to page 81. Do you remember the question from Commissioner Nelson, and we're at lines 2 to 4? Do you remember the question from him asking about how far these cameras can see, what their digital range might be?
Yes, I recall that.
You know what the digital range of these cameras might be?
I don't know. As part of that process, we provided, after a break, technical specifications on the Pano AI cameras, and our community relations manager, Mr. Holder, described an instance where the Pano AI cameras recently were utilized to see smoke or a fire a number of miles away. So in those two ways, I think we provided some of that information, but I'm not familiar with the technical specifications of them.
Do you remember, you were with Mr. Holder that day, do you remember that? You probably
Yes,
do.
I was, yeah.
And he was unable to answer that question too, is that right? Is that your recollection?
In terms of the exact distance, that is, I believe, correct, other than he did provide the example of how far a fire was detected or smoke was detected up in Jefferson or Douglas County. I forget which. It'll be in the transcript here.
You're right, but he didn't have an answer to the question from Commissioner Nelson, is that right?
I'm not sure unless we're looking at his transcript exactly what he did or didn't say in response to that question.
All right. Let's go to page 82 if we might, please. It's lines 10 to 13, Ms. Chester. Do you see the question from Commissioner Geithner, the chair of the commission, asking Mr. Holder if he could guarantee that existing that the existing AI cameras could see a fire along the pathway?
Yes, I do see those lines.
Did you see Mr. Holder's answer saying he could not?
I see him indicating he wants to make sure answering the question clearly.
He didn't really answer the question, did he?
I think he provided information in regards to the question. Did he provide a specific mileage? I can't confirm that or deny it based on what's on screen, but I think the transcript speaks for itself in terms of what he did say.
How about page 84 again, please? We're going to look at lines 22 through 25. Thank you. How about the question from Commissioner Williams to you at this point where the, excuse me, asking whether the company plans to place any AI cameras along the pathway route? She expressed an opinion that it might be beneficial for health and safety. Do you have a response to that, Ms. Chester?
Are you asking if I think it would be beneficial for health and safety?
Yes.
I don't think that I can answer that one way or another, other than to say that our wildfire plan describes how we make decisions about deploying the cameras and in what areas we do that in accordance with what the commission approved. So I think that's what I would have to point us to in our decision making as a company.
So if we could go to the top of the next page, page 85. I believe, Ms. Chester, you said that the company was still evaluating the question. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, as I said there, we're still evaluating. And because we, as you noted earlier in a question to me, had verbal approval on the plan in June from the commission, received final decision on that plan in August. In accordance with that plan as approved, we would evaluate whether AI cameras would be deployed along pathway.
Who would make the decision about whether cameras should be deployed, Ms. Chester?
I believe that would be our wildfire team in accordance with the WMP.
Okay. Did you feel at liberty at the commission meeting to negotiate whether the company could deploy some additional cameras if that would assist in the commission's deliberations?
If there had been a condition of approval proposed regarding cameras, I would have been in a position to consider and evaluate that in accordance with the team and outreaching as necessary.
Could you have made the decision on the fly, Ms. Chester?
If we had seen a condition around that we could evaluate, we likely would have been able to do that on the fly. It's pretty typical for us to talk through conditions as part of hearings.
So it would have required a specific request from a commissioner that you make that commitment?
If a condition of approval had been proposed around that, we would have been able to discuss it in the hearing, yes.
But only if a condition of approval had been proposed?
Yes, if you're asking, would Excel have just randomly offered cameras in a hearing, I think that wouldn't be the case, especially not if in accordance with our WMP, for a number of reasons. One, we need to see it as a condition of approval, see the wording around it so that we can understand exactly what we're committing to. But also, we certainly would not want to appear as buying off a jurisdiction by throwing things out there to get to a yes.
So you really aren't negotiating. Oops. Can you hear me, Ms. Chester?
Yes, I can.
All right, there was some feedback there for a second. So you're really not negotiating when you get to these Board of County Commission hearings on a 1041 permit application, are you?
Objection, that's mischaracterizing Ms. Chester's testimony.
I'm
You
sorry.
could just restate the question, Mr. Martin.
Sure, if you could restate the objection, I couldn't hear it, I'm sorry.
You're mischaracterizing Ms. Chester's testimony.
Well, thank you. Are you charged with negotiating with the commission, such as the El Paso County Commission, when you meet with them for a 1041 permit application?
In the sense of if there are conditions of approval that we are discussing, I am authorized to negotiate and do that regularly as part of our permitting work across Colorado.
That only if there's a proposed condition of approval?
Yes, typically what would happen is that there would be recommended conditions of approval that would be placed in a staff report for consideration. The company would typically respond to those and communicate with the county in advance of a hearing regarding any concerns or questions or clarifications that are needed. And sometimes during hearing, then we continue to discuss wording or again, look for or seek clarity on those conditions. So when those are provided to us, they become part of the hearing and discussion and negotiation of the hearing.
At the hearing or after, Ms. Chester?
At the hearing.
Okay. Did you remain at the, I know the answer to this, but I have to ask you this question as a foundational question. Did you remain at the Board of County Commissioners hearing when they began deliberating?
Yes, I was there for the entirety of the commissioners meeting, yes.
Thank you. We could go to page 209, please. Are we there? Thank you. Line 78, Ms. Chester. Do you remember Chairwoman Geithner saying that cameras could be beneficial?
I see that, yes.
All right. How about lines 12 to 22? Did you hear the chair addressing the risk of wildfires? Yes, Ms. Chester? No, Ms. Chester?
I'm reading the what's on screen here. So yes, in response to, yes, she did identify that the cameras would be beneficial. She speaks here about the wildfire risk, and in between incorrectly states that they did not get an answer about what happens when wildfire is detected.
All right. Do you remember her, again, we're talking about Chair Geithner. Do you remember her expressing concern that the county has volunteer fire departments, and if we can't get those folks to work from the site to work the fire, it's going to spread very quickly?
Yes, I understand that's a condition that they're concerned about.
Great, thank you. How about page 214, please? Lines 2 to 3. We talked about this with Mr. Lunar earlier today. Do you see where Commissioner Williams stated that the addition of some cameras out east, and I quote, I could have possibly gotten to a yes?
On the wildfire risk.
Yes.
I do see that, yes.
Thank you. Did you attend well, let me ask you this question in several parts. Did you attend the public comment hearing in El Paso County a little over a week ago?
I did not attend it, but I did watch it.
You did watch it? Great, thank you. Do you remember Mr. Hicks, the fire chief for Big Sandy, I believe, speaking?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember the substance of his comments about the lack of coordination?
I understand he indicated that he's a new fire chief, began in September. I'm not sure exactly what statements you're referring to about the lack of coordination. We're not currently engaged with the fire district about this particular project as we're working through this process at the moment.
Would it surprise you to hear that he complained that he's been unable to find anyone to coordinate with at Excel?
That would surprise me. My name and contact information are certainly spread far and wide. I don't know who they attempted to contact and if they had the correct contact information or not. I can't speak to who he tried to reach out to and if the information was correct or not.
I'm going to switch subjects, Ms. Chester. Do you know what a site development plan is in the context of planning at a county level in Colorado?
Generally, yes.
So it addresses things like surface water discharge, lighting, noise, nuisance, that sort of thing. Is that a fair description, do you think?
Yes, I would say generally.
Do you think that the company is still willing to enter into negotiations over a site development plan, even if the commission grants the company's application?
I can't answer that question as broadly stated. We certainly, and I think Mr. Lunar expressed this, attempted to work with the county for a very long time to get to approval on our land use permit and have concerns as to whether we would have the ability to functionally work together and get to a timely review and approval of those sorts of things. But we could certainly, I think, talk about what a scenario like that could look like. But I think it would be challenged.
You think it would be challenged? Why, Ms. Chester?
Again, because we worked with the county for over a year on our land use permit application alone. And I think that was a very challenging situation to work through because the goalpost continually was moved. We were asked to provide things that weren't in county code. We addressed comments over a number of submittals of applications. And I don't know what a site development plan process would look like from this point forward. As I said, I think if we wanted to talk about specifics, then happy to talk those through, but I can't answer the question as broadly stated.
So do you believe, Ms. Chester, that the company might proceed with construction without executing a site development plan with the county?
I think that would be determined based on the outcome of these proceedings.
If this commission were to require execution of a site development plan, is that something the company is capable of doing, Ms. Chester?
Do we have the technical capabilities to produce a site development plan? Yes.
Thank you. Do you think a site development plan might be useful?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Useful in what context, I guess, if you could clarify.
Useful in determining where lighting goes, nuisance issues, odor issues, dust issues, surface water discharges, that sort of thing. Do you think that might be useful, Ms. Chester?
A lot of those items, if not all of those, were addressed in our 1041 application. The transmission line doesn't have lighting, for example. To the extent we need to get state stormwater permitting, we do those sorts of permit applications and get those approvals as necessary, regardless of whether a site development plan is required. Things like odor and dust control, we also addressed in our 1041 application.
But if the 1041 application was denied, Ms. Chester, isn't that right?
That's correct.
So how would you implement provisions of the 1041 application if the application has been voided?
The items that we're discussing here and that were included in our 1041 application are standard protocol for how we construct and operate our facilities across the state. They're not necessarily, something that has to be required by a local jurisdiction. So things like what we do for dust control during construction is a standard protocol or a best management practice for us. As an example, the fact that the structures won't have lighting, that's determined by the FAA and requirements there. So those standard best management practices or things that are typical protocol for us, including construction management and emergency response, those will happen for pathway regardless of the outcome here.
So best management practices in the construction industry essentially mimic a site development plan, Ms. Chester?
If you're talking about a site development plan that has a requirement to show your construction BMPs, yes.
Yes, I am. They mimic each other,
I think they can be similar, depending.
depending on what, Ms. Chester?
Individual requirements. To talk about a site development plan broadly without talking about a specific requirement, I think is why I have to lean on it depends. Again, all of that information is out there, and not only the El Paso application, but other county applications as well, that we are consistent in our approach, and we have requirements of our contractors, and those are followed across Pathway as a whole. The 200 and some miles already been constructed and are in service, and the additional 200 miles that are currently under construction. We are undertaking those things today.
Do you have site development plans in other counties, Ms. Chester?
I would actually say across Pathway, it's somewhat atypical for most of the jurisdictions that we've crossed. Some jurisdictions call it a different thing. Typically, when you have a 1041 process, you do a 1041 application, but some jurisdictions do have site development plans, depends on which jurisdiction.
So you were able to negotiate them in other jurisdictions, Ms. Chester?
You don't typically negotiate, in my experience, a site development plan. It's a set of information that you provide to a jurisdiction. And it's typically provided and run concurrently with other applications. So in other jurisdictions where site development plans were required, and we have our permit approvals, yes, we have been successful in working through that process.
All right. I'm going to switch subjects pretty dramatically here, Ms. Chester. If we could go to Exhibit 105, TLC 24, please. And it's a large document. It might take us a moment. Perfect, thank you. Could you scroll down so that Ms. Chester can see the title of the document, please? You recognize this document, Ms. Chester?
I do, yes.
I have a couple of general overarching questions for you. The company ostensibly developed this specific for El Paso County, is that right?
Yes, we developed this specifically for the county based on requests to do so and asks for information to be included in it from the county and or referral agencies.
So Ms. Chester, roughly the first 20 pages or so constitutes the segment or the El Paso segment analysis. Is that a fair assessment?
Sure, if you want to scroll through those, we could take a quick look and confirm that.
Yeah, we're going to get to that. The attachments are not designed to be county specific, are they?
Which attachments are we referring to? And could we look at those, please?
Fire prevention plan, health.
Specific generally to our construction contractor and Pathway.
Great, but not necessarily specific to the El Paso County segment?
They're specific when listing medical facilities and those sorts of things to El Paso County.
Okay, let's go to page 2 if we might, please. Another page, please. 2 documents are, let's go to purpose, which is technically page 2 of this particular document. There we go, purpose. If you could elevate that just a little bit. Ms. Chester, I'm a little confused about what it means to say that you're consolidating information. Could you help inform us, please?
Yeah, I think the history of the county-specific wildfire plan, you know, as you noted in some of the prior questions, is that we typically do not create county-specific wildfire mitigation plans. We rely upon the state and commission-approved wildfire plans, as well as our construction contractors' safety plans, for example. They're the ones doing the work and need to be responsible for the safety aspects of the project. At El Paso's request to put information into a single document, that is what we did. in consolidating information that we had already included in the 1041 that addressed certain information asks and moved it to this document to put it in a single location.
So it's fair to say this document doesn't include new information, but it consolidates information?
I think that it consolidates information and may contain new information where we were being responsive to either El Paso County or referral agency comments to make updates to this document or include additional information.
All right, if we could go to the next page, please. Next page of this document. This document, page 3, thank you. You see, Ms. Chester, we could scroll down just a little bit to the 3 fire districts. You reached out to all 3 fire districts, is that right, Ms. Chester?
We did.
But only one responded to you?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Did you go to the fire stations in these communities, Ms. Chester?
We did not go to the fire stations, but we outreach to attempt to set up meetings or have conversations with them.
By letter and telephone?
An email.
Thank you.
As noted, they're volunteer fire departments, so I don't know if appearing on their doorstep would have yielded a meeting if they're not there.
Could we go to page 4 of this document, please? A little farther down, please. Do you notice, Ms. Chester, that the hospital is still listed as the Pueblo Hospital?
In this version, yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. About page 6 of this document, please.
And to be clear, the hospital you're referring to, if we could go back, there are 2 medical facilities listed, right? So a hospital, medical facility. So the hospital is in Pueblo. The urgent care is listed as not in Pueblo.
That's true. Trauma care center would be listed in Pueblo, though, right? It's a hospital.
Yeah, as we saw earlier in one of your asks of me, there is also in an additional table a medical facility in Hugo listed.
That's right. Hugo, 70 miles away.
And to the centers listed here, if we look at the response from Tri-County Fire, they did provide feedback on which medical centers and where we should be considering in here.
They did tell you about Falcons Medical Center, is that right?
I don't recall which one. We'd have to look at that specifically.
All right. How about page 6 of this document? A little farther down, please. You see the second paragraph, Ms. Chester?
I do.
Fires along transmission lines are very rare.
Mm-hmm.
Are you prepared to concede that there are lines?
Not my area of expertise, so not something I can speak to. I can agree that the statement there is one that we made in this document that I believe they're rare, and by rare, I didn't say they're non-existent.
You're right, you didn't. Page 9 of this document, please. A little farther down under equipment, please. Do you see the list of items that a truck should carry that's out doing work for Excel or for a contractor, Ms. Chester?
I do.
You see that it lists one fire extinguisher and 1 5-gallon water can?
I see that in this list, yes.
Yes, thank you. How about page 11 of this document, please? I apologize, Ms. Chester. My reading glasses broke just yesterday, so I'm switching back and forth. um, under welding. So do you see welding there, Ms. Chester?
Yes, I do.
Could you look at fire suppression below that? See any reference to water tanks, Ms. Chester?
Again, maybe could you ask the question again? Do I see reference to fire suppression?
No. Let me change the question. Do you see that the first response, first action rather, in the event of a fire is to notify first responders?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And that would be the fire districts, right?
Yeah, as noted in the emergency response plan.
Maybe go to page 54 of this document, please. At some point, it picks up pagination for the entire document. Do you see the map of high fire areas, Ms. Chester?
I do.
You see anything along the eastern boundary of El Paso County? Or is it too difficult to read the map?
Yeah, I don't see the county boundary on here, but if there's a specific area you want me to reference it, there's no county boundary here.
Alrighty. Maybe go to page 125, please. Or 123, I'm sorry, 123. Fire prevention plan. Do you recognize that, Ms. Chester?
I think that was on the page before we flipped, but emergency response procedures there, yes.
Great. Could we go down 2 pages to 125, please? You see under the list of items a truck must carry, it's still a 5-gallon water can and a fire extinguisher?
In that instance, yes, larger amounts of water may be required depending on activities, construction activities as noted.
You're right.
Elsewhere in the plan.
How about page 128?
And what would you like me to look at here?
I'm thinking, Ms. Chester, you're a little faster than I am. Let's actually go to page 153 if we might. You see the reference to substations, Ms. Chester?
I do.
There's no substations planned for El Paso County, is that right?
That's true. In terms of substation fire response, there's also in the center of the page emergency numbers for first responders in general.
That's true. Any of them from Colorado?
Any of what from Colorado? I'm sorry.
Your emergency response numbers?
Yeah, they generally communicate to our control center, which is located in Colorado.
But no substations in Colorado that are planned for the Pathway Project, right?
None in El Paso County. Definitely some substations in Colorado planned for Pathway though.
So this is a more generic document than specific to El Paso County.
Correct. That particular page is not specific to El Paso County.
Let's go to page 158, please. This is the table of contents to one of the products produced by one of your contractors, Ms. Chester. Do you notice the reference to earthquakes and hurricanes?
I do.
Those are pretty infrequent in Colorado. Would you agree?
Earthquakes, maybe not so infrequent compared to some other things, but sure. Hurricanes, unlikely in Colorado.
Great. How about page 163, please? Scroll down a little bit, please. Still a hospital in Pueblo, Colorado. Is that right, Ms. Chester?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Page 178, please. Or maybe 177. We go down a little bit. Devin, can you see what page that is?
177, 215. I don't see the.
How about one more page, please? A little farther. Thank you. My handwriting's terrible, but there's another reference there to fire extinguisher and a 1 5-gallon water can. Is that right, Ms. Chester?
Yes, for that specific mobilization, that is what is required.
Going back to Mr. Hicks's testimony at the public comment hearing, Ms. Chester, did you hear him say that a water tank of 1,000 to 1,500 gallons would be more appropriate for work at a hot spot?
And I believe that this document talks to hot work and what would be required. It was something maybe folks saw as you were scrolling through, or excuse me, as the document is being scrolled through, that for that type of work, we require significantly more water be present, not 5 gallons.
150 gallons, is that right, Ms. Chester?
I don't believe it was 150 gallons, but if we want to go back to that, we could certainly look.
No, that's all right. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Commissioner Plant, questions for Ms. Chester?
Yeah, thanks a lot. And good afternoon, Ms. Chester.
Hey, good afternoon.
I just had a quick question. In your direct testimony on page 14, you said that utilities such as public service are valued or appraised under a method known as unitary valuation, which is performed by the state of Colorado through the Division of Property Taxation, and that considers public service as one entity, not as individual partials and components. And once the state establishes public services value, then it allocates the value to each county where public service owns property. And that value allocation is based on the total cost of the property located in the county, which is then distributed among the taxing entities. And each county applies the appropriate levy rates from each jurisdiction to arrive at a tax amount. And I was wondering if in your, in JLC 5, you state with these new projects come jobs, lease revenue, and an increased tax revenue for rural communities. But I was wondering if you've ever attempted to estimate that tax benefit. I know it's one of the things that you list as a community benefit, and I didn't know if you've made an effort to sort of estimate what that benefit might be.
Yeah, so as I think we presented in our slide presentation for the Board of County Commissioners hearing and is included in the record here, we currently pay over $800,000 a year in state assessed taxes to El Paso County directly. And
that's for your current. That's for your current.
That's for your currently. The increase there will be ultimately dependent on the final location of the line, but it's estimated that that line in El Paso County would potentially add another $150,000 or so and bring that up to about $1 million a year annually in round numbers.
And have you been able, would you be able to, determine how that would impact either, the paying off of various different debts that they might have, if that would shorten the amount of time necessary to pay off any bonds, or provide tax relief to the citizens in El Paso County, or specifically how that benefit might accrue to the community?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not a tax expert, so I don't know how the county would utilize those funds and how they would determine how those are allocated and for what in their jurisdiction.
If it was in your testimony or somebody else's, I apologize, but I remember reading something about the company suggesting that the additional tax revenue could be used to pay for various different the community resources. Have you had any discussions like that with the county in terms of what the additional tax revenue might, sort of lead to in terms of a benefit for them and in some addressing some of the issues that they've raised as concerns?
I think no questions outside of the dialogue that you see represented in things like the hearing transcripts that is what we pay and what we estimate the number may be. We also, as part of the requirements in El Paso, would have worked through things like a developer's agreement that requires us to make certain road improvements, conduct repairs on roads. There's a number of things that I think factor in with a project like this that a community benefits from, but no question, no discussion outside of hearing about those tax dollars.
Okay.
And how the county may choose to use them.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Goldman.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, Ms. Chester.
Good afternoon.
First, just a follow-up from my conversation with Mr. Lunar. I just asked him more specifically in the kind of alternatives analysis that the company did with regard to the cost comparison of undergrounding, and he referred me to you for perhaps more specifics. So I just want to see if you had any response to that question.
Yeah, the cost of undergrounding 345, undergrounding in general transmission is a wide range that we would expect order of magnitude, 10 to 20 times potentially the cost of an overhead transmission to underground. Those just in terms of construction and material cost as an example. Additional costs that would need to be considered include the feasibility, studying the feasibility of undergrounding 345 for a long amount of time. I think typically, as Mr. Lunar noted, and folks are likely familiar, we don't have underground 345 in Colorado. In other areas, it tends to be very limited in length. And so we have to look at the feasibility and what additional things it would require. Just from the straight cost comparison, does it require repeater stations or additional equipment for longer lengths? We also have to consider the cost associated with the additional impact of placing a line underground. So ground disturbance, for example, when we construct overhead, the poles and the area around them are much smaller areas of disturbance than the very wide, long trench, deep trench that goes with underground. So we might have an environmental mitigation, additional costs, and so on. So that's why you see that range, I think, typically of order of magnitude 10 to 20 times more expensive, depending on the actual technical engineered design details associated with it.
Okay, thanks for that additional detail. I just wanted to ask you a couple questions also. I believe you included the development agreement as attachment JLC 16 to your rebuttal testimony. And I wanted to understand within that, the company had made several commitments in terms of hours of work and road damage mitigation or payment, site lighting, noise ordinance, waste disposal, other required access permits, things of that nature. And I was just curious if in the company's view, that development agreement and the company's commitments are still binding or intended to be followed by the company, even if instead of being granted the permit, you all were provided the ability to proceed through this venue instead.
Sure. So we're a little bit, I think, in uncharted territory here, right? If that's how the outcome of the proceedings. things that were in that developers agreement or development agreement, like the hours of work and fixing road damage if we cause it, those are standard practices for us that we agree to and use regularly throughout the hundreds of miles that we've constructed or are constructing. So those things are just standard practice for us in what we do. So I think there's a lot in there that is, as I was explaining to Mr. Martin earlier too, that we just do as a matter of how we construct the project. I think if we're talking about whether that agreement in its form as a document is in place, subject to a certain outcome in this proceeding, I don't know if I can answer that. I think we'd have to have some of our legal staff help us understand that. But in terms of things like site lighting and road repairs, those are things that we do. We also, regardless of, I think, the development agreement or an approved 1041, there are certain county, local and state and even federal regulations that we have to comply with that aren't necessarily tied to that permit approval. So, there's a state noise ordinance, for example, that we would have to comply with regardless, and we do. So those things are, I think, again, pretty standard and I think would be applicable to the construction. If an outcome here were to be that we were authorized to move forward with construction and not have an approved 1041.
Okay. And then similarly in attachment JLC 26, you highlighted several asserted benefits to El Paso County regarding the 1041 permit application and the Pathways project itself. And I was curious if the company anticipates that all of these asserted benefits would still flow to the county if the commission grants the appeal here.
Yeah, would it be okay if we bring that up and maybe we can kind of look at them section by section? I just want to make sure I'm not
no worries
on something.
Ms. Crane, I believe it should be JLC 26. Oh, let's see. Do I have a page number for you? I don't right now. There we go. Okay. Thanks, Ms. Crane. There we are.
Yeah, some of these, if it's helpful, would you like for me to just walk through it, or do you want to point me to something?
No, just curious if you had anything that you think is distinct from this process versus being granted the 1041. Would just like to kind of understand that distinction. Obviously, the commission needs to weigh and understand potential benefits to El Paso County and its residents. So just wanted to understand if this is still an accurate list for this route versus the 1041 permit.
Yeah, maybe if we can just kind of scroll through. I don't have a printed copy in front of me, so I'm relying on what's on screen. But this top section talks a lot about our land acquisition, that those things are certainly in place. We have 100% of our land rights needed for construction in El Paso County, actually. So those are kind of all done and committed to at this point. The county fees in terms of, the next section, we talk there about our use of the roads and the haul routes. I don't anticipate we would change haul routes, for example, as an outcome of this. So we would be, using those same things. I think things like the surety bond and such, that's where I would think we would want to consult with our legal team just to see like what mechanism, how that would work. Would it be something we would put in place? But the thinking behind all of that in terms of if we cause damage during construction, we would repair it to the road. We would work with the appropriate jurisdiction to do that. We don't want the roads to be in a shape that not only the county community members couldn't pass, but we have a need to use them for construction and want to maintain them in good shape. So I think those sorts of things would be the case. To the extent we had planned to use local resources, maybe it's water, maybe it's concrete, that wouldn't change as an outcome of this. The federal standards we follow for wildfire mitigation none of that changes. Our restoration plan doesn't. The online training and coordination with local fire departments that's mentioned in that section, those things exist regardless, and we gladly do them and regularly do them and continue to be willing to move through that. Trades, that's irrespective of the 1041. So far, generally, I think these things are all still of benefit to El Paso County. If we wanted to talk specifically about a couple of them that relate to like the developers agreement and legally, is that something that would stand? I don't know, but the commitments made to keep things in good repair and fix damage that we cause, those are commitments the company makes, and that's how we practice our work across Pathway and Colorado in general.
Okay. Thanks. And I think there's also a company monitoring and mitigation plan. Would that have any changes with regard to the method for approval if that is not the 1041 permit?
Yeah, do we know which section or page that might be on? Just want to take a quick look.
I don't know offhand.
Can we word search? I want to word search on the screen myself. I can't do that. I think in terms of if it's related to just general monitoring and mitigation for the project as a whole on construction, those are things we would do just as a standard.
Okay.
Standard matter of practice. But if we find any specifics, I'm happy to look at those in detail. But
okay. And we have a bit more process here with the SOP. I think what would be helpful if the company is aware of anything that would be different in this planning or monitoring or job site or restoration commitments, that be identified by you all. I think.
Sure.
My presumption from this is we could expect nearly all of it, if not all of it, is the same from this.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. And then let me see. Something else I'd asked previously and was kind of referred to you. We have a lot of thank you. I'm done with this exhibit. I appreciate it. We have a lot of information in the record about what the company puts forth as its efforts for outreach, primarily, I think, centered around its outreach to county commissioners and the planning department, but less so around like individual landowners. And I think you had mentioned you were listening to the public comment hearing, and I think, needless to say, we received public comment that was critical of the company's outreach, especially to landowners and their approaches there and communication and perceived presumptuous nature of some of those interactions. So I just wanted to better understand it. Is there anywhere we could better understand how those processes went, or if you have any light to shed on those comments that we heard?
Sure. I think in terms of interaction with the community, individuals, landowners that we may need to obtain land rights with, the expectation and what I believe generally occurred, but certainly the expectation is that people communicate and act in good faith, are transparent about the project, the process. I heard comments made, for example, that conversations always threatened eminent domain or always threatened to use backstop authority if permits were denied. And I can say I personally was at every single community meeting myself, spoke with most of those folks individually, if not all of them. And we often get asked the tough questions in those meetings. If it's a landowner over land right and maybe they're not interested in the conversation, we may talk about the fact that we have eminent domain authority, for example. It's usually, and not usually, it's never in a threatening way. It's in direct ask to, if I don't accept your easement, if I tell you no, what will you do? Will you go away? Will you leave me alone? And we do then have to talk about eminent domain and how and when we use that as a last resort. So as it relates to land rights, we began working with folks on land rights on the project years ago with the initial community meetings, and then upon identification of the route. And it was only years later that for a very small number, we were not able to reach voluntary agreement and worked through that process. And as I mentioned, we have 100% of our land rights in El Paso County. I know that there was a gentleman that spoke at the public meeting indicating he has had great interactions with public service as well. So I think it's just kind of that balance of those conversations can be difficult when we have to talk about the what ifs if we don't reach voluntary agreement. Similarly, I think as it relates to our permitting, we are often asked, what if the county tells you no, and what would you do then? And the answer, I think, that's on record and is my answer every time is we would look at any reasons for denial and evaluate our choices then. Do we have the ability to file and come through the PUC as we're doing now? Yes. Do we have the ability to explore district court proceedings? Yes. We would rather not. We would rather go through a permit process and reach approval as we have in most of the other jurisdictions in Pathway. This doesn't benefit the company to go through this process, to take the time, to spend the cost, and we don't think it benefits the communities either and spending their dollars on legal fees. So we would rather put forth a good application and work through the process that way and reach an approval. So I appreciate that folks may feel that that's threatening because we do have those things, but I really don't think that that was the way the communications happened. Usually it's that we're asked the what if questions and we want to be transparent about those possibilities.
Thanks. And changing gears a little, a question on coordination with the the fire protection districts. And if instead I should move this question to the next witness, let me know. I was unnamed because despite it being mentioned 4 times, I still am not confident on pronunciation of the name. Apologies. So I think in what was provided this morning through staff's council have seen a letter that I believe was provided by Edison Fire District to Excel in November 25. So I just want to be sure I understand what kind of the sequence of events has been here around kind of specifically coordination there. So I think from what I've seen in the record here, I see a coordination letter that Excel is saying they provided to Edison Fire Protection District as HE hearing exhibit 105 JLC 14, which is from October 2024. Does that sound accurate?
That sounds accurate.
It was part of the big package of
yeah, and we can certainly pull it up, but yeah, so I believe we sent a letter out in the fall of 2024 to the fire districts.
Okay, and then in your second referral comment response in April 2025, the company indicated that no response was received from the fire districts, from two of the 3, I think, one of which was that particular one. Yes. Okay, and then we're seeing this letter, it's hard for us maybe to contextualize, so I'm trying to make sure I understand the sequence here. And then it seems as though Edison Fire District got a new fire chief, and he, in the letter, states he's unaware of what exactly the interactions had been and sends that letter in November 2025, which was after the county's denial. Do I have the timing all right on this?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think what you described, just if I can summarize, because that's helpful for me too, to make sure I heard you correctly, is in fall of 24, we sent fire districts letters, kind of under the permitting process to demonstrate to the county that we had conducted the outreach and talk through what response we got. And over the course of that nearly year-long permitting process, we, as you see in the record, attempted outreach, received return from Tri-County, and in particular, Tri-County was active in the referral agency process on the permitting side of things, and so they a lot of the communication with Tri-County was kind of going through the referral agency process, and we were responding to that as part of our application submittals. And then the new fire chief, Mr. Hicks, I heard him, I think, say at the public meeting, started in September of 25, which would have been, 2+ months after the permit denial. And a letter sent in November to Excel would have been additional months after the denial. So.
Okay. And then is it accurate that the company has not responded since that November 2025 letter from Edison to you?
I'm not sure about the company as a whole. I don't know. I don't have that letter. It wasn't sent to me. I didn't receive it. But if that is the case, that they have not been contacted by the company, we will certainly take that feedback that was received through the comment hearing and be in touch with them and the new fire chief, and appreciate knowing that that's something that they've outreached and haven't been able to reach us successfully. So, but I can't speak for the company as a whole, but I know I haven't received that letter, and I'll follow up.
Okay. Maybe it'd be helpful if we just look at it. I think this was in staff's box. It was hearing exhibit 601 that staff added this morning. Do you think, can we pull that up, Ms. Crane? Thank you. So this, there's the subsequent pages are the actual like letter, more formal. But this was, I think, the email that conveyed the letter. I feel as though I'm recognizing that as your name and your email address in the two. So
yeah, I can't tell if that's an L or a 1.
I just want to confirm if you're certain you didn't receive it. Yeah, it could be.
I will double check. For example, Tyler, that's an incorrect email address. Delaney is no longer with the company, and I cannot tell if that's a 1 or an L. But it appears that it was attempted to be sent to me. I don't recall seeing this. I will, of course, triple check, but again, more than happy, and we'll certainly reach out to the fire district and coordinate. As we said in some of my earlier comments, it is common, required. It is a matter of business practice for us and our contractors to reach out and coordinate with the fire protection districts, as we've done across Pathway. Most of Pathway is within areas where there are rural volunteer fire protection districts, and that is very common for us to do, and we will do that here as well.
Okay, yeah, and that was kind of my last question to you, is since it appears that this coordination did not happen during the referral, there, we're seeing in the record some outreach from Excel, but now we have a new fire chief who it seems would like to do this coordination, but the county permitting process has closed at this point. So if the appeal is granted here to Excel, would there be a proactive outreach to try to address these, at least this fire protection district's newer kind of concerns and outreach, and like how does that get settled since it's out of that conferral process that it more typically might have been in?
Yeah, so definitely for the fire districts that Pathway is within, regardless of permitting status, as we approach construction, we coordinate with them so that everyone knows. We sometimes see fire districts come out and inspect certain things like our laydown yards, provide contacts. Here's my name, here's your name, and talk through concerns. And that would happen here for Edison, Tri-County, and Big Sandy, in El Paso County, among the other fire districts that Segment 5 crosses.
Okay. Thanks. Those are all my questions. I appreciate it, and you can pull that down. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Gomez. Hello, Ms. Chester.
Hello.
I just wanted to follow up on the math behind your response to Commissioner Plan on state assessed taxes for El Paso County. which I think you testified was in the 150,000 per year range. Did I hear that right?
We currently pay over 800,000, the numbers in the record. When I asked for an estimated what might it increase to, I was told that it would be maybe $150,000, that we might be around $1 million a year, but there's no exact calculation on that number.
And I just want to make sure I understand the math about how you get to even that right number. Was there 48 miles of transmission line in El Paso County? Did I get that? Is that right? Or do you know that number?
Is it 48 or 45? I need to make sure I don't have my numbers confused between the E counties, but in that range, yes.
Okay. And say it's like $3 million a line. So that would be a total plan investment of $150 million, subject to later check. Would you accept that?
It would need to be confirmed.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
if we want to talk hypothetical numbers.
Yeah. So, and then for assessed value, do you multiply that by something like 25 or 26% to get from total plan to assessed value, or do you not know?
I don't know. Although I think it was Commissioner Plant read the language about how the state assessed taxes are calculated. And I don't know if it's a straight percent. My understanding is that it depends also on the location and the mill levies in place and some other things. So I don't think it's a straight percent calculation is my understanding, but I am not the person who would ultimately do the exact calculation on that.
And it's fair that that annual payment depreciates as the plant depreciates, right? Because it's based on an assessed value. So as the underlying value depreciates, the payment to El Paso County depreciates. Is that fair?
I don't have knowledge on that.
And if I represented to you that the budget of El Paso County was over $500 million, such that this state assessed tax payment was not a material influence on the countywide budget, would you have any reason to doubt that?
I'd have to do the math, but I think $1 million still sounds like a nice amount of money. I understand relative to 500 million, it's a piece of the puzzle, but I don't know if 500 million is obtained by $1 million increments such that, 1 or 2 or 3 or 10 of those would matter. I can't speak to that, but I think it sounds like money to me.
The incremental amount here is only 150,000, not $1 million. The 830.
The additional amount, yes, yeah. Yes, the additional amount.
Mm-hmm. I had a conversation with Mr. Lunar about potentially finding a way through a community benefits agreement or other mechanism to provide some additional funding and other support to local communities like El Paso County. Any thoughts about the company helping us trying to find a package of commitments and funding support that were included in your 1041 county application and perhaps permit applications from other counties that we could potentially include as conditions in our order in this case, and in a way that doesn't create perverse incentives for counties to deny 1041 appeals? Any thoughts on doing that? This commission has perhaps tried to craft its own solutions in other cases, and I feel like we may not be very good at trying to do something here that doesn't create unexpected outcomes. So any thoughts about helping us get to a package of commitments, given that with the denial of the 1041 permit, it does seem like none of that stuff is really binding, maybe. So thoughts?
I did hear your questioning and testimony of Mr. Lunar on that earlier. Certainly share concerns, the same concerns as Mr. Lunar. I think we're all hearing that and understanding the desire and the position here. I think in addressing Commissioner Gilman's questions about what in you call it commitments maybe is the wrong word. still exists for El Paso in terms of what would have been the case if the application had been approved. I think the bulk of what they would have benefited from is still the case, and doesn't require a community benefits agreement. I also think, though, that I heard ask about additional incentives that may not have been contemplated as part of El Paso's code or at the time of 1041. I think you, if I'm recalling correctly, you said no need to answer today. Maybe think on it. We could talk about it again. I guess that's what I'd like to offer in terms of response here is that, again, the concerns shared by Mr. Lunar are the same for me. It is my team here that has the responsibility of permitting all of our projects across Colorado. And as you can imagine, in home rule where local jurisdictions have that ability, that is a tall order to do that, but we have done it successfully in every jurisdiction that we've worked on for Pathway and other projects across the state, with the exception of the 2 counties that were before you on in El Paso today. And so I don't know if I see this as a widespread problem to be solved, although I'm sympathetic to Eastern El Paso County's situation today. I'm not sure, in terms of volunteer fire departments, if it is public services role to solve that problem. So again, I think we've been very successful in working with jurisdictions and providing the benefits and commitments, working through our commitments. I'm concerned about how we bridge that gap here and do it without creating incentives that I think we as a company would be concerned about, and I'd be concerned about permitting across hundreds of jurisdictions in Colorado. How's that for a non-answer? Unfortunately, that I'd like to think on it. I think we're all just struggling with what would that look like and what could the unintentional consequences be, but what would the outcome be in the world of, would we like to get to, construction of Pathway in El Paso County? Of course we would. How do we do that? And how does the commission view it is I think the subject of that question. So.
Well, maybe you could come back tomorrow and we can put you on at some point tomorrow after spending the night and thinking about it. And perhaps you could, from your initial commitments in the 1041 permit filing, plus some of what you heard today from Mr. Martin and the 3 commissioners, you can come back and see if you can suggest something that is more satisfying as an answer, because like I say, you really don't want us trying to do it. So I'd really like to see something from the company.
Okay.
So would you try and do your best overnight and come back to us tomorrow?
I can do that. Yes.
Thanks. Just one last line of questioning on landowner payments. And if you can pull up that document that Commissioner Gilman was looking at, hearing exhibit 105 JLC-26. And if we can go to page 1, landowner payments, and I'm going to refer you to the 3rd bullet, which I think it says, property owners are paid fair market value of the property where the easement will be located. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And then you see in the next bullet, it says that these payments are based on reasonable market value or the price of an acquisition had it been sold on an open market under circumstances where the owner was willing to sell and the purchaser was willing to buy, but neither was under an obligation to do so. Did I read that right?
I think so. I think you got all the words there. Yes.
Okay. And to comply with Colorado law, I think, Colorado law governs the appraisers of just compensation owed for its acquisitions. Is that right?
Yes, we do. That's right.
Okay. So when you make an initial offer to a landowner, it reflects the company's view of reasonable market value based on these definitions and like legal criteria and the support of third-party appraisers. Is that fair, or would you say that different?
I think that I would say it similarly, yes.
Okay. When we were in El Paso County to hear public comments, and I think Elbert County too, we heard from several landowners that received letters saying that if they didn't execute a land agreement within a fixed time period, Public Service Company would lower the payment from what was initially offered. Do you have any reason to believe that those public comments are not a factually accurate description of the company's negotiation approach, at least in several instances?
I think what they may have been referring to there is that we make offers and negotiate with landowners based on the fair market value. When appraisers are engaged and appraise an individual property, right? So when you're talking about fair market value, maybe based off of a market data study still completed by an appraisal company, those dollars can differ from an appraisal for a specific property. And in most cases, our initial offers may be higher than the appraised value. And if we are moving through condemnation proceedings in Colorado, we are paying the appraised value, which can be a different number. So that's where they may have seen some different numbers.
So
in some cases, the numbers are higher.
So you're saying the company, I mean, it's the way they presented it, and we didn't have examples of letters on this record, but it was like, if you don't execute within a week, you're going to get a lower payment. You're saying that is not a correct characterization of how the negotiation proceeded.
I don't think the letter stated that. The letter stated, that we believe this is a fair offer, and the appraised value may be different, and the future communications around a condemnation proceeding would have the appraised value in it that could be different, higher or lower.
Okay. And that's your understanding of the communications with those landowners?
I believe so. Without having something in front of me to reference, that would be my guess.
Okay.
Yes.
You could take this down. And if you could get us something tomorrow about a set of conditions that we could look at, including in this order, consistent with the 1041 application, and anything you can do to help this out consistent with impact fees in other counties, and where this might have landed, if there were conditions to approval, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Chester. That's all I had. Redirect Ms. Caliendo.
Yes, thank you. And just for Commission administrative staff, I do plan to pull up Hearing Exhibit 105, Attachment JLC 15, and Attachment JLC 24. But before we get there, Ms. Chester, do you recall a conversation with Mr. Martin about the company's county-specific wildfire plan?
I do.
And do you recall when the company provided that county-specific wildfire plan to the county?
It was uploaded to their permitting portal, EDARP, on May 7th of 2025.
And could we please see what's been marked as Hearing Exhibit 120 in the company's box.com? Ms. Chester, do you recognize this document?
Yes, that's the EDARP screen showing the list of documents there.
And does it, can you just tell me what this document shows?
That shows documents that were uploaded and the date and timestamp on the right-hand side associated with that, with a couple or maybe a few highlights if there's more to the bottom.
Yeah, if we can scroll down. And does this show there at the bottom, second from the bottom, the company's wildfire mitigation plan, Colorado's Power Pathway, El Paso County segment, as uploaded on May 7th, 2025?
Yes, it does.
I move for admission of hearing exhibit 120.
Any objections, Mr. Martin?
Mr. Chair, I couldn't hear that. What is the question?
Any objection to admitting this document?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, no objection.
So admitted.
Thank you. We can take this down. Do you recall a discussion with Mr. Martin about the company's coordination with fire agencies?
I do.
And if we could please pull up hearing exhibit 105 attachment JLC 15. And can we please go to page 188? Is this one of the referenced comments you received from a fire agency in the referral comment process?
It is. This is one of the referral comments received from Tri-County Fire Department.
And what did that comment say?
That comment reads that Tri-County Fire Department is okay with Colorado's Excel Power Pathway 1041 as described and with the following changes, and lists a number of asks to add different items or edits to that emergency response procedure document.
Thank you. And can we go now to page 509 of the same document? In the second box there under Tri-County Fire Department, is this the same comment that we just looked at?
Yeah, on the left side, the second box down is a copy, essentially a copy and paste of that comment, yes.
And what's shown in the box next to that?
That is the response provided from the company to that specific comment, noting there that we incorporated that into this response package and how we took action related to that particular referral comment, including, as noted in the third paragraph here, that we revised our emergency response procedures to include the requested information.
Thank you. If we could now go up to page 501. Okay, and then I believe it's in the second box there under the PCD project manager. You'll see references there to the Big Sandy Fire District. Can you describe the company's response here regarding the Big Sandy Fire District? And it may help if we scroll down just a little bit.
Yeah, thanks. So as noted here, we sent coordination letters to Big Sandy and Edison Fire Districts in October of 2024. We provided copies of those letters, uploaded as attachments and uploaded to eDART. We followed up in May by a phone call and did not receive any return. We also sent emails as well, as noted there.
Thank you. We can take this exhibit down. You discussed briefly with Commissioner Gilman, but just to be clear, is the company opposed to working with local emergency responders or complying with county imposed conditions to support them?
Absolutely no concerns or objections to working and coordinating with fire districts and emergency first responders, not only for the safety of the community, but the safety of our construction team. And it does us no good to have people injured and not be able to get response, to have things happen and not understand the timelines. Again, it's something that our construction contractor and us as a company, even our construction crews, are very familiar across the state of Colorado, including Pathway, working and coordinating with fire districts. We do that as a matter of course. We coordinate regularly with a fire district out in Western Colorado, for example, where we have a lot of work happening right now. They let us know that area is remote, that there are long response times. And as we start construction, ahead of starting construction, we coordinate with them and then communicate, for example, regularly. We will be working in this area, so they know where they may need to send in the event of an emergency responders. So no issue or concerns there.
And I think you touched on this, but is the company's standard procedure to continue working with local emergency responders during construction of the pathway project as well as after?
Yes, it is. So during construction as well, we offer training, we work with OEMs, we coordinate with different groups through our wildfire programs and a number of other activities, which is sometimes project specific if it's related to construction, and then otherwise it is part of our company practice.
Thank you. And if we could please pull up attachment JLC 24. And as we do you recall a discussion with Mr. Martin about this document?
I do.
And for the record, this is the company's El Paso County specific wildfire mitigation plan. If we could please go to page 124. And here it states, no hot work activities are expected to occur in El Paso County. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then can we please go to page 127 at the bottom, continuing on to page 128. I think you looked at this section briefly with Mr. Martin. Does this section discuss the protocols for hot work?
Yeah, it talks about our fire watch and protocols in the event that hot work should be completed. There's other items in here too regarding training for that, but yes.
Okay, and scrolling down just a little bit more, can you detail some of those specific protocols that are discussed here?
So that includes having a dedicated fire watch crew member, as stated here, that their job is to keep an eye on things and have great situational awareness in the event that a fire starts and they're able to do so safely. They work to extinguish fires. We have protocols for monitoring after that area. And then when those hot work activities are conducted, what might be required if the fire danger is in an elevated state.
Thank you. We can take this exhibit down. Does the company operate and maintain transmission lines in areas of higher wildfire risk in Colorado, including lines in El Paso County?
Yes. Yes, we own, operate, maintain over 5,000 miles of transmission in Colorado, including areas of very high extreme fire risk in different parts of the state and western El Paso County as well.
Thank you. And are you aware of any situations where crews working on a pathway project or similar projects responded to a fire that was unrelated to the work being conducted?
I am, yes. As I've mentioned, pathway has been constructed and under constructed in rural areas of eastern Colorado, many of them similarly located distances or even greater distances from emergency response facilities, have volunteer fire departments. Our crews have, in some instances, become aware or observed the start of a fire and have been able to deploy crew and equipment to extinguish fires not caused by construction activities, but occurring in the community.
Thank you. Switching topics a bit, could we please see hearing exhibit 103, attachment JML 4? And while we're doing that, Ms. Chester, do you recall a discussion with Commissioner Gilman regarding undergrounding?
I do, yes.
And in this exhibit, can we please see page 68, line 13? Thank you. And Ms. Chester, do you recall at the BOCC hearing discussing some of the issues surrounding undergrounding?
I do, yes.
And those are described here, starting here page 68, line 13 through page 71, line 3 for your reference. But can you discuss what some of those other issues are aside from cost?
Yeah, and so kind of I think as we scroll through here, what we were talking about at this point in the hearing was the difference between undergrounding, distribution, and transmission. Distribution being much more common and cost feasible. We also talked about the extent of disturbance associated with undergrounding a transmission line and what that would take, that it's not a single small cable, but it's a very wide, deep trench. We have to have the vaults located around every 2,000 feet based on the length of the cable. We talked about the environmental impact and the fact that the conduits are placed and a thermal backfill is located, placed in there. So very different impacts to undergrounding a 345 kV line. The potential additional need for like repeater stations or additional substations, again, additional impact, which while that also drives cost of undergrounding is something that I think is assumed to be less impactful to underground something because folks are thinking about distribution, but in fact can have much greater impacts in terms of environmental impacts. For example, we can't span a wetland with an underground line. We have to go through it. And so, maybe we can go under it with some directional drilling techniques, but we can avoid a lot of sensitive resources with pole placement for an above ground line. So we talked about that in addition to the cost being something to consider as related to undergrounding.
Thank you. We can take this exhibit down. Taking us way back to the beginning of your conversation with Mr. Martin, do you recall discussing the completeness determination for the company's 1041 permit application?
I do, yes.
Procedurally, what is the purpose of a completeness determination in a 1041 permit application?
So the completeness determination applies to local code, but also state statutes surrounding land use permit applications for utility, and determining application complete is typically done according to the county code and allows a project to move forward. Typically, the application is determined to be complete and hearings are set subsequent to that.
And do you recall discussing with Mr. Martin who makes the completeness determination?
Yes, as he noted, in El Paso County, the director makes that completeness determination.
And who was the El Paso County director at the time of the company's 1041 permit application?
I'd have to double check the name. I believe it's Megan something. I'm forgetting the last name. We were primarily working with Carrie Parsons, who I understood was not the director.
Thank you. And do you have additional comments on the purpose of the completeness determination in the context of a 1041 permit application?
Yeah, I think it's something that's very interesting, and we work quite a bit with. Again, when you see things like our letters or our referral comments referencing code, we're trying to submit a complete application based on the county requirements at the time we submit that application. Certainly, in the case of El Paso County, we worked through a very iterative process over the course of a year with those numbers of submittals to get to completeness. So addressing maybe more of the we checked, and had all of the things that the county requires, but Carrie Parsons may have been requesting additional information in her communications with us or asking us to respond to referral agencies. That can be a very iterative process, which is great. We get to an application, as we saw here. I believe our initial application was 900 pages. Midway through, we were at 1,500 pages. By the time we were done, we were at a 2,000 page or over 2,000 page application. And so, I think it's important to make sure we address that. And that's why we worked with El Paso for a year to do so. Additionally, it can become kind of a challenging thing to work through if a jurisdiction wants to keep it in a loop of constant review and not determine it complete and not set hearing. And so we have to balance it is complete and moving it forward with hearing, also complying with statutory timelines around processing land use permits, and make sure we're not getting caught in that infinite loop of not setting a hearing and in a constant state of just asking for additional information and moving the goalpost.
Thank you. And one final question for you. Did the company expend similar effort in other permitting processes in other jurisdictions for the pathway project as it did here in El Paso County?
Generally, no. Most jurisdictions, we submitted applications and were at hearing in less than a year based on statutory timelines and process for pathways. So this was additional effort to work with a jurisdiction for that year on the application.
Thank you. No other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Chester. You can be temporarily excused. I think we may see you tomorrow. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Mr. Cartet.
Mr. Chair, is it?
Can you hold up your right arm? Right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, Commissioner.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes.
Back to you, Ms. Cayendo.
Apologies, Chair. We're switching our audio quickly.
Ms. Dundas, did you have something? Up, you're muted.
Was Mr. Martin trying to get your attention?
Maybe. I don't know. Mr. Martin, did you have something?
Mr. Chair, I was going to say the answer back. May we have a break before we start this exam?
Yeah. Let's come back at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Mr. Martin, it's, did you do your, I guess back to you, Mr. Mansholt, and then we'll go to Mr. Martin.
Did we swear in? I missed that part.
Yeah. Let's assume he's sworn in. I know he held up his right hand. I forget when Ms. Dundas interrupted, but that's all right.
Okay. Good afternoon. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Sure, my name is Patrick Kuretich. That is Patrick, with the last name of Kuretich.
Kuretich, for everyone out there.
Yep.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Employed by Xcel Energy Services. I am the Director of Transmission Strategy and Performance, which covers all our operating companies.
And you submitted rebuttal testimony in this case as hearing exhibit 106. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you've got a correction to your hearing exhibit. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
From Box.com, can we pull up a corrected version of Mr. Kuretich rebuttal testimony? That's hearing exhibit 106 Rev 1. And can you explain the set of corrections that you've done in this? We can look at them individually, but just broadly, could you explain what you've done for your corrections here?
Yes. With the withdrawing of Mr. Peterson as a witness, corrections were made to the testimony, and I had responded to certain of his comments that had through his testimony, and so I was striking mention of that.
And just for outside counsel's benefit, opposing counsel's benefit, can we go to page 5, please? Scroll down. Here's where you are doing one of those examples of striking Mr. Peterson from your testimony.
Yes, that is correct.
And then on page 8, you again have removed your summary of Mr. Peterson's testimony, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then on page 23, here you've reframed your Q&A not to be specific to Mr. Peterson, but just more overall about your wildfire plans, and additionally remove the references to Mr. Peterson. Is that right?
That is correct.
And there's just a couple more of these. Page 25. Scrolling down. This is again just reflecting, rather than a singularity of Mr. Peterson response, a more generalized correction in your testimony. Is that right?
Yes, this is correct.
And the last one on page 28. Again, this is where you've removed the references to Mr. Peterson. Is that right?
That is correct.
We haven't made similar corrections through all our other testimonies, but given that Mr. Peterson's testimony was about wildfire issues, we thought it appropriate at hearing to do a corrected version to ensure the wildfire testimony is accurate for this witness. So we would seek to introduce this revised version and corrected version of hearing exhibit 106.
Any objection, Mr. Martin?
No objection, Mr. Chair.
So moved.
And this witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Martin, I have 45 minutes and it's 3:05.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kuretich. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Great. You've probably heard this 3 or 4 times already today, but I'm outside counsel to El Paso County, and I have actually a fairly exhaustive list of questions for you. If at any point you need a break or would like to step aside for just a moment, please tell me, and I'm sure we can arrange that with the chair.
Understood.
Great. So, Mr. Koretich, according to your statement of qualifications, you're trained as an engineer, is that right?
Yes, I'm educated as an engineer.
Great. And you have extensive experience with transmission and distribution systems?
The bulk of my experience is in substations and on the transmission side. And I also have experience in distribution and more recently transmission lines.
Great. Could you tell us a little bit more about your background, your experience, your education, if any, and wildfire management?
My experience in wildfire, I would say management and mitigation. I have been involved in our previous wildfire mitigation plan. So we have a plan that was filed 2019, 2020 with the commission. I worked both on the distribution side and the transmission side in an engineering capacity in support of that plan. I am currently involved in the 2025 through 27 mitigation plan in support of our transmission related activities.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. Are you familiar with the topography and the vegetative cover in the part of El Paso County where the project is planned?
Maybe a basic understanding of ground cover.
Okay. Have you visited the area?
I have not.
All right. Will you go to exhibit 106, please? Mr. Koretich's rebuttal testimony.
And just for the record, that's the Rev 1 version. If that's okay.
She's putting up the revised version as opposed
yes.
to.
Thank you. My page references may be a little off, Mr. Koretich, because you've revised your testimony as appropriate. So we might have to do a little searching here, but let's start at page 7 if we could. And I'll ask the folks running the system if they could just routinely expand the document on the page for me, since my eyes aren't what they used to be. But would you say it's fair, Mr. Koretich, for me to suggest that you believe the transmission line would not be located, the pathway transmission line would not be located in a high wildfire hazard area? Is that roughly accurate?
I would say that based on our tier modeling, wildfire tiers 1, 2, and 3, that the line is located in our lowest wildfire tier, which is tier 1 in El Paso County.
In El Paso County, yes, that's a given, Mr. Koretich. Are you aware of the 117th fire that occurred in and around Hanover, Colorado, Hanover County, rather?
I'm aware, from a news perspective, I'm aware of it.
All right. Would you say that it occurred are you familiar enough with it to say whether it occurred in an area that's similar in vegetative cover to the area in eastern El Paso County?
No, I would not be familiar enough with it to compare vegetation cover.
All right. Were you aware that it consumed 41,000 acres?
I can't confirm or deny that.
That's fair, Mr. Koretich, no worries. Are you familiar with the smokehouse fire from the panhandle of Texas?
I am familiar with, at least again, from a news perspective, familiar with that fire.
Would you agree there was a fire in a prairie or grassland community?
I'm not sure I can confirm or deny the vegetation cover of that fire.
Alrighty. Can you agree, Mr. Koretich, that a grassland or prairie fire is a serious matter?
I guess I can agree that, or maybe not agree, I can say that any wildfire, regardless of fuel, can be a serious matter.
Okay, fair enough. We could go to exhibit 205, please. You familiar with this document, Mr. Koretich? Were you around when this document was developed?
Is this the I guess scroll down, this is the 2024 annual report?
Yes, it is.
Yes, I at least familiar with portions of this document.
Great. Could we go to page 24, please? Scroll down a little bit, please. So, Mr. Koretich, would you say it's fair to say that distribution fires are far more common than transmission line ignitions?
Well, I guess I would say that from ignitions, I think you mentioned distribution fires, and we're talking two different things here, but I would say based on the data, we see more distribution-based ignitions than transmission-based ignitions.
Thank you. That's a fair statement. But there are occasionally transmission-related ignitions. Is that true, Mr. Koretich?
Based off of our reporting here, and I guess when we talk ignitions, I want to make sure we're clear. Ignition does not mean fire or a fire occurred. An ignition can be a heating event. It could be a spark. It could be and again, it's defined in here. You know, this is why we have typically call this a risk event. These are not fires. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But as reported here, we have on an annual basis, we have seen ignitions as defined within our annual reporting on the transmission system.
That's fair. I agree. But is it fair to say that transmission-related ignitions, as you define them, are infrequent, maybe even rare, but not impossible?
I mean, based on the reporting here, we would say that we do report ignitions as defined here on an annual basis. And this is, I would say, exactly why we have a wildfire mitigation plan and we take wildfires seriously as we do as a company.
Great. So, Mr. Chair, we may move to admit this as an exhibit in evidence later in this process.
Do you want to just do it now?
We can do it now, Mr. Chair.
Any objections, Mr. Mansholt?
No objection.
So admitted.
Mr. Koretich, I've asked other Excel witnesses this question. I'm going to ask you as well. In your focus on wildfire mitigation, is it also possible that a wildfire could be started entirely accidentally by an on-scene accident, welding, hot work, a hot manifold, someone accidentally drops a cigarette if cigarette smoking hasn't been prohibited? Are there other instances, other pathways by which a fire might start? Forgive the pun.
I guess I would say that fires occur across Colorado and really throughout the United States are caused by, or can be caused by, things like a cigarette out the window, a manifold, dragging of chains. There are multiple, I would say, ignition causes. And that's, I don't think there's anything to dispute there.
Okay, maybe go to Exhibit 106, page 9, please. Lines 7 to 9, I believe. Mr. Koretich, is it fair to say you testified that the county's testimony doesn't provide a factually or analytically supported basis for concluding that Segment 5 of the Pathway Project presents an elevated wildfire risk that cannot be mitigated?
That's what is written here?
Yes. Did I fairly recapitulate your testimony, sir?
Yes.
All right. Do you believe that all fire risks can be mitigated, Mr. Koretich?
I think all is a broad term. I think there are, depending on the type of mode, there are mitigations that can be deployed to drastically reduce the chance of ignition.
Reduce, right? That's an operative word. Am I pronouncing your name correctly, by the way, Mr. Koretich? Am I getting it right?
You know what? You're getting it right, Koretich. You're doing pretty good.
I'm pleased at least that I've made that progress.
It's a feat, and I get it.
Sir, do you believe that adequately trained and resourced emergency responders might be key to avoiding a catastrophic fire?
I think one of the keys to a catastrophic fire is prevention in the first place.
I agree, but do you think that once a fire is started, is a trained and resourced emergency response team key to avoiding a catastrophic fire?
I think if a fire is started, that response is one of the elements that would be needed or that would play into containment.
All right. Did you hear my conversations with Ms. Chester just a bit ago, Mr. Koretich?
Yes, sir.
You remember me asking or pointing out to her different places where the fire prevention plan referred to first actions someone should take in case of a fire is to communicate with first responders?
I did see that as well, yes.
Do you agree, Mr. Chester, that that's the first thing one should do?
Well, from a crew perspective, I think the first thing that, again, depending if they can, is if they could locally suppress it. And so, which is why we require equipment on truck, and we also, if doing something, and this is mentioned in that same document around welding, which we're not anticipating to happen in El Paso County, larger water resources are required.
All right. So I'm going to switch to talking about Paso AI cameras, if that's all right with you. You're familiar with those, I assume?
I have a decent understanding. I wouldn't say I'm an absolute expert in it, but I'm happy to talk about Paso with you.
Great. Were you present at the Board of County Commissioners hearing in July 2025, Mr. Koretich?
I was not, but I've reviewed the transcript.
All right. Did you did review the transcript?
Yes, I have reviewed the transcript.
Great. If we could pull up the transcript for the Board of County Commissioners hearing, it's Exhibit 103. You've got it. Thank you. So are you aware, Mr. Koretich, do you remember that the commissioners asked how far the cameras could see, what their digital range might be?
I recall some discussion on that. If there's a specific instance or a specific discussion you want to pull up, I say let's do that.
We can go to page 81. I believe it was a question to Mr. Holder, asking about the digital range for those cameras. Do you remember that, Mr. Koretich?
If it's what we're talking about now, I'm taking some time to read that right now.
Would you like us to scroll the document down, Mr. Koretich?
Yeah, if there's a particular part you want to talk about, let's do that. Otherwise, feel free to scroll and I can read as we go here. Okay.
Do you remember the commissioners, and we're on page 84 now. Do you remember the commissioners asking the company if they'd install additional AI cameras along the route of the pathway project?
I recall discussion on I would say where they mentioned this may be a benefit, or that, I don't think there was ever a directive or a condition to say we wanted these cameras on.
It's actually line 23. I should have mentioned that, Mr. Koretich. Line 23.
Okay.
Ms. Chester's answer then and today was it's under evaluation. Do you think that's a fair statement, Mr. Koretich?
Panel placement, I guess the statement I would make is under the WMP, or the wildfire mitigation plan, the primary purpose of the cameras is to capture our assets within tier 2 and tier 3. So, we continue to evaluate our ability to have adequate coverage in those areas. As far as segment 5, that sits outside of that tier 2 and tier 3, that, our evaluation of placing cameras is not necessarily directed at that, though. One thing I would point out is, the distances we're seeing with the cameras, one of which is mentioned here, it mentioned Jefferson County, but I think we correct that later to Douglas County. We have, in this instance and other instances, continue to see range of these cameras, at exceeding 40 miles. So while the placement of the cameras was designed for tier 2 and tier 3, right, what we're seeing in actual practice is we're getting significantly higher coverage. And in this case, that coverage, if we consider at least a 40-mile radius, would cover segment 1, or I'm sorry, not segment 1, segment 5 in El Paso.
Okay, we can get back to that in a second. So is it your testimony, Mr. Koretich? I just want to make sure that I got this right, that you're focusing installation of AI cameras on lines in wildfire risks 2 and 3?
I guess I'm quoting what is written in the WMP, so the wildfire mitigation plan. So it's not necessarily my particular statement. That's a statement made within the wildfire mitigation plan.
So that's the company's policy then, Mr. Koretich?
That is under the WMP, that is how we're placing Pano AI cameras.
So is the company evaluating installation of cameras along transmission lines in Class 1 wildfire risk areas, Mr. Koretich?
I think, again, as stated, when we look at deployment of Pano AI cameras under the WMP, those are targeted at our medium and high risk areas, tier 2 and tier 3.
So you were involved in development of the 2025-2027 wildfire mitigation plan, right, Mr. Koretich?
I was involved in specific sections of the 2025 to 2027 wildfire mitigation plan.
And it's your understanding that the company does not intend to install AI cameras along transmission lines in type 1 wildfire risk areas. Is that right, Mr. Koretich? I want to make sure I'm getting this right.
Again, I would refer you back to the WMP. As stated, the purpose of the cameras is to gain visibility of our assets in areas of tier 2 and tier 3.
Thank you, Mr. Koretich. The document does infer that, but it's not very clear, but we'll stick with that for the moment. You're familiar with enhanced power line safety settings, Mr. Koretich?
I do have some understanding of that. That's a distribution-based program.
Okay, we can stick with the 2025 wildfire mitigation plan if that's all right. That's still Exhibit 106. Attachment PJK1, excuse me. We might, oops, I'm getting ahead of myself. That's the document that I'm referring to. Is that right, Mr. Koretich? The 2025-2027 wildfire mitigation plan?
That is correct.
And you had some involvement with drafting parts of it. That's correct, right, Mr. Chair, Mr. Koretich?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Is it fair to say that one of the measures Excel is taking is the enhanced power line safety setting program?
That is correct. I would maybe to elaborate just on for one moment that EPSS, which is Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings, is a distribution-based program. The analog to that on transmission, and I believe I talked about this in my testimony, is Wildfire Safety Operations, or WSO, which is a non-reclose program on transmission.
Understand, Mr. Koretich, and you did at least advert to that in your testimony. If we could go to page 15, please, bottom of the page. Does that confirm, Mr. Koretich, that Excel is, or at least in this case, Public Service Company of Colorado is deploying this technology on higher risk distribution feeders? Is that what you were saying?
That is correct. The EPSS is a distribution-based feeder program where this is being implemented on tier 2 and tier 3 feeders.
Great. So not transmission lines in medium and high wildfire risk areas. Is that right?
Well, I guess maybe a little elaboration would be useful here. So again, EPSS is a distribution-based program. And so no, that will not be enabled on a transmission line, regardless of the tier, right? That's the two different systems. From a transmission line perspective, we are enabling non-reclose on lines that cross tier 2 or tier 3, which in this case would actually be segment 5. So while segment 5 traverses only tier 1 in El Paso County, we could, from a system perspective, the line is protected. How we protect the line from a breaker perspective, that whole segment crosses Elbert. Elbert also has a tier 2 segment. So from a wildfire safety operations perspective, we would be on higher risk days operating WSO. Another perhaps clarification that would be useful is, when we talk EPSS, when we talk fast trip capability, that is a capability we have on Colorado pathway lines, but we have, of course, we also have across the state is transmission lines as a whole have what we call high-speed tripping. So when we consider segment 5 in particular, we deploy primary and secondary protective relaying. So we have redundant relaying on both terminals. So this is looking into the line from a high speed perspective. These lines use very sensitive protection. They also have what we call communication assisted protection, which means each end of the line talks to each other. So that in the event that a abnormal condition does occur, each end of this line is looking to quickly identify that fault. And if one side finds it faster than the other, can tell the other side to operate. This is what gives us high speed tripping. And when we say high speed, and we think we're talking fractions of a second. In electrical engineering, we use the term cycles. 60 cycles in a second. We look at the ability for these transmission lines to detect and clear a fault. We're talking in the order of single-digit cycles. So I guess just to put a stop to that, I guess is EPSS's distribution-based program does not apply. When we look at what we're implementing on transmission, we do have non-reclose, which is a element of EPSS, and then we have high-speed relaying and high-speed trip capability, which is what we consider to be a standard relay package. And that is regardless of the wildfire tier. So it does not matter what tier we're in, that type of relaying and protection package is being deployed.
Thank you, Mr. Koretich. That's helpful. I was asking about EPSS merely because it's cited by Excel elsewhere as one of the mitigation measures it's taking along the pathway route, but we can switch subjects. Let's switch topics and talk about wildfire risk maps. You're familiar with those, right?
I'm familiar with the maps. I was not a subject matter expert or was deeply involved in the development of those maps.
But you did testify to them, is that right, Mr. Koretich?
I did point to verbiage within our WMP, which speaks to it, and I also pointed towards some of our experts that testified in direct testimony in the original case.
All right. Is it fair to say that public service companies developed a sophisticated system for updating its wildfire risk maps?
I would say that Public Service of Colorado has an approved methodology, through the commission process for the development of those maps, and that moving forward, there is a process for the updating of those maps. Actually, I believe that there is an ongoing effort this year, in fact, for those maps.
I think that's what I was trying to say, Mr. Koretich, but thank you. If we could go, I think are we Exhibit 106, attachment PJK1. If that's hearing exhibit 106, attachment PJK1, let's go to page 32, please. There we go. Scroll up just to give us a full picture of the map, if that's possible. Thank you. So is this a map of hazardous fire areas in Colorado, Mr. Koretich?
This looks to be I guess I'm reading this as HFAs and company assets, and this would have been the map available at the time of this creation of this document.
Right. Thank you. Does it tend to overlap with the company's assets? That's roughly a fair statement, Mr. Koretich?
Yes, the map. Well, from a wildfire tier perspective, we will ensure that there is as we either have or add assets that a wildfire tier is assigned to that asset.
So can you distinguish Eastern El Paso County on this map, Mr. Koretich, or is the scale too high?
Do you want to circle something, or is there something you want me to directly look at here?
No, just asking if you can discern Eastern El Paso County and much of the route of the pathway project. It's kind of blank, isn't it, Mr. Koretich?
Objection, there's no pathway project route listed on this map. That's not
That's
a
true.
answerable question.
All right, let's go to hearing exhibit 105, attachment 24. Let's start on page 20, if we might. Excuse me, sorry. Do you recognize this document, Mr. Koretich?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with this document, Mr. Koretich?
I do have familiarity with this document, yes.
Great. Now, if we could go to page 20, please. You could scroll through the series of maps slowly, but surely through the next couple of pages, please. So, Mr. Koretich, the line runs north to south, right? Or south to north? We could stop there for a second. The wildfire risk area there is pretty low, isn't that? Is that a fair statement, Mr. Koretich?
I see that the wildfire burn probability along the route of that line is in that lowest to low category. Correct.
We could continue scrolling through the maps, please. Actually, you might have to go north rather than south. There you go. The color changes along the pathway. Is that right, Mr. Koretich?
I guess can you scroll back down? Okay. I do see some color change, perhaps from north to south.
Thank you. I'm colorblind, so I can sort of see it, but sort of not, but it's good to have your affirmation.
Well, I have pretty thick glasses, so let's take that with a grain of salt.
If we could go to hearing exhibit 05, attachment 24, sorry. And starting on page 20. And scroll down a little bit if you would, please. So this is, again, a wildfire burn probability map. Is that fair, Mr. Koretich?
I guess scroll all the way down. I can make sure. I think it says at the bottom, correct?
We could go see the legend on this page, please.
Yeah, I'll just note that this is the same exhibit we just had pulled up.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I meant, could we go to hearing exhibit 105 JLC 12? It's one of those big documents. So, Mr. Koretich, this is the company's original application, original 1041 application. If we could scroll to page 347. And scroll down, please. Continue scrolling, please. So, Mr. Koretich, you could see the colors change along here and occasionally.
I guess I do see different colors. Yes.
would that suggest different wildfire hazard potential, Mr. Koretich?
I guess I'd have to look at the legend. Maybe I'm not as familiar with this map.
About page 350, please. See the difference, Mr. Koretich?
Again, I see a slew of different colors, yes.
Right? Suggesting different wildfire hazard areas or tiers. And then page 352.
I guess a characterization of tiers. We're looking, I guess one thing I'm struggling with a little bit here is, you know, in my rebuttal testimony, which was provided to El Paso County, we provided our tier mapping, right? You know, understand that was not in the original filing of the WMP, but that was, we provided those updates to the county. So, I mean, I know we're referring to these here, but I would refer to our tier mapping.
Well, the question, Mr. Koretich, is that the Board of County Commissioners had different maps at different times to evaluate wildfire risk areas. If we could go to hearing exhibit 203, attachment CG2, please. Page 20, if you, excuse me just a moment. Mr. Koretich, you said you read the transcript of the Board of County Commissioners hearing. Am I remembering correctly?
Correct, and I watched it as well.
All right, so you perhaps recognize this as Xcel Energy's presentation to the Board of County Commissioners, a PowerPoint, I assume?
That's what this looks like, yes.
Great. Now if we could go to page 20, please. So your colleagues during their presentation presented this as a wildfire risk map, Mr. Koretich, is that right? Can you see the legend?
I can see the legend.
So it's different than the other maps we've been looking at. Is that a fair statement?
I would say this.
I have to object here. The previous maps were all geological soil maps. This is a specific weather station and wildfire risk map. Of course, they are different maps, but we're not doing apples to apples comparisons of the maps in the record.
Overruled. The witness can clarify the differences between the maps.
I guess to Tyler's point that they're different, you know, yes, they are different maps. You are looking at some geological and other maps, which are one single data point when you look at a mapping structure, right? When we look at the wildfire tier mapping, which we're looking at now, you know, and this is discussed in the WMP and through other direct testimony, right? That is a combination of multiple data sources and work that goes into that to develop an HFA. So there is a difference when we talk a wildfire perspective of I have a soil or geological map, which is a single data point versus an HFA, which may contain multiple data sources to develop that.
Fair enough, Mr. Koretich. While we're on this map, do you see the black dots that represent AI cameras?
Yes, I do.
And you see the proposed route of the pathway project, Mr. Koretich?
Yes, I do.
Great. Would you say that's a fair distance, Mr. Koretich? Maybe more than 43 miles?
I guess I'd have to get out a protractor, but if I look at the legend at the bottom of 20 miles, I'm not sure that it does exceed 43 miles. But again, I don't have a ruler in front of me to confirm that.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Kretich, we can take this document down, by the way. Just out of curiosity, Mr. Kretich, is it your position, the company position, that building a 345 kV line through eastern El Paso County will not incrementally increase the wildfire risk?
Say it's the position of the company that, one, we already own and operate assets within El Paso County of that voltage class that are not adding that to date have not added any incremental wildfire burden to the county. Subsequently, also between routine, I would say routine activities through a wildfire mitigation plan, and activities required by NERC and federal agencies, that we have substantial mitigations in place to safely own and operate that line.
So it will not incrementally increase the wildfire risk in eastern El Paso County?
Again, we are currently owning and operating assets in that county that are not incrementing adding risk, or I say adding a burden. And we have substantial programs between routine, wildfire, and federal regulated standards to safely own and operate that line.
All right, Mr. Koratek, I think I got almost to the entire exam without mispronouncing your name. I appreciate your name. That I have no further questions for you.
Commissioner Plant. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Kretich. I just had a couple of questions. On page 2 of JLC 7, in response to concerns around wildfire plans, the company states the El Paso County Fire and Wildfire Program Manager did not submit comments on the 4th round of referral comments provided to the project, and therefore assume that the plan submitted is complete and no further edits are required. I'm assuming that El Paso County Fire and Wildfire Program Manager was the gentleman we heard from this morning, Mr. Peterson. I don't know if you may not be the person to ask about this, but is one of the reasons that there were no further comments because Mr. Peterson wasn't aware that the wildfire plan had been submitted?
Great question. But I don't have a great answer for that. I do not know.
Okay. All right. Thank you. At our public hearing, we did hear from the fire chief at the Edison Fire Protection District, Mr. Hicks. And then I think an email from him came up in the previous questioning of Ms. Chester. However, he indicated to us that he had repeatedly reached out to the company and had not received any response. Would you be the person who would be responding to the fire chief in that instance?
I don't know if that would be me personally. I would say if there is a gap and we need a name and you need someone to reach out to, they can absolutely reach out to me. We also have some communication teams and wildfire, through our wildfire group, community outreach, and others. So again, if he's struggling and he can't find something, by all means, he can reach out to me and I can get him in touch with the right folks. And we are, I would say, consistently, we can talk El Paso County, but consistently across all our counties, trying to build and maintain as strong of relationships as possible. So if Mr. Hicks feels that he's not getting this, I guess, the communication he deserves, that is something we can absolutely fix.
Okay, great. You anticipated my next question, which was just coordination between the fire chiefs and the company would be something that would be acceptable to the company.
Absolutely. And we've hit, I will say one thing, item 2 is we've hit Pano AI cameras a few times, through the BOCC and other hearings. And, if it's lost ears, we'll say it again today, OEMs, fire districts have access to these cameras today, right? Regardless of the outcome of proceeding or where we end up today, or, you know, these are, I would highly recommend that El Paso and any other county take advantage of access to those cameras. So I just something else out there. Yes, we're open to coordination. Yes, if we find that inadequate, that is something we can absolutely address. And then tools that we do have, such as weather stations or pano cameras, you know, we are here to offer that type of access.
I appreciate that. I assume you're familiar with the answer testimony of staff witness spot. It's hearing exhibit 400. In that testimony, and I don't know if we want to pull it up, it's hearing exhibit 400, and on page 19 to page 20, Ms. Spot talks about recommendations that the company could make for wildfire related commitments. If you go down to the, I think it's at the bottom of page 19. Yeah, here it is. So 19 and then into 20. I don't know if you can get both of those on the screen. But basically, minimum inspection, vegetation management cycles along the segment, formalized coordination protocols and contact points with local fire districts, and then work with the county to assess the feasibility of providing limited access to or notification from the company's wildfire monitoring system through early fire detection cameras, which you just referenced. Are these things that the company would be amenable to?
Can you just scroll up a little bit here? Just so I want to grab that top bullet and we just go maybe one by one here.
Yes.
And I'll do my best. So as a matter of, I guess, all our transmission lines, right? I mean, so from a minimum inspection vegetation management cycle, that exists. That doesn't necessarily need to be a condition. But, you know, for our transmission lines, especially any transmission lines above 200 kV, we are required through NERC, and we do an annual helicopter inspection of that line. So every year we will inspect that line via helicopter. In addition, for tier 1 segments, there's a 4-year cycle for an additional patrol. So we're seeing that every year by the air. We're going to do another patrol that can be ground, air, or UAV, or some combination thereof every 4 years. And then we also have a robust vegetation program for all transmission lines, again, regardless of tier, which is right of way and corridor clearing. And I believe that's every 4 years.
Okay.
And then that helicopter cycle that I mentioned every year, part of that cycle is to look at vegetation as well. So we're looking at, that's a condition assessment, and it's also a vegetation assessment. So if during that assessment we see that there is any vegetation clearing that needs to happen between cycles, that would also be addressed as well. As far as the second bullet, formal coordinated protocols. I'm not sure I can speak all the way to that, but I think we saw contact points with local fire districts. Again, I mentioned before, we continually and are very interested in building and maintaining relationships with local fire districts and OEMs. So I think, you know, if we're talking is having stronger coordination, contact points, and solid lines of communication between Excel and these fire districts, I would say that is something we are absolutely willing to pursue. And then when we look at assess the feasibility of providing limited access into the cameras, I think already spoke to that. If there is, we encourage, I would say, access to those cameras. So I think regardless of conditions or not, that would be something. I mean, when I look at this list, regardless of conditions, these are items that are either happening through routine cycles or inspections or things that we are already open to pursuing or have already recommended to pursue.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. That's all the questions I had, Mr. Kretich. Thank you.
Yeah. This is. I'm going to jump ahead of Commissioner Gilman. Can you pull that back up? Yeah. I talked with Ms. Chester about trying to develop a list of conditions that the company could live with that addressed our the commitments made in 1041 filing, as well as some others we discussed with her. Would you be willing to go through these recommendations and others and just see if you could formalize it into a set of conditions that the company could agree to support going forward? It sounds like it's not a heavy lift since you're going to do most of this anyway.
I can certainly work with Ms. Chester and look incorporating these type of bullet points into whatever proposal we intend to put forward. Yes.
That would be greatly appreciated. You can take this down and I don't know what format you do it. Maybe it's just a list of bullet points. How much does a Pano AI camera cost? Are those things, how expensive are they? Do you know?
You know, I don't know off the top of my head. I want to say it's in the order of maybe 150 or 200,000 for a camera, and then there's an ongoing fee for that. But I do think it depends on how many you buy. I think there's options on do you pay more annually versus upfront and things like that. So I think there's probably some nuances there as well.
But is it fair to say the company can buy those cameras more cheaply than the county, since you're buying? I forgot how many do you have? Like 50 of these things across the state?
I don't have the number in front of me. I think it's more than 50 now. I think we're north of 50 now.
And you just recommended that the county, it might be a good idea for the county to install a camera. Did I hear you in response to Commissioner Plant correctly?
No, I said they should gain access to the cameras we already have.
And has the company committed to do that?
To allow them to have access? Absolutely. That is something we have. Current OEMs already have access. So in fire districts. So yes, they can by all means have access to the existing cameras.
All right. Why don't we take a brief break till 4:05, and then we'll come back with Commissioner Gomez questions. 4:05. Thanks. Mr. Mansholt, can you go with redirect? I think Commissioner Gilman may need a few more minutes. And we'll see if she triggers more redirect, we'll come back to you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for being here this afternoon. Really just two questions. And I'm sorry, I want to make sure the county's council is set to go.
We're prepared, Mr. Manjo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If we could please pull up hearing exhibit 105, attachment JLC 24. I'm gonna show you a part of the wildfire plan. You can see this is the El Paso County segment wildfire plan, and we're gonna go to page 128. And you don't need to read it out loud, but can you just please review the subsection entitled N, smoking?
I have reviewed.
Okay, I've heard counsel for the county raise concerns about smoking several times today with several witnesses. Could you just please put to bed for the record what our wildfire plan states about smoking requirements?
Smoking is prohibited on job sites.
Okay, thanks for that easy clarification. We're done with this attachment. There was also some discussion about Paso AI. I know you've gotten to discuss quite a bit of their capabilities, but I'm curious if you have other testimony really about what the capabilities are that we're finding kind of in eastern Colorado or other areas of Colorado.
Mentioned a bit of this earlier, and we can reference BOCC talking about 43 miles. We're also seeing, just as we use the cameras, we gain more and more insight as to this distance. And we have seen in instances and continue to see in instances, not just locating and identifying fires at over 40 miles, but what I didn't clarify earlier maybe was we're triangulating those. We look at multiple cameras. That's one of the benefit of having multiple cameras is we're getting not just one camera identifying that there is a signature, but multiple cameras, which allows us to, narrow in where that is. And we're seeing that at above 40 miles. We're seeing that at even further distances than that when we look at triangulation. So I think we talked to tier 2 and tier 3, but what we're seeing is these cameras providing a benefit to a very wider swath of our territory.
I guess then for record clarity and sitting here today, do you believe there's sufficient coverage in Paso AI cameras for the pathway route in eastern El Paso County?
I believe that basically when we consider those distances of 40 miles and what we have seen in the past, we will have coverage of eastern El Paso County, including pathway segment 5.
Okay, no further questions, but we're going to hang on for another few questions from Commissioner Gilman.
Commissioner Gilman, you're up.
Apologies. Thank you, Mr. Manshall. Appreciate you going slightly out of order for me. I had a real brief conflict there. I really just had one question for you. It seems as though in the initial outreach, some of the 2 of the 3 fire districts that were reached out to maybe didn't engage according to the company at that point. It seems as though we have one now that is looking to engage. So hypothetically, if we moved forward and approved the company's request here, I'm just curious on what timeline and who is the point of contact, and would that engagement be immediately picked up as it looks like they are actively trying to communicate with the company and have that engagement?
Good question on the right contact. I don't have maybe a name to give you, but I do think that that sort of correspondence can happen as soon as feasible. I guess, I don't see any reason that we cannot, especially if they're looking to have that coordination right now, or if they think there's a gap in that coordination, that we can't be having those discussions as soon as possible. And
Okay,
if you needed a name, we can start with me. I mean, I guess if
we'll start with you.
Yeah,
Give
I
me
mean,
a name until you replace your name with obvious other name. So it sounds like our expectation could be that the company would immediately engage with the other fire districts, so long as they are trying to engage with you to address their concerns, as well as the one fire district that has already responded to your engagement.
I think that's a fair statement. I mean, again, I think as Ms. Chester talked about, we've tried previous engagement, maybe not had great success. If we have this newer fire that, Mr. Hicks is looking to have that coordination now, I don't see why we can't get him in touch with, and we can start with me or Ms. Chester, but getting him in touch with whatever personnel we need to start working through any kind of concerns.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Appreciate it, Mr. Mansholt. That was really my only questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Mansholt?
Thank you for being here this afternoon.
You may be excused, sir. Thanks for joining us. Ms. Carrie Parsons, are you out there?
I am.
Can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You put your hand down. Is anyone with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, sir.
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Back to you, Mr. Martin.
Actually, it will be my colleague, Mr. Bell, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bell.
Commissioner Blank, just a few logistics before I jump into this witness. In light of the new testimony that we heard today from Mr. Peterson, I wanted to gauge the temperature from the panel as to whether or not you would allow Ms. Parsons to, on direct examination, to address Mr. Peterson's earlier testimony this morning.
Unless Mr. Mansholt convinces me otherwise, I think you're entitled to respond. Mr. Mansholt, I assume you will object as necessary.
No objection
Okay.
currently.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Parsons, could you say and spell your name for the record, please?
Carrie Ann Parsons. It's KARIANNPARSONS.
Where are you currently employed?
El Paso County Planning and Community Development.
What is your job title?
Principal Planner.
Did you submit testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Would you mind pulling up revised hearing exhibit 201, please? Ms. Parsons, I have just put in front of you what has been labeled as hearing exhibit 201. Is this the testimony that you submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
It appears that this is revised testimony, but are there any additional changes or additions that you would like to add at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may respond to the previous statement by Mr. Peterson, the hearsay statement that there was direction to Mr. Peterson in his role. For the record, I am a principal planner and I was not a supervisor or a supervisory role to Mr. Peterson. Additionally, for clarification, staff such as myself and Mr. Peterson, we do not approve or disapprove 1041s at this level. We do not make recommendations to our elected officials or the Board of County Commissioners, which is very well reflected in the Board of County Commissioners staff report that I crafted. It is a very objective document. Staff does make recommended conditions of approval, assuming the application is approved, which is what I did. And furthermore, The attachments to my Board of County Commissioner staff report submitted to this hearing, and I don't know the exhibit number, clearly indicated the presumption that it may have been approved because I did provide a Board of County Commissioner resolution of approval with recommendations, recommended conditions and notations. So Mr. Peterson's allegation that I directed him to disapprove, it's just not supported and not factual.
Thank you, Ms. Parsons. Let's try to break that down a little bit more just to make it a little more digestible for the commission. Were you able to hear Mr. Peterson's testimony this morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and specifically, he offered two pieces of information. The first being about an alleged comment that you made to him in terms of rejecting or denying Excel's application. Do you recall hearing that testimony?
I heard his testimony.
Okay. Essentially, he testified that you made a comment to him that the county intended to deny Excel's application. Is that accurate with your recollection of the testimony this morning?
Yes.
Okay. Let's very bluntly, did you ever make that comment?
No.
If you didn't make that comment, why do you, in your opinion, why do you think Mr. Peterson offered that testimony today?
Objection calls for speculation. She can't speak to Mr. Peterson's state of mind.
I think overruled. You can answer it and we'll attach the weight to it that the answer deserves.
Mr. Chairman, I was informed Wednesday, as was everybody in my department, that Mr. Peterson was no longer working at the county. So I think he's a disgruntled employee. I'm sorry.
Let's go to the next point that Mr. Peterson focused on, and that's in relation to documents that are uploaded to EDARP. Very briefly, very general, what is EDARP, Ms. Parsons?
Sure. EDARP is our submittal portal, our document library, and our avenue for staff and outside agencies to review all material submitted by applicants. It is available 24/7. There is 100% transparency in that document, meaning not only can applicants see everything that was submitted, but so can the general public and all reviewers. EDARP keeps an event log for when every single document is uploaded down to the second. It keeps an event log of when those documents, when a complete review is submitted, is sent to all the review agencies. EDARP also tracks when each review agency returns that review down to the seconds. EDARP also will identify the documents sent to each review agency each time a document, each time a review cycle comes in. It even goes as far as to separate the existing documents in the whole package from the new documents being submitted with that round to be reviewed by a specific review agency.
And as an El Paso County employee, are you trained to use EDARP?
Yes.
Can you walk us through very briefly what kind of training you do to become familiar with EDARP?
There is a video tutorial set up for new employees. I fortunately have been around so long at our department that I was here when we crafted EDARP. We designed the software. I was one of our testers, so I'm very familiar with how it works. But the new employees do have to watch training videos, and then staff also continues to work with our new employees to make sure that they are properly utilizing. And it's my understanding also that new employees have to check a box in their training guides to verify that they went through that training and they have an understanding of how EDARP works.
And I apologize, you can pull this exhibit down. I apologize for not mentioning it earlier. And to your knowledge, Ms. Parsons, did Mr. Peterson complete his EDARP training?
Yes, I believe he completed it early May, late April, but I do not have his exact dates. Again, I'm not, I was never Mr. Peterson's supervisor. He was not a direct report to me. I have no supervisory role over Mr. Peterson. He's a coworker.
And once Excel or another applicant uploads documents to the eDARP system, how are you notified that documents are uploaded?
So when the applicant uploads a line item in eDARP, they can take many days to do that. And once they have completed all the different documents and the different line items, the applicant will scroll up and hit a box that says, okay, submit. And once that applicant does that, it basically sends the documents the applicant has stored in their eDARP account in the cloud to me as the project manager to triage and accept those documents. And then they become public view. And then I send all of those documents out to all of the review agencies that need to see those documents.
Thank you, Ms. Parsons. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 120? Ms. Parsons, I have just put in front of you what has been referred to as hearing exhibit 120. It was entered into the record this morning. Do you know what this document is?
Yes, that is a screenshot of the public view portal for eDARP depicting all the various documents that have been submitted by this particular applicant over the course of their application period. And you'll note the various dates. So it's very clear when an applicant has had to resubmit documents or if there was no changes to an original document. It's all here very transparent for the public to see.
Okay. And the representation, if you look towards the bottom of that screen where it says wildfire mitigation plan dash Colorado's, wildfire mitigation plan dash Colorado's power pathway El Paso County segment with a date of May 7th, 2025, date 4:14 p.m. Is that consistent with your recollection that Excel submitted and uploaded the wildfire mitigation plan on May 7th?
Absolutely.
So we've heard testimony from Mr. Peterson that he didn't know about or didn't review Excel's wildfire mitigation plan when it was uploaded in May of 2025. Is that accurate from your recollection of his testimony this morning?
That is what Mr. Peterson claims.
Okay. So just because Mr. Peterson testified that he didn't review the wildfire mitigation plan in May of 2025, that doesn't mean that other employees such as yourself didn't review the wildfire mitigation plan at the same time. Is that right?
That is correct. I reviewed that wildfire plan as well as the complete resubmittal that they made in May, as did all the other agencies that were sent the review. They were sent all the documents.
Okay. Just to make it very crystal clear, you were able to access and review Excel's wildfire mitigation plan in May of 2025?
Yes, when the system, when eDARP sends out a request for review, all of the documents that the applicant submitted that go around are sent with the cloud to that review agency. So for example, there are several review comments available for public review, and you'll see there's like 6 different agencies that returned review comments. Roland is one of them. So in order to return the review comment in eDARP, you can't not see all the documents that are sent to you. It's one screen. The documents are above it. You write the comment below it. It even goes as far to tell you that, yes, this is a new document on this particular review cycle.
Given your familiarity with eDARP, do you know if Mr. Peterson also had the ability to review the wildfire mitigation plan in May of 2025?
Yes, he was sent a review, including the documents listed on the screen and highlighted. He did return the review in EDARP. His comments are posted under review comments.
Thank you, Ms. Parsons. Could we re-pull up hearing exhibit 201, the revised version? So Ms. Parsons, we're back to the testimony that you submitted. Do you overall stand by the opinions that you expressed in hearing exhibit 201?
Yes.
Could we go to the second page, please, where it lists the attachments? Sorry, third page. Thank you very much.
I might raise caution that we seem to be going beyond now the Peterson Live Direct now to just justification of corrections.
Yeah, if you give me a moment, I'm about to move on and open it up to cross, okay? But do you stand by the opinions expressed in hearing exhibit 201?
Yes.
And do you incorporate and sponsor all the attachments that's listed KP1 through KP17?
I'm just reviewing them right now just to verify. Yes.
Okay. I would at this time move to admit hearing exhibit 201.
Any objections, Mr. Mansholt?
I think it's already in the record, but no objection.
So moved.
Ms. Parsons is now available for cross-examination, and I would reserve any time for redirect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Mansholt, I have 60 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here, Ms. Parsons. For background, I'm not going to open it up right now, but there is one large file that I might open up. That's hearing exhibit 102, JLC5, Rev 1. It's a massive document, so I was just going to give you an opportunity kind of behind the scenes to have it open if you don't already.
Could you please open the document for me, sir?
Yeah, I don't have questions about this right now. It's really just for the court behind the scenes to have it available if and when I have questions about it. So we can close that down. I'd like to first start by discussing a little bit about the Elbert County Code. And one of your job duties is providing clarifications on Elbert County's code, right?
No, sir, I don't work for Elbert County.
I'm sorry, El Paso County. Apologies.
Yes, I work for El Paso County, and one of my jobs is to review all of the applications against the criteria in the Land Development Code and its associated appendixes and processes.
And you actually attached the county's 1041 code to your testimony as hearing exhibit 201, attachment KP1. And we can go ahead and open that one up. Attachment KP1, please. Looking at page 1 here, this is the table of contents. And it lists chapter 5 as a section that pertains to major public utility facilities, correct?
Yes, sir.
We will go to that chapter 5. It starts at the bottom of page 37. And you can see it's on your side of the screen. It started here at the bottom. You see that, correct?
I do. Is it possible to zoom in a little bit? I'm on a tiny monitor and it's really hard to see the text. Thanks.
And we are going to now turn to the next page, page 40. And we're going to look at section 5.201, the application requirements. Just one overall question here for this section of the code. In this section, there's no listed requirement for the applicant to pay any type of impact fee to the county. Is that correct?
This section of the 1041 does not identify an impact fee, but there are other resolutions that the Board of County Commissioners have identified regarding a road impact fee, which is applicable to all applications in the county. This would be one of them.
Okay. And similarly, within this section of the code, there's no listed requirement for the applicant to pay contributions through some sort of a community benefit agreement. Is there?
No, and there was no discussions between staff in the planning department that I am aware of and the applicant to pay those fees.
Okay. And if we could scroll down to page 42. You can see here the review criteria section, that's 5.202. And in this section of the regulations, there's no requirement for the county to consider any statewide benefit or interest associated with the major facilities of the public utility, correct?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry, I was reading at the same time.
No problem. In this section, there's no requirement for the county to consider any statewide benefit or interest associated with the major facilities of the public utility.
I'm not aware of a statewide benefit as it relates to this review criteria.
And also in this section, there's no requirement for the county to consider the ability of the facilities to lower greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado, correct?
I'm going to object to relevance. This goes well beyond any opinions Ms. Parsons expressed.
Yeah, the relevance here is that this is a statewide backstop proceeding involving the statewide interests of Colorado.
Overruled. The witness can answer.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Absolutely, no problem. There's no requirement in this code for the county to consider the ability of the facilities to lower greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado.
I am not aware of one, sir.
And there's no requirement here for the county to consider the ability of the facilities to promote the reliability of the Colorado electric system.
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
We're going to change to a different part of the code. We're going to go back up to page 20, please. And we'll scroll down to section 2.405. You're following along with me still?
Yes, sir.
This is the general review criteria that applies to all applications.
It is the first two of the criteria on the screen.
And this section of code was considered in public services citing permit application.
Yes, I included this criteria of approval as well as the criteria approval from Chapter 5, as you mentioned earlier, in the staff report that I provided to the Board of County Commissioners for public hearing.
Thank you. We're going to go to number 16 in this list. That's at the bottom of page 23. And I'm just going to read the first sentence out loud. It states the project shall be reasonably necessary to meet projected community development and population demands in the areas to be served by the project or to comply with regulatory or technological requirements. Did you follow along there?
I did.
When this sentence references regulatory requirements, does that encompass the requirements of this Colorado Public Utilities Commission?
One moment, I'm going to read the question or read the criteria.
And if you need to scroll down, I'm not sure if it goes to the next page. We could scroll down.
Okay, can you now repeat your question? I'm familiar with number 16.
Yeah, just a question of whether this reference to regulatory requirements, does that encompass the regulatory requirements from this Colorado Public Utilities Commission?
This criteria specifically doesn't identify which regulatory criteria it is referring to.
You apply this code, so I guess I'm asking you, do you think it applies to the requirements of this Colorado Public Utilities Commission?
We have in our criteria or in our land development code, as well as in the staff report, that the applicant would be required to meet all local, state, and regional codes. So in a stretch, I would say yes, it would apply, sir.
Okay. So then you consider the fact that this project was necessary and was approved by this commission through a certificate of public utilities convenience. Is that right? No, I'm sorry. I screwed up my own abbreviation here. You agree with me then that the county was required by code to consider that this project for the Pathway project was approved by the Public Utilities Commission through a certification of public convenience and necessity.
I do not agree that the county is persuaded to approve an application because the PUC has approved it. If that were the case, the county wouldn't have adopted 1041 regulations for local governments to review and apply local regulations and provide conditions of approval, if approved, to specific applications, sir.
Well, I think you kind of said two different things. First, you said this regulatory requirements encompasses this Colorado Public Utilities Commission, but then you stated it does not encompass the need to consider the certificate of public convenience necessity. So which is it?
Objection, misstates the testimony.
Mr. Minichel?
That's what her answers were. I stand by my question.
Overruled.
So
you want to repeat the question?
Sure. Trying to get to the root here. Which way is it? Is it the fact that you need to consider the fact that there's a certificate of public convenience necessity issued by this utility commission or not?
Sir, I think that, yes, we consider the fact the applicant did submit that, but that doesn't omit the state's ability to allow local jurisdictions the ability to approve or deny a 1041. If it did, sir, we wouldn't have 1041 legislation and then local land use authority to do that. That's the process, sir. It isn't so black and white, sir.
I'm just asking about this one provision in the code, not all of the code in totality.
And I believe I've given you my answer, and I apologize. I'm not an attorney, so I can't break it down in the manner that you may want me to answer the question. I'm giving you my answer as it relates as a land planner and a person that reviews these pretty regularly.
No, thank you for being here and participating. In that same sentence, in provision 16, in the first clause, it limits the community and population needs to only those of the county. Is that right?
It talks about community development, sir, and that would be in El Paso County, as I interpret this.
So this provision is not directing the consideration of the benefits on a statewide basis, again, is it?
That is not how I interpret this criteria, sir.
Okay.
I interpret it towards the community within the local jurisdiction that the project is being submitted to, sir.
Thank you. We can take down the code and we're going to change topics to your staff report that you've already referenced. And if we could bring that up, that's hearing exhibit 102, attachment JLC 8. And you are one of the authors of this, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we could please turn to page 18. We're going to look at section 10. In this section, the staff report addresses the consistency with the El Paso County Master Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in subsection A, it's identified that the place type character is rural. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
Going on to page 19. We're going to look at the first paragraph here. I'm going to read it. It states that the request utility is not one of the supporting or primary land uses in the rural place type. However, the master plan does have language supporting utility infrastructure when it serves the residents of El Paso County. Did you follow me there?
I do, sir.
And we'll go to the following paragraph as well. Apologies, it's long, but I'm going to read it. Providing modern infrastructure, utilities, and services to El Paso County residents helps ensure they have a high quality of life. Strategies for improving and maintaining the existing infrastructure in the county will rely on coordination of local and regional organizations that provide many of these services. Managing growth and expanding best management practices for water and energy resources will help ensure adequate access for those resources in the future. Detailed planning for the extension of broadband and other utilities will provide for implementing plans over time. You follow me along there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Despite the recognition here in the master plan of the importance of modern utility infrastructure, in the next sentence in the report, it states that Xcel Energy is not an electrical provider, power provider to El Paso County residents and or business owners. You follow me there?
I do, sir.
Let's just put this together a little bit. As we discussed, the route for the pathway project is in the rural place type, right?
Yes, sir.
And the master plan has language supporting the location of utility infrastructure, but the report finds that such utility infrastructure must provide retail electric services to residents or businesses in the county, correct?
No, I'm not going to agree with that statement, sir. I think it's a little out of context.
Why then do you have the sentence stating Xcel Energy is not an electrical power provider to El Paso County residents and or business owners?
Because there are no there's no residents or business providers that receive bills from Xcel.
So you're saying, I use the word retail, but maybe one word, maybe I could change my sentence and try again.
Okay.
Maybe that word tripped us up. So the master plan has language supporting the location of utility infrastructure we discussed, but the report finds that utility infrastructure must serve local customers of residents or businesses in the county. Is that right?
Yes.
So you're giving preferential treatment under the master plan to utility infrastructure siting when the utility at issue provides customer services in the county as compared to utility like Xcel Energy that provides wholesale services in the county, right?
No, what I'm making the statement is that I'm making the analysis, if you will, that the benefit to the local citizens may outweigh the infrastructure. And I believe that was also brought up at the public comment. There was no electrical lines in the east very many years ago. And we heard testimony by the public citizens that at first they were opposed to an electrical line, and then all of a sudden it came in and they benefited greatly. One customer even actually talked about getting a television and they could actually watch TV and they had power. So this line in particular, it doesn't have a direct benefit to our residents, but it has several potential impacts to those residents.
Yeah, just talking about the master plan then though, Does the master plan only support utility infrastructure projects when the transmission line serves customers in the county, or also for utilities like Excel that provides wholesale services?
That is not how I interpreted the master plan. I interpreted the master plan as I wrote it, that the benefit to the community that the proposed utility line is to lie in does not provide an immediate benefit to our local residents within El Paso County.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to the conditions part of this staff report. And we can turn to page 20 for those conditions. And towards the bottom of the page is where these are listed. And we can look, but you're familiar that there's 11 such conditions. Staff report recommended as potential conditions with an approval. Is that right?
Yes.
In these conditions, and we can look through them, but do any of them regard wildfire risk?
That is discussed above in the wildfire section above in the staff report. And it was written in the above text in the staff report, if you could scroll up, that it was recommended that a more detailed site-specific fire protection and wildfire mitigation plan be submitted with the site development plan. And the site development plan is actually is a recommended condition of approval to be submitted post the approval of the 1041.
So if I understand this, and I want to stay on the condition section. So is there a condition about site development plan in these conditions? Is that correct?
There should be, yes.
Can we scroll down and try to identify that?
That's condition number 11. And that condition was actually a condition that Excel 2 days before the Board of County Commissioner hearing didn't agree with and wanted to revise. It is relative to that condition.
Just so the record's clear, your testimony is that the staff report condition to have a site development plan encompassed your wildfire mitigation concerns and needs.
Yes, and if you look at Chapter 6 of the Land Development Code, Environmental Standards, Section 6.3 of our Land Development Code, it does discuss that all development is subject to wild and fire plans, etc. in our code. So any application that we obtain or is submitted to us, we are able to ask for certain documents in support of that application. And as I indicated earlier in this staff report under the wild and fire, we noted that the plan that was submitted on May 7th, it was still very general. And so in moving their project along, I crafted the language in the staff report to say, hey, we'll get it with the site development plan if the board approves it. And then in number 11, I wrote that the site development plan, we don't list every report that is required in conjunction with the submittal of a site development plan application. It would be extremely long, and that is just not something that we do, and we just don't do that.
Okay. These 11 conditions, none of them required or proposed changing the route of the project, right?
No.
And there's no recommended conditions as regarding the company's need to further support local emergency services, correct?
I don't really agree with that statement, sir.
Can you identify which one of these 11 conditions regards the condition for the company to address further local emergency services?
The site development plan, in requiring the more specific wild and fire protection plan, would require them to work diligently with the 3 protection districts to obtain specific needs for those individual fire protection districts, whether they're volunteer or paid, to ensure that anything that were to occur along the line could be safely dealt with and protect the citizens.
Okay. And last question on these conditions, at least for the identifying things in here. None of these conditions address concerns about leapfrog development. Is that right?
No, they do not.
Okay. And I think it's already clear, but just to wrap it up, when the county board acted upon the siting permit application, the board outright denied the application. They did not take the opportunity to conditionally grant the permit, such as by adopting any of these conditions, correct?
Yeah, there was a denial, sir.
Okay, thanks. We're done with that hearing exhibit. Let's talk more about the county's concern about leapfrog development. First, you agree with me that the terms urban sprawl and leapfrog development are not the same thing, right?
Correct. They are not the same thing.
And to be clear, the county does not have concerns about urban sprawl associated with the pathway project, but instead about the project encouraging leapfrog development.
The county, and I did discuss this at the hearing on the record, the county staff does have concerns about it creating leapfrog development, sir, because we had received contact from solar providers, and some of them actually had already started working on obtaining easements and leases that would tend to connect to this line if this line were constructed.
Yeah, and some of that's in your answer testimony we're looking at right now. So let's go ahead and pull up hearing exhibit 201, Rev 1, please. And we'll go to page 18. And here on lines 10 through 13 and further down, when you're discussing leapfrog development, you referenced that you're aware of the two proposed projects that would lead to leapfrog development, right? Which you were just referencing again.
Yes, sir.
And on lines 14 through 22, you're addressing those two potential solar generation projects. And you think these are examples that may constitute leapfrog development. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's the county's position that these types of solar projects are essentially unwarranted as impermissible leapfrog development. Is that right?
No, I think that statement is a little bit conflicting in itself. So we have approved several solar projects in El Paso County unincorporated, actually that I've processed, and all of the mitigation was dealt with. So leapfrog development in this instance is pertaining to, in this particular area of the county, if this is approved, we've got projects coming in. It has nothing to do with the fact that it was solar or wind or more power lines. Maybe I misunderstood your question.
No, I wasn't classifying solar projects from something else. I'm just saying, you think the county, not you, apologies. The county thinks that the solar projects are representing leapfrog development that is unwarranted. And essentially it's not good for the county, which is one of the basis for denying the Pathway Project 1041 permit, correct?
Our master plan identifies areas of place types. And this particular area of the county is a rural and agricultural place type, number one. Number two, leapfrog development is something that should not be created as an impact from the 1041 per the 1041 review criteria. So based on the 1041 application, specifically, if a 1041 application creates leapfrog development because it's going to be the first step in a domino effect of development right around it, that is what I would call leapfrog development. And in this case, because that is one of the review criteria for a 1041, I concluded that, yes, this would be, this would create leapfrog development. We specifically, because we had folks come in and sit down with us and already start discussing providing solar facilities that would connect to this line, assuming it was going to be approved.
Yeah. And just to confirm here again, the place type you're talking about is agricultural and rural residential in this area. Is that right?
Yes, it is agricultural, rural, ranch land primarily.
And so just to confirm here, you're kind of prejudging that those two solar facilities would change the rural and agricultural place type of eastern El Paso County, right?
If I may be so bold, sir, I have, like I mentioned, reviewed and approved and worked with 2 other very large solar companies in southern portions of eastern El Paso County. And absolutely, a very large solar field obliviates the ability for cattle to graze, and you cannot grow anything underneath it. Once you disturb the land, because it is so arid and dry in eastern El Paso County, you're not going to have vegetation that is going to come back. So yes, it certainly does change the character of the agricultural ways of life and the economic value of agricultural industry for the areas that it is developed in, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to object to that last statement. I believe that's facts, not in evidence.
Can somebody, can the court reporter repeat what Ms. Parsons said? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Mitchell.
While we're pulling that up, I think what Ms. Parsons was trying to do is get some impressions about her thoughts about solar projects in the eastern part of the landscape. I don't necessarily have an objection from a strike of that testimony, if that's of a concern to Ms. Coutser.
Mr. Chair, to move on, I'd just like to make the record clear that this is the witness's opinion and it is not a fact, otherwise in evidence. I withdraw my objection.
With that testimony, I'll stand. Ms. Ellen Kutzer's comment will be part of the record, and let's keep going.
Let's go to page 41, please. Lines 13 through 14. Here you state, let's see here. Yeah, lines 13 through 14, you state, in fact, it appears from the documents I reviewed that the company sees future distributed energy development in rural eastern Colorado as a benefit. You saw that sentence?
I'm reading it now, sir. Could you give me a second? I got to really squint. It's really small on my screen. Yes, that is true. The Excel did craft in their application that this would be a benefit, in their opinion, that solar companies would have the opportunity to tie into their line.
Yeah, and maybe, I think you've already said this once, but it appears to me that the county does not see future distributed energy development in rural eastern Colorado as a benefit. Is that correct?
No, that's out of context. We're specifically talking about this pathway area and specifically solar projects connecting to the pathway area in eastern El Paso County. Clearly, the county have thought it was a benefit for the already approved solar projects that are developed in eastern El Paso County. They were approved and constructed.
Just not future ones that will connect to the Pathway project. Is that right?
I can't really say what the elected officials would deem beneficial or not. There hasn't been an official submittal for a wind solar energy overlay zone district. So you're asking me to speculate on what a Board of County Commissioners would do. I am not comfortable doing that, so I can't make that statement. I don't know. We haven't had a submittal to review against the criteria.
Okay. I probably have 20 to 30 minutes more, Chair. I can continue going, but I see it's 5:02. I just wanted to give you a heads up of where I am. And I should be more specific. Sorry. I have 20, 30 minutes on one topic that could get through a topic with another 20 minutes after that, probably.
Commissioner Gilman, Commissioner Plant, I'm a little concerned that we're falling behind and we got to get this hearing in tomorrow because there's no other dates and time. Would you prefer to keep going tonight or just see if we can manage it a little more tightly tomorrow?
I will leave that decision to you. I am able to keep going. We might just have to check with Ms. Green and some of the other advisors and attorneys, but I'm okay to keep on.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I can keep going, and I don't have as many questions as I had for the witnesses this morning either. So,
Mr. Martin, is your team capable of going another 20 or 30 minutes?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
All right, let's keep going till about 5:30, Mr. Mansholt. If you could get done by 5:30, that'd be awesome.
Yes.
If not, we'll adjust at that time.
Okay, let's pull up the county's master plan. That is in box.com. It's pre-marked for identification as hearing exhibit 108.
There you go. All right.
You can see here, this is the El Paso County Master Plan adopted May 26, 2020-21, right?
Yes.
And can we briefly turn to page 4 of the table of contents? Never mind, that something weird happened there. Let's just go to section 8. Well, there you go. If you look right there, section 8 shows it's about infrastructure. So we're going to go there. And first, we'll go to page 107. This is the page that talks about electric. And the next page, if we scroll down, is about alternative energy. If we could first go back to just the slide above on the electric one. On this page, really all that's discussed is the retail electric service providers in El Paso County. Is that right?
Do you mind zooming in on this page? Is that possible? I can't read it.
Just what? Has this been entered into? No.
Yes, that is correct, sir.
Okay. And would you agree with me? There's not really any other helpful information on this page other than listing of the retail electric utilities?
I'm going to object, and I apologize for interrupting. It's nothing to do with substance, but I don't know if this document has been admitted into the record. And if it has, I apologize for the interruption.
I have not sought to introduce it yet into the record.
Okay, well then I would object about asking a document that is in entered into the record.
Overruled. He's building a foundation.
I'm
Go
also
ahead.
happy tendered for the record now, if that's helpful for council. I'm helpful. I'm glad to introduce it to the record. Ms. Parsons applies the master plan in her daily position. She's familiar with it. And we're fine entering it to the record as hearing exhibit 108.
Any objection, Mr. Bell?
No objection.
So moved.
Okay. And let's go to the next page, alternative energy. And there's a couple of things here I want to point out that I think are important. In the first paragraph, and I'm hoping you can see this. If you can't, just please let us know, and we'll do our best to make sure you can read it. In the first paragraph, it recognizes that, I'm quoting here, El Paso County has a variety of opportunities for alternative energy production and use. In general, all forms of energy generation should be considered and appropriately cited in the county as opportunities arise. Did you follow along with me there?
I follow along with you.
And we will stay on this page and go to the solar section. In the first paragraph, it states, I'm quoting, solar energy is sustainable, renewable, and plentiful, especially in El Paso County. You follow that?
I do, sir.
And in the second paragraph in this section, it states, I'm quoting, since Colorado receives about 300 days of sun per year, it provides an excellent platform for solar power and the focus for future alternative energy sources. Continued support for resources and technology is necessary to ensure clean energy is both reliable and sustainable. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
And now we can move to the right-hand part of this screen. We have to scroll over. You see the map there?
I do, sir.
The dark red colors represent solar project developments in the county.
Yes, sir.
And the top right portion of the map, you see there's a solar project listed.
Yes.
You agree with me that that solar project was in the rural place type, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about the utility place type. And we'll turn to page 47. I may have, let's see here. I think I was doing PDF pages, but somehow or another we're doing the actual pages. So I think, could you scroll up? Let's see here. May have to pull up on my side. There we go, right here. So it's about 3 pages off for me to remember. All right. The utility place type here, it concerns large-scale utility facilities in the county, right?
Yes. Do you mind zooming in, please? Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna look at that character paragraph or the information there. I'm gonna focus on the second sentence. It states that this place type, which includes facilities such as landfills, power plants, water treatment facilities, and water reservoirs, is often located adjacent to the rural or large lot residential place types, as these are largely uninhibited areas. Did you see that?
I do.
So with this statement, the county's master plan explains that utility place types for the locating of major utility infrastructure is made adjacent often to the rural place type, as that area is largely uninhibited. Is that correct?
It is, but you have to read the second paragraph in the second sentence where it talks about, however, future utility facilities can still align with the master plan by maintaining consistency with the adjacent place type. So it isn't an all or nothing. It's, again, we would need to see the submittal for the proposed solar facilities to make this assumption that they would be consistent with the existing character at that time, but they haven't made a submittal yet, sir.
Okay, I don't think I asked a question about that, but I appreciate the commentary. If we could scroll to the right-hand part of the screen. And on this map, you agree with me, there's no current utility place type that would permit the locating of electric utility transmission lines through the county, right?
That is correct. Specifically, as mentioned in the paragraph you just read, we did not cite specific locations of utilities. And you've just read why we didn't do it. So we didn't cite them. You just see the existing facilities that are in the county at the time of this adoption of this plan.
Okay, we're gonna go to page, I'm gonna kind of work back here from my numbers in my head. I think it's 46. Look there. You could go to the left, pretty please. Yeah, here we go. Place type transitions. Go look at the second paragraph on this page.
Can you zoom in a little bit, please? I'm sorry to keep asking.
No, don't apologize. We want to make sure you can see it. Thanks for letting us know. The first sentence in the second paragraph reads that it is important to reemphasize the intended flexibility of the place type approach and their ability to morph over time as desires, needs, and opportunities dictate. And so generally, you agree with me, the master plan recognizes place types can evolve over time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've got no further questions on the master plan. We can close that. And I actually might state, Chair, that went faster than I thought. If I go on another topic here, I probably won't complete it by 5:30.
I think we better finish up Ms. Parsons' cross. I'm worried we're not on track to get this hearing in.
Okay, I can definitely keep
going. Yeah, definitely keep going. We're going to be looking at short lunches, short breaks, and I'm going to have to start enforcing the limits on cross. So keep going.
Yeah, and we're also willing now to waive our cross of staff and CEO.
Okay. Well, that helps. Thanks. Keep going.
Yep. Let's talk now about another issue. During the permitting process, you discussed this already with your own counsel, but the company provided the county with both the statewide wildfire mitigation plan as well as the county specific wildfire plan, correct?
They provided a document named that, sir. Yes.
Okay. Let's open up your answer testimony again. Exhibit 201. And we'll look at page 31. And this section of your testimony regards county staff's comments on the company's third submittal, correct?
Yes.
Scroll down, looking at lines 10 through 14. You discuss here that El Paso County staff made a comment on the third submittal that the company should develop a site-specific wildfire plan, correct?
Yes.
Let's open up that actual document. That's hearing exhibit 201, attachment KP 12.
While we're waiting for that, let me just check in with a court reporter and Ms. Crane. Are you guys okay going to 5:30-ish?
Yeah, I'm okay.
I'm all right.
Thanks. Thanks for the flexibility. Appreciate it.
Let's turn to page 18. This section of the company's draft application materials address wildfire hazard areas in the county, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to work down to the green comment. Before I do that, though, I'm just going to summarize some of the paragraphs for a kind of a roadmap here. The first paragraph generally address code and standard compliance. Is that fair?
The first paragraph
Yes.
of this document does not address that I could see land development code. Is that what you're asking me, sir?
I
I'm sorry.
didn't reference land development code in particular.
Oh, you said code, and so I naturally think
Sure.
land development code. Sorry.
That's fair. No, that's your day to day. Understand that. But it's referencing actual IEEE standards and accepted industry standards and practices and codes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the second paragraph addressed the rarity of fires from transmission lines.
That is what the paragraph reads, sir.
And the third paragraph addressed coordination of local fire departments, first responders.
It states that Excel does do that normally, yes.
It also mentioned that same paragraph in the second sentence, how the company provides free safety training through Excel's Utility Emergencies Program.
It does say that.
If we could scroll down to the fourth paragraph. It addressed that the route is in an area of low wildfire hazard potential, correct?
That is what this statement says, or this document says.
Okay, now we're in the yellow highlighted paragraph, the fifth one. In the first sentence, the company explained that it addresses wildfire mitigation at the state level, correct?
Yes.
And the second sentence explains the company's engagement commitment with community partners.
Is that you want me to say yes to that one? Is that my question?
Yeah, I'm just,
okay.
I could ask it again though. The second sentence explains the company's engagement commitment with community partners, correct?
That's what it states, sir.
And the third sentence, it provides that the company's engagement includes specifically, I'm quoting here, county and local fire protection districts, including supporting their development efforts of community wildfire protection plans and other relevant plans. Is that what it states?
It does state that.
And now in green, on the right-hand part of the screen, there's text from county staff that states that the company's statewide wildfire mitigation plan is insufficient and that the company must provide a specific plan for the project in the county. Is that correct?
That's not what my comment says, sir. My comment says that this is not a specific, I'm asking for a site specific, and that is based on Chapter 6 of our Land Development Code, where it identifies things that need to be in wildland fire protection reports and hazard analysis.
Okay, let's flip back to your answer testimony, hearing exhibit 201. And on page 31 here, we'll look at the testimony starting at line 20. The question here is whether or not the company complied with staff's request for the company to produce a site-specific wildfire plan. Is that right?
Yes, it does.
And originally you said no, but you corrected your testimony to now point out that the company did in fact provide such a plan, correct?
Yes, I wanted to make the testimony, my testimony, very clear that they did submit a document named site specific plan. Initially, I was being too literal, and I was expecting it to actually have the material that is required in Chapter 6, which it didn't have all of that, but they did submit a plan site-specific. So I just wanted to keep the record clear. They did submit a document labeled site-specific plan, absolutely, on May 7th, and I did review it, sir.
I see. So it was somewhat of a coincidence that you and Mr. Peterson both stated no, but your no is more about the fact that you were just characterizing it in a different way. Is that fair?
I can't speak to anything Mr. Peterson was thinking or doing. There was no cahooting, no coincidence. I can't say.
Okay. In this portion of your testimony, in line 23, you point out that there was a disclaimer in the document, right?
Yes, I do.
Let's look at that disclaimer, because it seems like maybe you've got a concern there for some unarticulated reason. Let's open up Hearing Exhibit 105, attachment JLC 24. We'll turn to page 21. And we'll scroll down to the very bottom of this page. We probably will have to zoom in as well. This is the disclaimer you are referencing in your answer testimony, correct? Oh, can't see it now. Sorry, 1 second. That's the disclaimer you are referencing?
Could you zoom in a little bit? I think it is, sir, but I just can't read it. Yes, this is the disclaimer that they put on their map as it relates to burn probability in El Paso County, where it shows a range from moderate low to low in that area of the pathway.
Okay. Are you aware of any other disclaimer in this 215-page document?
I would have to look at it, sir. I can't answer that off the top of my head, sir.
Okay. If I say subject to check, there is no such other disclaimer, would you be willing to accept that?
I don't know. I can't say. I mean,
that's fair.
Okay.
Let's go back to your answer testimony. And that was Hearing Exhibit 201. And we can turn to page 34. And we'll look at lines 11 through 14. Here you again make a statement that the county staff had asked multiple times for a wildfire mitigation plan that is specific to the county, correct?
Yes.
And we can turn to page 36. And on this page, you've made deletions to remove from your testimony discussion of a county staff document that regarded wildfire mitigation issues. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next page, page 37. And on lines 6 through 7, here you originally stated that the company never submitted a site-specific wildfire plan, but then you corrected your testimony to indicate they did in fact, correct?
As I indicated earlier, I corrected my testimony because the document was actually labeled site-specific. So I corrected my testimony to say yes, because that's what they named their document.
Oh, I see. Further down this page, starting at line 21. And continuing on to the next page, you corrected portions of your original testimony that asserted that the company never submitted a site-specific wildfire plan, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And we can turn to page 39. And this is now the conclusion section of your testimony, just to familiarize you with where we are. Are you still with me?
I am. I can see it.
And we're going to go to the page 40. And we're going to look at line 18. And this asks whether, in your opinion, the company submittals were responsive to the county, correct?
Yes,
And your answer was no?
correct.
And your answer, well, let me ask you, was your answer premised on a misbelief that the company never provided a site-specific wildfire and emergency response plan to the county?
My answer was premised that I kept repeating the same comments over and over and over again. More specifically, I kept asking for the back and forth coordination from the fire protection districts, which I still have not received. So that is one of the main premises that I requested the reason I said this.
Yeah, so you corrected your testimony to remove the references of no about never getting a site-specific plan, but you did not change your opinion that we weren't responsive to your needs for the site-specific plan. Is that your testimony here?
Yes.
Okay.
And sir, you only submitted one document labeled site-specific plan on May 7th. It was not like that plan was submitted previously. There was no document ever submitted to be revised. The site-specific plan labeled that was uploaded May 7th.
Okay, thanks for that.
Mm-hmm.
I can conclude here probably in about, it's probably going to take another 10 minutes or so, maybe 15, just for a heads up to conclude the whole witness up, or it's tomorrow morning.
Commissioner, I think we had cross-examination for Ms. Parsons slated at 60 minutes. If I'm not mistaken, I think we are at 60 minutes, if not over.
We're way up for staff and CEO, but we're also willing to substantially reduce our time for Ms. Geithner. If that's
I gave Mr. Martin and the county flexibility, and the company has waived staff and CEO. Let's call it a night now, and continue back at the morning at 9, and we'll be tighter on the cross timing, and we're gonna just have to take short lunch breaks and see if we can make sure we get this in. The waiver of cross time helps. Any final issues before we adjourn for the night? You can take this one down.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tyler. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was going to say, Chair, that since your request for the company to come back and put Ms. Chester on the stand to talk more about conditions, we're still brainstorming. I just want to give a preview that while we're still anticipating that that'll be a productive session, we may have an update in the morning of kind of process-wise what we're thinking there. I'm just not sure yet how it's going to be facilitated tomorrow or not. So just to want to kind of keep going, that we're working hard, but I'm not sure yet how it's going to wind up for tomorrow morning.
Understood. And if it needs to be tomorrow afternoon, that's fine. I mean, this is something we're going to have to really take up in statements of position, but hopefully you can give the party something to chew on as they develop their statements of position. Mr. Bell, Mr. Martin, Anything else before we adjourn for the evening?
Yeah, just very quickly, Commissioner, thank you. Mr. Mansell actually beat me to the punch. I was wondering if it would be possible if whatever Excel and Ms. Chester put together in terms of conditions, whether or not the county would have the ability to review and make comments to those.
I would say this much. Whenever we have a list together that we intend to present, we're happy to share it with all the parties. It may not be until we get on the stand. I don't know the timing of it. But in terms of having additional process on it, I'm not necessarily opposed either. But if we have it in advance of Ms. Chester taking the stand, we're happy to also distribute it by email to the parties.
That'd be great. We're just gonna have to feel our way through this, Mr. Bell, and see what the company's willing to do and able to do.
Fair enough.
So,
thank you.
With that, let's adjourn till 9 a.m. tomorrow, and if we could all work together to make sure we get this done tomorrow evening, that'd be great. Thanks all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.